Produced by David Starner, Thomas Berger, and the online distributed proofreading team. The Nibelungenlied. Translated into rhymed English verse, in the meter of the original. By George Henry Needler, Associate Professor of German in University College, Toronto. Preface. This translation of the Nibelungenlied is published with the simple purpose of placing one of the world's great epic poems within the reach of English readers. Translations are at best, but poor substitutes for originals. A new translation of a poem implies also a criticism of those that have preceded it. My apology for presenting this new English version of the Nibelungenlied is that none of those hitherto made has reproduced the metrical form of the original. In the hope of making the outlines of the poem clearer for the modern reader, I have endeavored to supply in the introduction a historical background by summing up the results of investigation into its origin and growth. The translation itself was begun many years ago, when I studied the original under Zarnk in Leipzig. GHN. University College, Toronto, September 1904. Contents. Introduction. I. The Nibelungen Saga. Origin of the Saga. 2. The northern form of the Saga. 3. The Saga as preserved in the Nibelungenlied. 4. Mythical element and historical element. Roman 2. The Nibelungenlied. The manuscripts. 2. Stages in the evolution of the poem. 3. Character of the poem. 4. Later forms of the saga. 5. Poem and saga in modern literature. 6. Modern German translations. 7. English translations. 8. Editions of the Nibelungenlied. The Nibelungenlied. First adventure, Kriemhild's dream. Second adventure, Siegfried. Third adventure, how Siegfried came to Worms. Fourth adventure, how Siegfried fought with the Saxons. Fifth adventure, how Siegfried first saw Kriemhild. Sixth adventure, how Gunther fared to Isenland to Brunhild. Seventh adventure, how Gunther won Brunhild. Eighth adventure, how Siegfried fared to his knights the Nibelungen. Ninth adventure, how Siegfried was sent to Worms. 10th adventure, how Brunhild was received at Worms. 11th adventure, how Siegfried came home with his wife. 12th adventure, how Gunther bade Siegfried to the feast. 13th adventure, how they fared to the feast. 14th adventure, how the queens berated each other. 15th adventure, how Siegfried was betrayed. 16th adventure, how Siegfried was slain. 17th adventure, how Kriemhild mourned for Siegfried. 18th adventure, how Sigmund fared home again. 19th adventure, how the Nibelungen horde was brought to Worms. 20th adventure, how King Etzel sent for Kriemhild. 21st adventure, how Kriemhild fared to the Huns. 22nd adventure, how Etzel kept the wedding feast. 23rd adventure, how Kriemhild thought to avenge her wrong. 24th adventure, how Werbel and Schwemmel brought the message. 25th adventure, how the knights all fared to the Huns. 26th adventure, how Gelfrat was slain by Dankwart. 27th adventure, how they came to Bechelaren. 28th adventure, how the Burgundians came to Etzel's castle. 29th adventure, how he arose not before her. 30th adventure, how they kept guard. 31st adventure, how they went to mass. 32nd adventure, how Blodel was slain. 33rd adventure, how the Burgundians fought with the Huns. 34th adventure, how they cast out the dead. 35th adventure, how Eyring was slain. 36th adventure, how the queen bade set fire to the hall. 37th adventure, how the Margrave Rudiger was slain. 38th adventure, how all Sir Dietrich's knights were slain. 39th adventure, how Gunther and Hagen and Kriemhild were slain. The Nibelungenlied. I. The Nibelungen Saga. One origin of the saga. All the Aryan peoples have had their heroic age, the achievements of which form the basis of later saga. For the Germans this was the period of the migrations, as it is called, in round numbers the 200 years from 400 to 600, at the close of which we find them settled in those regions which they have, generally speaking, occupied ever since. During these 2 centuries, kaleidoscopic changes had been taking place in the position of the various Germanic tribes. Impelled partly by a native love of wandering, partly by the pressure of hostile peoples of other race, they moved with astonishing rapidity hither and thither over the face of Europe, generally in conflict with one another or buffeted by the Romans in the west and south, and by the Huns in the east. In this stern struggle for existence and search for a permanent place of settlement, some of them even perished utterly. Amid the changing fortunes of all of them, deeds were performed that fixed themselves in the memory of the whole people. Great victories or great disasters became the subject of story and song. We need only to recall such names as those of Ermanric and Theodoric to remind ourselves what an important part was played by the Germanic peoples of that migration period in the history of Europe. During it, a national consciousness was engendered, and in it, we have the faint beginnings of a national literature. Germanic saga rests almost entirely upon the events of these 2 centuries, the 5th and 6th. Although we get glimpses of the Germans during the 4 or 5 preceding centuries, none of the historic characters of those earlier times have been preserved in the national sagas. With these sagas based on history, however, have been mingled in most cases primeval Germanic myths, possessions of the people from prehistoric times. A most conspicuous example of this union of mythical and originally historical elements is the Nibelungen saga, out of which grew in course of time the great national epic, the Nibelungenlied. The Nibelungen saga is made up of 2 parts, on the one hand the mythical story of Siegfried, and on the other the story, founded on historic fact, of the Burgundians. When and how the Siegfried myth arose it is impossible to say. Its origin takes us back into the impenetrable mists of the unrecorded life of our Germanic forefathers, and its form was molded by the popular poetic spirit. The other part of the saga is based upon the historic incident of the overthrow of the Burgundian kingdom by the Huns in the year 437. This annihilation of a whole tribe naturally impressed itself vividly upon the imagination of contemporaries. Then the fact of history soon began to pass over into the realm of legend, and from causes which can no longer be determined, this tradition of the vanished Burgundians became united with the mythical story of Siegfried. This composite Siegfried-Burgundian saga then became a common possession of the Germanic peoples, was borne with many of them to lands far distant from the place of its origin, and was further molded by each according to its peculiar genius and surroundings. In the Icelandic Eddas, the oldest of which we have as they were written down in the latter part of the 9th century, are preserved the earliest records of the form it had taken among the northern Germanic peoples. Our Nibelungenlied, which is the chief source of our knowledge of the story as it developed in Germany, dates from about the year 1200. These 2 versions, the northern and the German, though originating in this common source, had diverged very widely in the centuries that elapsed between their beginning and the time when the manuscripts were written in which they are preserved. Each curtailed, rearranged, or enlarged the incidents of the story in its own way. The character of the chief actors and the motives underlying what we may call the dramatic development assumed widely dissimilar forms. The German Nibelungenlied may be read and appreciated as one of the world's great epic poems without an acquaintance on the part of the reader with the northern version of the saga. In order, however, to furnish the setting for a few episodes that would in that case remain either obscure or colorless, and with a view to placing the readers of this translation in a position to judge better the deeper significance of the epic as the eloquent narrative of 1,000 years of the life of the people among whom it grew, the broad outlines of the saga in its northern form will be given here. 2. The northern form of the saga. Starting at the middle of the 5th century from the territory about Worms on the Rhine, where the Burgundians were overthrown, the saga soon spread from the Franks to the other Germanic peoples. We have evidence of its presence in northern Germany and Denmark. Allusions to it in the Anglo-Saxon poem, The Wanderer, of the 7th century, and in the great Anglo-Saxon epic Beowulf of a short time later, show us that it had early become part of the national saga stock in England. Among the people of Norway and Iceland, it took root and grew with particular vigor. Here, farthest away from its original home and least exposed to outward influences, it preserved on the whole most fully its heathen Germanic character, especially in its mythical part. By a fortunate turn of events, too, the written record of it here is of considerably earlier date than that which we have from Germany. The Eddas, as the extensive collection of early Icelandic poems is called, are the fullest record of Germanic mythology and saga that has been handed down to us. And in them, the saga of Siegfried and the Nibelungen looms up prominently. The earliest of these poems date from about the year 850, and the most important of them were probably written down within a couple of centuries of that time. They are thus in part some 3 centuries older than the German Nibelungenlied, and on the whole, too, they preserve more of the original outlines of the saga. By bringing together the various episodes of the saga from the Eddas and the Volsung saga, a prose account of the mythical race of the Volsungs, we arrive at the following narrative. On their wanderings through the world, the 3 gods Odin, Honir, and Loki come to a waterfall where an otter is devouring a fish that it has caught. Loki kills the otter with a stone, and they take off its skin. In the evening, they seek a lodging at the house of Hreidmar, to whom they show the skin. Hreidmar recognizes it as that of his son, whom Loki has killed when he had taken on the form of an otter. Assisted by his sons Fafnir and Regin, Hreidmar seizes the 3 gods, and spares their lives only on the promise that they will fill the skin and also cover it outwardly with gold. Loki is sent to procure the ransom. With a net borrowed from the sea goddess Ran, he catches at the waterfall the dwarf Andvari in form of a fish and compels him to supply the required gold. Andvari tries to keep back a ring, but this also Loki takes from him, whereupon the dwarf utters a curse upon the gold and whosoever may possess it. The ransom is now paid to Hreidmar. Even the ring must, on Hreidmar's demand, be given in order to complete the covering of the otter's skin. Loki tells him of the curse connected with the ownership of the gold. When Hreidmar refuses Fafnir and Regin a share in the treasure, he is killed by Fafnir, who takes possession of the hoard to the exclusion of Regin. In the form of a dragon, Fafnir dwells on Nida Heath guarding the hoard, while Regin broods revenge. From Odin is descended King Volsung, who has a family of 10 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son is Sigmund, twin-born with his sister Signy. King Siggeir of Gotland sues for the hand of Signy, whom her father gives to Siggeir against her will. In the midst of King Volsung's hall stood a mighty oak tree. As the wedding feast is being held, there enters a stranger, an old man with 1 eye, his hat drawn down over his face and bearing in his hand a sword. This sword he thrusts to the hilt into the tree, saying that it shall belong to him who can draw it out again, after which he disappears as he had come. All the guests try their strength in vain upon the sword, but Sigmund alone is able to draw it forth. He refuses to sell it to Siggeir for all his proffered gold. Siggeir plans vengeance. He invites Volsung and his sons to Gotland and returns home thither with his bride Signy, who before going warns her father to be upon his guard. At the appointed time, King Volsung and his sons go as invited to Gotland. In spite of Signy's repeated warning, he will not flee from danger and falls in combat with Siggeir. His 10 sons are taken prisoners and placed in stocks in the forest. For 9 successive nights, a she-wolf comes and devours each night one of them, till only Sigmund remains. By the aid of Signy, he escapes. The she-wolf, it was said, was the mother of Siggeir. To Sigmund, who is hidden in a wood, Signy sends her eldest boy of 10 years that Sigmund may test his courage and see if he is fit to be a helper in seeking revenge. Neither he, however, nor his younger brother stands the test. Signy sees that only a scion of the race of Volsung will suffice, and accordingly disguises herself and lives 3 days with Sigmund in the wood. From their union, a son Sinfiotli is born, whom also, after 10 years, she sends out to Sigmund. He stands every test of courage, and is trained by Sigmund, who thinks he is Siggeir's son. Bent on revenge, Sigmund repairs with Sinfiotli to Siggeir's castle. After Sinfiotli has slain the king's 2 sons, he and Sigmund are overpowered and condemned to be buried alive. With Sigmund's sword, however, which Signy has managed to place in their hands, they cut their way out, then set fire to Siggeir's hall. Signy comes forth and reveals to Sigmund that Sinfiotli is their own son. And then, saying that her work of revenge is complete and that she can live no longer, she returns into the burning hall and perishes with Siggeir and all his race. Sigmund now returns home and rules as a mighty king. He marries Borghild, who later kills Sinfiotli with a poisoned drink and is cast away by Sigmund. He then marries Hjortis. Lyngvi, the son of King Hunding, was also a suitor and now invades Sigmund's land. The latter hews down many of his enemies until an old man with 1 eye, in hat and dark cloak, interposes his spear, against which Sigmund's sword breaks in 2. Sigmund falls severely wounded. In the night, Hjortis seeks the scene of the combat and finds Sigmund still alive. He refuses to allow her to heal his wounds, saying that Odin no longer wills that he swing the sword. He tells Hjortis to preserve carefully the pieces of the broken sword, the son she bears in her womb shall yet swing the sword when welded anew, and win thereby a glorious name. At dawn Sigmund dies. Hjordis is borne off by Vikings, and after the birth of her son, she becomes the wife of the Danish Prince Alf. The son of Hjordis was called Sigurd. He grew up a boy of wondrous strength and beauty, with eyes that sparkled brightly, and lived at the court of King Hjaldbrecht, the father of Alf. Regin, the dwarfish brother of Fafnir, was his tutor. Regin welds together the pieces of the broken sword Gram, so sharp and strong that with it Sigurd cleaves Regin's anvil in twain. With men and ships that he has received from King Hjaldbrecht, Sigurd goes against the sons of Hunding, whom he slays, thereby avenging the death of his father. Regin has urged him to kill Fafnir and take possession of the hoard. On the Nida Heath he digs a ditch from which, as the dragon Fafnir passes over it, he plunges the sword into his heart. The dying Fafnir warns him of the curse attached to the possession of the gold, also that Regin is to be guarded against. The latter bids him roast the heart of Fafnir. While doing so, he burns his finger by dipping it in the blood to see if the heart is done, and to cool his finger puts it into his mouth. Suddenly, he is able to understand the language of the birds in the wood. They warn him to beware of Regin, whom he straightway slays. The birds tell him further of the beautiful Valkyrie Brynhild, who sleeps on the fire-encircled mountain, awaiting her deliverer. Then Sigurd places Fafnir's hoard upon his steed Grani, takes with him also Fafnir's helm, and rides away to Frankenland. He sees a mountain encircled by a zone of fire, makes his way into it and beholds there, as he deems it, a man in full armor asleep. When he takes off the helmet, he finds that it is a woman. With his sword, he cuts loose the armor. The woman wakes and asks if it be the hero Sigurd who has awakened her. In joy that it is so, Brynhild relates to him how Odin had punished her by this magic sleep for disobedience, and how that she had yet obtained from him the promise that she should be wakened only by a hero who knew no fear. She now teaches Sigurd many wise runes, and tells him of harm to fear through love of her. In spite of all, however, Sigurd does not waver, and they swear an oath of mutual faithful love. Next, Sigurd comes to King Gijuki at the Rhine, and joins in friendship with him and his sons Gunnar and Hogni. Queen Kriemhild gives Sigurd a potion, which causes him to forget Brynhild and be filled with love for her own daughter Gudrun, whom he marries. Gunnar now seeks Brynhild for wife, and Sigurd goes with him on his wooing journey. They come to the castle encircled by fire, where Brynhild lives. She will be wooed only by him who will ride to her through the flames. Gunnar tries in vain to do this, even when mounted on Sigurd's steed Grani. Sigurd and Gunnar then exchange shapes, and the former spurs Grani through the flames. He calls himself Gunnar the son of Gijuki, and finally Brynhild consents to become his wife. 3 nights he shares her couch, but always his sharp sword lies between them. He takes the ring from her finger and places in its stead one from Fafnir's treasure. Then he exchanges form again with Gunnar, who is soon after wedded to Brynhild. Only now does Sigurd recollect the oath that he once swore to Brynhild himself. One day Brynhild and Gudrun are bathing in the Rhine. A quarrel arises between them when Brynhild takes precedence of Gudrun by going into the water above her in the stream, saying that her husband is a braver and mightier man than Gudrun's. Gudrun retorts by revealing the secret that it was Sigurd in Gunnar's form, and not Gunnar himself, who rode through the flame, and in proof thereof shows her the ring taken by Sigurd from Brynhild's finger. Pale as death, Brynhild goes quietly home. Gunnar must die, she says in wrath. Sigurd tries to pacify her, even offering to desert Gudrun. Now she will have neither him nor another, and when Gunnar appears, she demands of him Sigurd's death. In spite of Hogni's protest, Gunnar's stepbrother Gutthorm, who has not sworn blood friendship with Sigurd, is got to do the deed. He is given the flesh of wolf and serpent to eat in order to make him savage. Twice Gutthorm goes to kill Sigurd, but cowers before the piercing glance of his eyes. At last he steals upon Sigurd asleep and thrusts his sword through him. The dying Sigurd hurls the sword after the fleeing murderer and cuts him in two. To Gudrun, who wakes from sleep by his side, he points to Brynhild as the instigator of the crime and dies. Brynhild rejoices at the sound of Gudrun's wailing. Gudrun cannot find relief for her grief. The tears will not flow. Men and women seek to console her by tales of greater woes befallen them, but still Gudrun cannot weep as she sits by Sigurd's corpse. At last one of the women lifts the cloth from Sigurd's face and lays his head upon Gudrun's lap. Then Gudrun gazes on his blood-besmirched hair, his dimmed eyes, and breast pierced by the sword. She sinks down upon the couch, and a flood of tears bursts at length from her eyes. Brynhild now tells Gunnar that Sigurd had really kept faith with him on the wooing journey, but she will live with him no longer and pierces herself with a sword, after foretelling to Gunnar his future fate and that of Gudrun. In accord with her own request, she is burned on one funeral pyre with Sigurd, the sword between them as once before. Atli, king of the Huns, now seeks Gudrun for wife. She refuses, but Kriemhild gives her a potion which causes her to forget Sigurd and the past, and then she becomes the wife of Atli. After Sigurd's death, Gunnar had taken possession of the Niflungen hoard, and this Atli now covets. He treacherously invites Gunnar and the others to visit him, which they do in spite of Gudrun's warnings, first of all, however, sinking the hoard in the Rhine. On their arrival, Atli demands of them the hoard, which, he says, belongs of right to Gudrun. On their refusal, he attacks them. Hosts of fighters on both sides fall, and in the end, Gunnar and Hogni, the only two of their number remaining, are bound in fetters. Gunnar refuses Atli's command to reveal the hiding place of the hoard, bidding them bring to him the heart of Hogni. They kill a servant and bring his heart to Gunnar, but Gunnar sees how it still quivers with fear, and knows it is not the heart of the fearless Hogni. Then the latter is really killed, and his heart is brought to Gunnar, who cries exultingly that now only the Rhine knows where the hoard lies hidden. In spite of Gudrun, Atli orders that Gunnar be thrown into a den of serpents. With a harp communicated to him by Gudrun, he pacifies them all but one, which stings him to the heart, and thus Gunnar dies. Gudrun is nominally reconciled with Atli, but in secret plans revenge for the death of her brothers. She kills Atli's two sons, gives him at a banquet their blood to drink and their hearts to eat. In the night, she plunges a sword into his own heart, confesses herself to him as his murderer, and sets fire to the castle, in which Atli and all his remaining men are consumed. That is Attila, the Etzel of the Nibelungenlied. 3. The saga, as preserved in the Nibelungenlied. The saga as we find it in the German Nibelungenlied differs very widely in form and substance from the northern version which has just been outlined, though the two have still enough points of similarity to indicate clearly a common origin. Each bears the stamp of the poetic genius of the people among whom it grew. Of all the sagas of the Germanic peoples, none holds so prominent a place as the Nibelungen saga, and it may safely be said that the epic literature of the world, though offering poems of more refined literary worth, has none that are at the same time such valuable records of the growth of the poetic genius of two kindred peoples through many centuries of their early civilization as the Edda poems of this saga and the Nibelungenlied. It is impossible here to undertake a comparison of the two and point out in detail their parallelism and their respective significance as monuments of civilization. Suffice it to indicate briefly the chief points of difference in the two stories, and note particularly those parts of the Nibelungenlied that have, as it were, suffered atrophy, and that point to earlier stages of the saga in which, as in the northern version, they played a more important role. First, as to the hoard. The Nibelungenlied knows nothing of its being taken by Loki from Andvari, of the latter's curse upon it, and how it came finally into the possession of Fafnir, the giant dragon. Here it belongs, as we learn from Hagen's account strophes 86-99, to Siegfried, Sigurd, who has slain the previous owners of it, Shilbung and Nibelung, and wrested it from its guardian, the dwarf Alberich, Andvari. From this point onward, its history runs nearly parallel in the two versions. After Siegfried's death, it remains for a time with Kriemhild. Gudrun is treacherously taken from her by Gunther, Gunnar, and Hagen Hogni, and finally, before their journey to Etzel Atli, sunk in the Rhine. The protracted narrative of Sigurd's ancestry and his descent from Odin has no counterpart in the Nibelungenlied. Here we learn merely that Siegfried is the son of Siegmund. His father plays an entirely different part, and his mother's name is not Hjordis, as in the Edda, but Sieglind. Of Siegfried's youth, the Nibelungenlied knows very little. No mention is made of his tutelage to the dwarf smith Regin and preparation for the slaying of the dragon Fafnir. The account of him placed in the mouth of Hagen, strophes 86-501, how he won the hoard, the Tarnkap, and the sword Bomung, and slew the dragon, is evidently a faint echo of an earlier version of this episode, which sounds out of place in the more modern German form of the story. From the latter, the mythical element has almost entirely vanished. It is worthy of note, moreover, that the very brief account of Siegfried's slaying of the dragon is given in the Nibelungenlied as separate from his acquisition of the hoard, and differs in detail from that of the Edda. Of Sigurd's steed Grani, his ride to Frankenland, and his awakening of Brynhild, the Nibelungenlied has nothing to tell us. Through the account of Siegfried's assistance to Gunther in the latter's wooing of Brunhild, Adventures 6 and 7 shimmers faintly. However, the earlier tradition of the mythical Siegfried's awakening of the fire-encircled Valkyrie. Only by our knowledge of a more original version can we explain, for example, Siegfried's previous acquaintance with Brunhild, which the Nibelungenlied takes for granted but says nothing of. On this point of the relation between Sigurd and Brynhild, it is difficult to form a clear account owing to the confusion and even contradictions that exist when the various northern versions themselves are placed side by side. The name of the Valkyrie whom Sigurd awakens from her magic sleep is not directly mentioned. Some of the accounts are based on the presupposition that she is one with the Brynhild whom Sigurd later woos for Gunnar, while others either know nothing of the sleeping Valkyrie or treat the two as separate personages. The situation in the Nibelungenlied is more satisfactorily explained by the theory that they were originally identical. But we see at once that the figure of Brunhild has here lost much of its original significance. It is her quarrel with Kriemhild, Gudrun, that leads to Siegfried's death, though the motives are not just the same in the two cases. And after the death of Siegfried, she passes unaccountably from the scene. But it is in the concluding part of the story, the part which, as we shall see, has its basis in actual history, that the two accounts diverge most widely. So strange, indeed, has been the evolution of the saga that the central character of it, Kriemhild Gudrun, holds a diametrically opposite relation to her husband Etzel Atli at the final catastrophe in the two versions. In the Nibelungenlied, as in the Edda, the widowed Kriemhild Gudrun marries King Etzel Atli, her consent in the former resulting from a desire for revenge upon the murderers of Siegfried, in the latter from the drinking of a potion which takes away her memory of him. In the Nibelungenlied, it is Kriemhild who treacherously lures Gunther and his men to their destruction unknown to Etzel. In the Edda, the invitation comes from Atli, while Gudrun tries to warn them to stay at home. In the former, Kriemhild is the author of the attack on the guests, in the latter Atli. In the former, Kriemhild is the frenzied avenger of her former husband Siegfried's death upon her brother Gunther. In the latter, Gudrun is the avenger of her brother's death upon her husband Atli. 4. Mythical element and historical element. A sifting of the Nibelungen saga reveals a mythical element, the story of Siegfried, and a historical element, the story of the Burgundians and Etzel. How, when, and where these two elements were blended together must remain largely a matter of conjecture. This united central body received then from time to time accessions of other elements, some of them originally historical in character, some of them pure inventions of the poetic imagination. The Siegfried myth is the oldest portion of the Nibelungen saga, and had already passed through a long period of development before its union with the story of the Burgundian kings. Like so many others of its kind, it is part of the spiritual equipment of our Germanic ancestors at the dawn of their recorded history. It grew gradually with the people themselves and has its counterpart among other peoples. Such myths are a record of the impressions made upon the mind of man by the mighty manifestations of the world of nature in which he lives. Their formation may be likened to the unconscious impressions of its surroundings on the mind of the child. And just as the grown man is unable to trace back the formation of his own individuality to its very beginnings in infancy, so is it impossible for the later nation in its advanced stage to peer back beyond the dawn of its history. It is in the gloom beyond the dawn that such myths as this of Siegfried have their origin. Though modern authorities differ greatly in their conjectures, it is generally agreed that the Siegfried story was in its original form a nature myth. The young day slays the mist dragon and awakens the sun maiden that sleeps on the mountain. At evening, he falls a prey to the powers of gloom that draw the sun down again beneath the earth. With this day myth was probably combined the parallel myth of the changing seasons. The light returns in spring, slays the cloud dragon, and frees the budding earth from the bonds of winter. For the Siegfried saga in general, see Simmons in Paul's Grundrisse der Germanischen Philologie, 2d ed., Volume Roman 3, pp. 650-1671. In the course of time, this nature myth became transformed into a hero saga. The liberating power of light was humanized into the person of the light hero Siegfried. This stage of development had already been reached at the time of our earliest records, and the evidences point to the Rhine-Franks, a West Germanic tribe settled in the 5th century in the country about Cologne, as the people among whom the transformation from nature myth to hero saga took place, for it is among them that the saga in its earliest form is localized. By the Rhine Siegfried is born, there he wins the Nibelungen horde, and in Frankenland he finds the sleeping Valkyrie. By the Rhine, too, he enters into service with the Nibelungen kings and weds their sister. The Franks had as neighbors upstream in the first half of the 5th century the Burgundians, an East Germanic tribe. These Burgundians, who were closely allied to the Goths, had originally dwelt in the Baltic region between the Vistula and the Oder, whence they had made their way southwestward across Germany and settled in the year 413 in Germania Prima on the west bank of the Rhine about Worms. Here a tragic fate was soon to overtake them. In the year 435, they had already suffered a reverse in a conflict with the Romans under Aetius, and 2 years later, in 437, they were practically annihilated by the Huns. 20,000 of them, we are told, fell in battle, the remainder were scattered southward. Beyond the brief record by a contemporary, Prosper, we know but little of this event. It has been conjectured that the Huns were on this occasion acting as auxiliaries of Aetius. At any rate, it is fairly certain that Attila was not personally on the scene. We can easily imagine what a profound impression this extinction of the Burgundians would produce upon the minds of their neighbors the Rhine-Franks. Fact, too, would soon become mingled with fiction. This new feat was ascribed to Attila himself, already too well known as the scourge of Europe and the subduer of so many German tribes. A very few years later, however, fate was to subdue the mighty conqueror himself. With the great Battle of Chalons in 451, the tide turned against him, and 2 years afterwards he died a mysterious death. The historian Jordanes of the 6th century relates that on the morning after Attila's wedding with a German princess named Hildico, he was found lying in bed in a pool of blood, having died of a hemorrhage. The mysteriousness of Attila's ending inspired his contemporaries with awe, and the popular fancy was not slow to clothe this event also in a dress of fiction. The attendant circumstances peculiarly favored such a process. Historians soon recorded the belief that Attila had perished at the hands of his wife, and it was only a step further for the imagination to find the motive for the deed in the desire of Hildico to avenge the death of her German kinsmen who had perished through Attila. The saga of Attila's death is before long connected with the growing Burgundian saga. Hildico becomes the sister of the Burgundian kings Gundahari, Gadamer, and Giselher, and her deed is vengeance taken upon Attila for his destruction of her brothers. As is seen at once from the outline I have already given, Chapter 2 of the saga, as we find it in the Edda, this is the stage of development it had reached when it began to find its way northward from the Rhine country to Norway and Iceland. It is unnecessary here to record the speculations for, beyond speculations, we cannot go as to how the union of this historical saga of the Burgundians and Attila with the Siegfried saga took place. In the course of time, and naturally with greatest probability among the Rhine-Franks who followed the Burgundians as occupants of Germania Prima, the two were brought together, and the 3 Burgundian kings and their sister were identified with the 3 Nibelungen kings and their sister of the already localized Siegfried saga. It is also beyond the scope of this introduction to follow the course of the saga northward, or to note its further evolution during its wanderings and in its new home until it was finally recorded in poetic form in the Edda. We have now to consider briefly the transformation it passed through in Germany between this date, about 500, and the time, about 1200, when it emerges in written record as the Nibelungenlied. An account has already been given, Chapter 3 of the chief features, in which the Nibelungenlied differs from the northern form. As we saw there, the mythical element of the Siegfried saga has almost entirely evaporated, and the historical saga of the Burgundian kings and Attila has undergone a complete transformation. That the originally mythical and heathen Siegfried saga should dwindle away with the progress of civilization and under the influence of Christianity was but natural. The character of the Valkyrie Brynhild who avenges upon Sigurd his infidelity to her, yet voluntarily unites herself with him in death, as heathen custom demanded, is no longer intelligible. She recedes into the background, and after Siegfried's death, though she is still living, she plays no further part. The Nibelungenlied found its final form on Upper German, doubtless Austrian, territory. Here alone was it possible that that greatest of all transformations could take place, namely, in the character of Attila. The Franks of the Rhine knew him only as the awe-inspiring conqueror who had annihilated their neighbors the Burgundians. In Austrian lands, it was quite otherwise. Many Germanic tribes, particularly the East Goths, had fought under the banner of Attila, and in the tradition handed down from them, he lived as the embodiment of wisdom and generosity. Here it was impossible that epic story should picture him as slaying the Burgundian kings through a covetous desire for their gold. The annihilation of the Burgundians is thus left without a motive. To supply this, Kriemhild's character is placed upon an entirely different basis. Instead of avenging upon Attila the death of her brothers the Burgundian kings, Kriemhild now avenges upon her brothers the slaying of her first husband Siegfried. This fundamental change in the character of Kriemhild has a deep ethical reason. To the ancient heathen Germans, the tie of blood relationship was stronger than that of wedlock. And thus, in the original version of the story, Attila's wife avenges upon him the death of her brothers. To the Christianized Germans of later times, the marriage bond was the stronger. And accordingly, from the altered motive, Kriemhild avenges upon her brothers the slaying of her husband. In accordance, too, with this ethical transformation, the scene of the catastrophe is transferred from Worms to Attila's court. Kriemhild now looms up as the central figure of the second half of the drama, while Etzel remains to the last ignorant of her designs for revenge. This transformation of the fundamental parts of the saga was accompanied by another process, namely, the addition of new characters. Some of these are the product of the poetic faculty of the people or individuals who preserved and remolded the story in the course of centuries. Others are based upon history. To the former class belong the Margrave Rudiger, the ideal of gentle chivalry, and Volker the Fiddler Knight, doubtless a creation of the Spielut. To the second class belong Dietrich of Bern, in whom we see the mighty East Gothic king, Theodoric of Verona, also Bishop Pilgrim of Passau, a very late importation, besides several others in whom are perpetuated in more or less faint outline actual persons of history. This introduction of fresh characters from time to time, as the saga grew, has led to some strange anachronisms, which however are a disturbing element only to us readers of a modern day, who with sacrilegious hand lift the veil through which they were seen in a uniform haze of romance by the eye of the knights and ladies of 7 centuries ago. They neither knew nor cared to know, for instance, that Attila was dead before Theodoric was born, and that Bishop Pilgrim flourished at Passau the trifling space of 500 years later still. Attila lived from about 406 to 453, Theodoric 475 to 526. Pilgrim was Bishop of Passau, 971 to 991. Roman II, the Nibelungenlied. 1. The manuscripts. Among the German epic poems of the Middle Ages, the Nibelungenlied enjoyed an exceptional popularity, as is evident from the large number of manuscripts, some 30, either complete or fragmentary, that have been preserved from the centuries immediately following its appearance. 3 are of prime importance as texts, namely, those preserved now in Munich, St. Gall and Donaueschingen, and cited as a B and C respectively. Since the time when Lachmann, about a century ago, made the first scientific study of the poem, a whole flood of writings has been poured forth discussing the relative merits of these texts. Each in turn has had its claims advocated with warmth and even acrimony. None of these 3 principal manuscripts, however, offers the poem in its earliest form. They all point to a still earlier version. It is now generally admitted that the St. Gall manuscript, B, according to which the present translation has been made, contains the best and most nearly original text. The closing strophe of Ms. C calls the poem Der Nibelungenlied, or Nibelungenlied, i.e. the Lay of the Nibelungen, and this is the title by which it is commonly known. MSS. A and B have in the corresponding strophe Der Nibelungenlied, i.e. the need, distress, downfall of the Nibelungen. In the title of the poem, Nibelungen is simply equivalent to Burgundians. The poem relates the downfall of the Burgundian kings and their people. Originally, the Nibelungen were, as their name, which is connected with Nebel, mist, gloom, signifies, the powers of darkness to whom the light hero Siegfried fell a prey. After Siegfried obtains possession of the treasure, the name Nibelungen is still applied to Alberich and the dwarfs who guard it and who are now Siegfried's vassals. Then after Siegfried's death, the name is given to the Burgundians. It is a mistake to suppose that the name was applied in each case to those who became possessors of the hoard, for Siegfried himself is never so designated. 2 stages in the evolution of the poem. Hand in hand with the discussion of the relative authenticity of the manuscripts went the consideration of another more important literary question, the evolution of the poem itself. Even if we knew nothing of the history of the Nibelungen saga as revealed in the Edda and through other literary and historic sources, a reading of the poem would give us unmistakable hints that it is not, in its present form, a perfect literary unit. We detect inconsistencies in matter and inequalities of style that prove it to be a remodeling of material already existing in some earlier form. What, then, has been the history of its evolution? How did this primeval Siegfried myth, this historical saga of the Burgundians and Attila, first come to be part of the poetic stock of the German people? What was its earliest poetic form, and what series of transformations did it pass through during 7 centuries of growth? These and many kindred questions present themselves, and the search for answers to them takes us through many winding labyrinths of the nation's contemporary history. Few products of German literature have so exercised and tantalized critics as the Nibelungenlied. In this connection, we have to remind ourselves that comparatively little of what must have been the large body of native poetry in Germany previous to the 11th century has come down to us. Barely enough has been preserved to show the path of the nation's literary progress. Some of the important monuments have been saved by chance, while others of equal or perhaps greater value have been irrecoverably lost. The interest in the various incidents of the Nibelungen story was sufficient to keep it alive among the people and hand it down orally through many generations. If we could observe it as it passed from age to age, we should doubtless see it undergoing continuous change according to the time and the class of the people that were the preservers of the native literature in its many ups and downs. Lachmann, in the year 1816, was the first to bring scientific criticism to bear on the question of the Nibelungenlied and its origin. Applying to it the same methods as had recently been used by Wolff in his criticism of the Homeric poems, he thought he was able to discover as the basis of the complete epic a cycle of 20 separate lieder, ballads, or shorter episodic poems. On the strength of which belief, he went so far as to publish an edition of the poem in which he made the division into the 20 separate lays and eliminated those strophes, more than 1/3 of the whole number, that he deemed not genuine. It is now generally admitted, however, that the pioneer of Nibelungen investigation fell here into over-positive refinements of literary criticism. Separate shorter poems there doubtless existed narrating separate episodes of the story, but these are no longer to be arrived at by a process of critical disintegration and pruning of the epic as we have it. An examination of the 20 lieder according to Lachmann's division convinces us that they are not separate units in the sense he conceived them to be. Though these 20 lieder may be based upon a number of earlier episodic poems, yet the latter already constituted a connected series. They were already like so many scenes of a gradually developing drama. Events were foreshadowed in one that were only fulfilled in another, and the incidents of later ones are often only intelligible on the supposition of an acquaintance with motives that originated in preceding ones. It is in this sense only, not according to Lachmann's overwrought theory, that we are justified in speaking of a liedercyclus or cycle of separate episodic poems as the stage of the epic antecedent to the complete form in which we now have it. But beyond this cycle, we cannot trace it back. How the mythical saga of Siegfried and the Nibelungen, and the story of the Burgundians and Attila, were first sung in alliterative lays in the migration period. How as heathen song they were pushed aside or slowly influenced by the spirit of Christianity. How with changing time they changed also their outward poetical garb from alliteration to rhyme and altered verse form. Till at last in the 12th century, they have become the cycle of poems from which the great epic of the Nibelungenlied could be constructed of. All this we may form a faint picture from the development of the literature in general, but direct written record of it is almost completely wanting. 3. Character of the poem. The 12th and 13th centuries witnessed far-reaching changes in the social and intellectual life of the German lands, the leading feature of which is the high development of all that is included under the name of chivalry. It is marked, too, by a revival of the native literature, such as had not been known before, a revival which is due almost entirely to its cultivation by the nobility. From emperor down to the simple knight, they were patrons of poetry, and, what is most striking, nearly all the poets themselves belong to the knightly class. The drama has not yet begun, but in the field of epic and lyric, there appear about the year 1,200 poets who are among the greatest that German literature, even down to the present time, has to show. The epic poetry of that period, though written almost entirely by the knights, is of two distinct kinds according to its subject. On the one hand, what is called the court epic, on the other hand, the national, or popular, epic. The court epic follows for the most part French models and deals chiefly with the life of chivalry, whose ideals were embodied in King Arthur and his circle of knights. The national epic drew its subjects from the national German saga, its two great products being the Nibelungenlied and the poem of Gudrun. Court epic and national epic are further distinct in form, the court epic being written in the rhymed couplets popularized in modern times in English by Sir Walter Scott, while the national epic is composed in 4-line strophes. Though we know the name and more or less of the life of the authors of the many court epics of the period, the name of the poet who gave the Nibelungenlied its final form has not been recorded. As we have seen, the poem is at bottom of a truly popular, national character, having its beginnings in mythology and early national history. For centuries, the subject had been national property and connected with the name of no one individual. We have it now in the form in which it was remodeled to suit the taste of the court and the nobility, and like the court epic, to be read aloud in Castle Hall. That it is written in 4-line strophes and not in the usual rhymed couplets of the court epics is doubtless due to the fact that the former verse form had already been used in the earlier ballads upon which it is based, and was simply taken over by the final molder of the poem. This latter was probably a member of the nobility like the great majority of the epic poets of the time. He must at least have been well acquainted with the manners, tastes, sentiments, and general life of the nobility. Through him, the poem was brought outwardly more into line with the literary ideals of the court circles. This shows itself chiefly in a negative way, namely, in the almost complete avoidance of the coarse language and farcical situations so common with the popular poet, the Spielmann. Beyond this, no violence is done to the simple form of the original. The style is still inornate and direct, facts still speak rather than words, and there is nothing approaching the refined psychological dissection of characters and motives such as we find in Wolfram von Eschenbach and the other court writers. For description of the Nibelungen strophe, see below, Chapter 7. When we look to the inner substance, we see that the ground ideals are still those of the original Germanic heroic age. The chief characters are still those of the first stages of the story: Siegfried, Brunhild, Gunther, Kriemhild, Hagen. The fundamental theme is the ancient theme of Triu, unswerving personal loyalty and devotion, which manifests itself above all in the characters of Kriemhild and Hagen. Kriemhild's husband Siegfried is treacherously slain. Her sorrow and revenge are the motives of the drama. Hagen's mistress has, though with no evil intent on Siegfried's part, received an insult to her honor. To avenge that insult is Hagen's absorbing duty, which he fulfills with an utter disregard of consequences. Over this, their fundamental character, the various persons of the story have received a gloss of outward conduct in keeping with the close of the 12th century. The poet is at pains to picture them as models of courtly bearing, excelling in Hofstadt, Zoot, Tugend. Great attention is paid to dress, and the preparation of fitting apparel for court festivities is described and redescribed with wearisome prolixity. A cardinal virtue is milt, liberality in the bestowal of gifts. Courtesy toward women is observed with the careful formality of the age of the Minnesingers. It was above all Siegfried, the light hero of the original myth, whose character lent itself to an idealization of knighthood. Rudiger holds a like place in the latter part of the poem. In the evident pleasure with which the minstrel knight Valkyr of the sword fiddlebow is depicted, as well doubtless as in occasional gleams of broader humor, the hand of the minstrels who wrought on the story in its earlier ballad stages may be seen. And the whole poem, in keeping with its form in an age strongly under church influence, has been tinged with the ideals of Christianity. Not only does the ordinary conversation of all the characters, including even the heathen Etzel, contain a great number of formal imprecations of God, but Christian institutions and Christian ethics come frequently into play. Mass is sung in the minster. Baptism, marriage, burial are celebrated in Christian fashion. The devil is mentioned according to the Christian conception. We hear of priest, chaplain, and bishop. Christians are contrasted with heathen, and Kriemhild, in marrying Etzel, has a hope of turning him to Christianity. In Hagen's attempt to drown the chaplain, whom the Burgundians have with them as they set out for the land of the Huns, we have perhaps an expression of the conflict between the heathen and the Christian elements, possibly also a reflection of the traditional animosity of the Spielmann to his clerical rival. The Nibelungenlied and the Iliad of Homer have often been compared, but after all to no great purpose. The two epics are alike in having their roots deep in national origins, but beyond this, we have contrasts rather than resemblances. The Iliad is a more varied and complete picture of the whole Greek world than the Nibelungenlied is of the German. Its religious atmosphere has not been disturbed in the same way as that of the saga of early Germanic times projected several centuries into a later Christian age, and it possesses in every way a greater unity of sentiment. In the varied beauty of its language, its wealth of imagery, its depth of feeling and copiousness of incident, the Iliad is superior to the Nibelungenlied with its language of simple directness, its few lyrical passages, its expression of feeling by deeds rather than by words. Homer, too, is in general buoyant, the Nibelungenlied is somber and stern. And in one last respect the two epics differ most of all. The Iliad is essentially narrative and descriptive, a series of episodes. The Nibelungenlied is essentially dramatic, scene following scene of dramatic necessity and pointing steadily to a final and inevitable catastrophe. 4. Later forms of the saga. In the Northern Edda and in the German Nibelungenlied, the Nibelungen saga found its fullest and most poetic expression. But these were not to be the only literary records of it. Both in Scandinavian lands and in Germany, various other monuments, scattered over the intervening centuries, bear witness to the fact that it lived on in more or less divergent forms. The Danish historian Saxo Grammaticus of the latter part of the 12th century has a reference to the story of Kriemhild's treachery toward her brothers. About the year 1250, an extensive prose narrative, known as the Thidric Saga, was written by a Norwegian from oral accounts given him by men from Bremen and Munster. This narrative is interesting as showing the form the saga had taken by that date on Low German territory, and holds an important place in the history of the development of the saga. It has much more to say of the early history of Siegfried than we find in the Nibelungenlied, and yet in the main outlines of the story of Kriemhild's revenge, it corresponds with the German epic and not with the Northern Edda. A chronicle of the island of Hven in the Sound, dating in its original form from the 16th century, as well as Danish ballads on the same island that have lived on into modern times, tell of Sivard, Siegfried, Brynhild, and also of Grimhild's Kriemhild's revenge. In Norway and Sweden, traces of the saga have recently been discovered, while songs that are sung on the Faroe Islands as an accompaniment to the dance on festive occasions have been recorded, containing over 600 strophes in which is related in more or less distorted form the Nibelungen story. In Germany, the two poems known as the Klage and Hernen Seyfried are the most noteworthy additional records of the Nibelungen saga, as offering in part at least independent material. The Klage is a poem of over 4,000 lines in rhymed couplets, about half of it being an account of the mourning of Etzel, Dietrich, and Hildebrand as they seek out the slain and prepare them for burial, the other half telling of the bringing of the news to Bechlaren, Passau, and Worms. The poem was written evidently very soon after the Nibelungenlied, the substance of which was familiar to the author, though he also draws in part from other sources. Compared with the Nibelungenlied, it possesses but little poetic merit and is written with distinctly Christian sentiment, which is out of harmony with the ground tone of the Germanic tragedy. The Hernen Siegfried is a poem of 179 four-line strophes, which is preserved only in a print of the 16th century, but at least a portion of whose substance reaches back in its original form to a period preceding the composition of the Nibelungenlied. It is evidently, as we have it, formed by the union of two earlier separate poems, which are indeed to a certain extent contradictory of each other. The first tells of the boyhood of Siegfried and his apprenticeship to the smith, how he slew many dragons, burned them, and smeared over his body with the resulting fluid horny substance, hence his name Hernen, which made him invulnerable, how he further found the hoard of the dwarf Nibelung, and by service to King Gibich won the latter's daughter for his wife. The second part tells how King Gibich reigned at Worms. He has 3 sons, Gunther, Hagen, Gernot, and 1 daughter, Kriemhild. The latter is borne off by a dragon, but finally rescued by Siegfried, to whom she is given in marriage. The 3 brothers are jealous of the might and fame of Siegfried, and after 8 years, Hagen slays him beside a cool spring in the Ottenwald. The poem by Thorolf, written soon after the Nibelungenlied, and Drosengarten of perhaps a half-century later, represent Dietrich in conflict with Siegfried at Worms. The famous shoemaker poet Hans Sachs of Nuremberg in 1557 constructed a tragedy, Der Hornen Siegfried, on the story of Siegfried, as he knew it from the Hernen Siegfried and the Rosengart. A prose version of the Hernen Siegfried, with free additions and alterations, is preserved in the Volksbuch vom Gehörnten Siegfried, the oldest print of which dates from the year 1726. Of the vast number of fairy tales, those most genuine creations of the poetic imagination of the people, in which live on, often to be sure in scarcely recognizable form, many of the myths and sagas of the nation's infancy, there are several that may with justice be taken as relics of the Siegfried myth. For instance, the 2 brothers, the young giant, the earth mannequin, the king of the golden mount, the raven, the skilled huntsman, and perhaps also the golden bird and the water of life. Though it would seem from recent investigations that Thornrose, or the Sleeping Beauty, is no longer to be looked upon as the counterpart of the Sleeping Brynhild. Finally, it is probable that several names in Germany and in northern countries preserve localized memories of the saga. These will be found in Grimm's Märchen as numbers 60, 9093, 111, 57, and 97. 5. Poem and saga in modern literature. Fundamentally different from the foregoing natural outgrowths of the Nibelungen saga are the modern dramas and poems founded upon it since the time of the Romanticists at the beginning of the 19th century. Nearly all of these have already vanished as so much chaff from the winnowing mill of time. Only 2, perhaps, are now considered seriously, namely, Hebel's Die Nibelungen and Richard Wagner's Ring des Nibelungen. Hebel, in his grandly conceived drama in 3 parts, follows closely the story as we have it in our epic poem The Nibelungenlied, and the skill with which he makes use of its tragic elements shows his dramatic genius at its best. But not even the genius of Hebel could make these forms of myth and saga live again for us upon a modern stage. And the failure of this work with its wealth of poetic beauty and many scenes of highest dramatic effectiveness to maintain its place as an acting drama is sufficient evidence that the yawning gap that separates the sentiment of the modern world from that of the early centuries in which these sagas grew is not to be bridged over by the drama. However easy and indeed delightful it may be for us to allow ourselves to be transported thither to that romantic land upon the wings of epic story. Wagner, in his music drama in 3 parts and prelude, has followed in the main the saga in its northern form up to the death of Siegfried and Brunhild, but to the entire exclusion of the latter part of the story in which Etzel figures. His work has accordingly hardly any connection with the Nibelungenlied here offered in translation. Only the pious loyalty of national sentiment can assign a high place in dramatic literature to Wagner's work with its intended imitation of the alliterative form of verse, while his philosophizing gods and goddesses are also but decadent modern representatives of their rugged heathen originals. The curious will find a list of these in the introduction to Piper's edition, cited below, Chapter 7, see above, Chapter 2. 6 modern German translations. The language of the Nibelungenlied presents about the same difficulty to the German reader of today as that of our English Chaucer to us. Many translations into modern German have accordingly been made to render it accessible to the average reader without special study. In the year 1767, Bodmer in Zurich published a translation into hexameters of a portion of it, and since the investigations of Lachmann raised it to the position of a national epic of first magnitude, many more have appeared, both in prose and verse. The best in prose is that by Scher, of the year 1860. Of the metrical translations, that by Simrock, which in its later editions follows pretty closely the text of Ms. C, is deservedly the most popular and has passed through a great number of editions. Bartsch has also made a translation based on his edition of Ms. B. These modern versions, by Simrock and Bartsch, reproduce best the metrical quality of the original strophe. Easily obtainable recent translations are those by Junghans in Reclam's Universal Bibliothek of Text C, and by Hahn Collection Spemen of Text A. 7. English translations. For a complete list of these, also of magazine articles, etc., relating to the Nibelungenlied, see F.E. Sandbach, The Nibelungenlied and Gudrun in England and America, London. Early and last-century interest in the Nibelungenlied began to manifest itself in England. A synopsis of it, with metrical translation of several strophes, appeared in the year 1814 in Weber, Jamieson, and Scott's Illustrations of Northern Antiquities, London and Edinburgh, in which, according to Lockhart, Sir Walter Scott's hand may perhaps be seen. Carlyle, laboring as a pioneer to spread a knowledge of German literature in England, contributed to the Westminster Review in 1830, won his well-known essay on the Nibelungenlied which, though containing an additional mass of rather ill-arranged matter, and now antiquated in many particulars, is still well worth reading for its enthusiastic account of the epic itself in the genuine style of the author. Carlyle here reproduces in metrical form a few strophes. He has said elsewhere that one of his ambitions was to make a complete English version of the poem. Since then, an endless number of accounts of it, chiefly worthless, has appeared in magazines and elsewhere. The first attempt at a complete metrical translation was made in 1848 by Jonathan Birch, who however only reproduces Lachmann's 20-liter, with some 51 strophes added on his own account. His version of the first strophe runs thus. Legends of bygone times reveal wonders and prodigies, of heroes worthy endless fame of matchless braveries, of jubilees and festal sports of tears and sorrows great, and knights who daring combats fought, the like I now relate. In 1850 appeared William Nansom Lettsom's translation of the whole poem according to Braunfels' edition, with the opening strophe turned as follows. In stories of our fathers' high marvels, we are told of champions well approved in perils manifold, of feasts and merry meetings, of weeping and of wail, and deeds of gallant daring I'll tell you in my tale. The next metrical rendering is that by A. G. Foster Barham in the year 1887. His first strophe reads, Many a wondrous story have the tales of old of feats of knightly glory, and of the heroes bold, of the delights of feasting, of weeping and of wail, of noble deeds of daring. You may list strange things in my tale. In the year 1898 follows still another, by Alice Horton, edited by E. Bell. This latest translation is based on Bartsch's text of Ms. B. and is prefaced by Carlyle's essay. First strophe. To us, in olden legends, is many a marvel told of praise-deserving heroes, of labors manifold, of weeping and of wailing, of joy and festival, of bold knights battling shall you now hear a wondrous tale. Apart from the many faults of interpretation, all of the metrical translations of the Nibelungenlied here enumerated are defective in one all-important respect. They do not reproduce the poem in its metrical form. Carlyle and other pioneers, we may perhaps acquit of any intention of following the original closely in this regard. None of the translators of the complete poem, however, has retained in the English rendering what is after all the very essence of a poem's exact metrical quality. Birch has created an entirely different form of strophe in which all 4 lines are alike, each containing 7 principal accents, with the caesura following the 4th foot. Lettsom makes the first serious attempt to reproduce the original strophe. It is evident from the introduction to his translation, C.P. Roman 26, that he had made a careful study of its form, and he does in fact reproduce the first 3 lines exactly. Of the 4th line he says, "I have not thought it expedient to make a rule of thus lengthening the 4th lines of the stanzas, though I have lengthened them occasionally." What moved him thus to deprive the stanza of its most striking feature in one, moreover, that is easily preserved in English he does not make clear. The versions of Foster Barham and of Horton and Bell show the same disfigurement, the latter omitting the extra accent of the 4th line, as they say, for the sake of euphony. It is just this lengthened close of each strophe that gives the Nibelungenlied its peculiar metrical character, and contributes not a little to the avoidance of monotony in a poem of over 2,000 strophes. In theory, the form of the 4th line as it stands in the original is no more foreign to the genius of the English language than to that of modern German, and few of the many Germans giving a modernized version of the epic have been bold enough to lay sacrilegious hands upon it to shorten it. A brief account of the Nibelungen strophe may not be out of place here, owing to the fact that its character has generally been misunderstood. The origin and evolution of the strophe have been the subject of much discussion, the results of which we need not pause to formulate here. As it appears in actual practice in our poem of about the year 1200, it was as follows. Each strophe consists of 4 long lines, the first line rhyming with the second, and the third with the fourth. The rhymes are masculine, that is, rhymes on the end syllable. Each line is divided by a clearly marked caesura into 2 halves. Each half of the first 3 lines and the first half of the 4th line has 3 accented syllables. The second half of the 4th line has 4 accented syllables. The first half of each line ends in an unaccented syllabicor, strictly speaking, in a syllable bearing a secondary accent. That is, each line has what is called a ringing caesura. The metrical character of the Nibelungen strophe is thus due to its fixed number of accented syllables. Of unaccented syllables, the number may vary within certain limits. Ordinarily, each accented syllable is preceded by an unaccented one. That is, the majority of feet are iambic. The unaccented syllable may, however, at times be wanting, or there may, on the other hand, be 2 or even 3 of them together. A characteristic of the second half of the last line is that there is very frequently no unaccented syllable between the second and the third accented ones. Among occasional variations of the normal strophe, as here described, may be mentioned the following. The end rhyme is in a few instances feminine instead of masculine, while on the other hand the ending of the first half lines is occasionally masculine instead of feminine, that is, the caesura is not ringing. In a few scattered instances, we find strophes that rhyme throughout in the caesura as well as at the end of lines. Occasionally the first and second lines, or still less frequently the third and fourth, alone have caesural rhyme. Rhyming of the caesura may be regarded as accidental in most cases, but it is reproduced as exactly as possible in this translation. Strophes 1, 17, 102, and possibly 841. Strophes 18, 69, 103, 115, 129, 148, 177, 190, 198, 222, 231, 293, 325, 345, 363, 485, 584, 703, 712, 859. 864, 894, 937, 1032, 1114, 1225, 1432, 1436, 1460, 1530, 1555, 1597, 1855, 1944, 1956, 2133, 2200, 2206, 2338. In the original, the opening strophe, which is altogether more regular than the average and is, moreover, one of the few that have also complete caesural rhyme, is as follows. Uns ist in alten Maren / Wunders will Gessate von Helden Loberen, / von großer Arabate von Frauden, Hochgezeit, / von Weinen und von Klagen, von Kuner Recken Streiten / Muget, nu Wunder Hoeren Sagen. Here the only place where the unaccented syllable is lacking before the accented is before wonders at the beginning of the second half of the first line. A strophe showing more typical irregularities is, for instance, the 22nd. In seinen besten Zeiten, / by seinen jungen Tagen, man mot Mitchell Wunder / von Siegfried Sagen, was Iren and I am wach / und Weiskone was sin lip. Sit het in zeeman / du vil wheatlichen whip. Here the rhyme of the first and second lines is still masculine, tagen and sagen being pronounced tan and san. The unaccented syllable is lacking, e.g., before the second accent of the second half of line 2, also before the first and the third accent of the second half of line 4. There are 2 unaccented syllables at the beginning, auftact, of the second half of line 3. The absence of the unaccented syllable between the second and the third accent of the last half of the fourth line of a strophe, as here, is so frequent in the poem as to amount almost to a rule. It shows an utter misconception or disregard of its true character, nevertheless, to treat this last half line as having only 3 accented syllables, as all translators hitherto have done. 8 Editions of the Nibelungenlied. Ms. A. Hohenems Munich. Lachmann, Der Nibelunge not undeclage, 5th ed., Berlin, 1878, several reprints of the text alone later. Ms. B. St. Gall, Bartsch des Nibelungenlied, 6th ed., Leipzig, 1886. Volume 3 of the series Deutschklassiker des Mittelalters, Piper, Die Nibelungen. Volume 6 of Kirschner's Deutsche Nationalliteratur. Ms. C. Donnereskingen, Zarnk des Nibelungenlied, 6th ed., Leipzig, 1887. The Nibelungenlied. First Adventure. Kriemhild's Dream. 1. To us in olden story are wonders many told of heroes rich in glory, of trials manifold, of joy and festive greeting, of weeping and of woe, of keenest warriors meeting, shall ye now many a wonder know. 2. There once grew up in Burgundy a maid of noble birth, nor might there be a fairer than she in all the earth. Kriemhild hight the maiden, and grew a dame full fair, through whom high thanes a many to lose their lives soon doomed were. 3. 'Twould well become the highest to love the winsome maid, keen knights did long to win her, and none but homage paid, beauty without measure, that in sooth had she, and virtues wherewith many / ladies else adorned might be. 4. 3 noble lords did guard her, great as well in might, Gunther and Gernot, each one a worthy knight, and Giselher their brother, a hero young and rare. The lady was their sister, and lived beneath the prince's care. 5. These lords were free in giving, / and born of high degree. Undaunted was the valor of all the chosen 3. It was the land of Burgundy / Ower which they did command, and mighty deeds of wonder they wrought anon in Etzel's land. 6. At Worms amid their warriors they dwelt, the Rhine beside, and in their lands did serve them / knights of mickle pride, who till their days were ended, maintained them high in state. They later sadly perished / beneath 2 noble women's hate. 7. A high and royal lady, Ute their mother hight, their father's name was Dankrat, a man of mickle might. To them his wealth bequeathed he, when that his life was done, for while he yet was youthful, had he in sooth great honor won. 8. In truth were these 3 rulers, as I before did say, great and high in power, / and homage true, had they eke of knights the boldest and best that e'er were known, keen men all and valiant, as they in battle oft had shown. 9. There was of Trange Hagen, / and of that princely line his brother valiant Dankwart, / and eke of Metz Ortwin, then further the 2 margraves, / Gier and Ecuart, of Ulzai was Volker, a doughty man of dauntless heart. 10. Rumold the high steward, a chosen man was he, Sindold, and Hunold they tended carefully each his lofty office in their 3 masters' state, and many a knight beside them, that I the tale may ne'er relate. 11. Dankwart he was marshal. His nephew then, Ortwin upon the monarch waited when that he did dine, Sindold was cup-bearer, / a stately thane was he, and chamberlain was Hunold, masters all in courtesy. 12. Of the kings high honor and their far-reaching might, of their full lofty majesty, and how each gallant knight found his chiefest pleasure in the life of chivalry, in sooth by mortal never might it full related be. 13. Amid this life so noble did dream the fair Kriemhild how that she reared a falcon, / in beauty strong and wild, that by 2 eagles perished. / the cruel sight to see did fill her heart with sorrow as great as in this world might be. 14. The dream then to her mother / queen Ute she told, but she could not the vision then thus more clear unfold. The falcon that thou rearedst doth mean a noble spouse. God guard him well from evil, or thou thy hero soon must lose. 15. Of spouse, O darling mother, what dost thou tell to me? Without a knight to woo me, so will I ever be. Unto my latest hour I'll live a simple maid, that I through lovers' wooing ne'er be brought to direst need. 16. Forswear it not so rashly, her mother then replied. On earth if thou wilt ever cast all care aside, 'tis love alone will do it. Thou shalt be man's delight, if God but kindly grant thee to wed a right good valiant knight. 17. Now urge the case, dear mother, quoth she, not further here. Fate of many another dame hath shown full clear how joy at last doth sorrow lead oft times in its train, that I know ruth may borrow, from both alike I'll far remain. 18. Long time, too, did Kriemhild her heart from love hold free, and many a day the maiden lived right happily, ere good night saw she any whom she would wish to woo. In honor yet she wedded anon a worthy knight and true. 19. He was that same falcon, she saw the dream within unfolded by her mother. Upon her nearest kin, that they did slay him later, how wreaked she vengeance wild, through death of this one hero, died many another mother's child. Second adventure. Siegfried. 20. There grew likewise in Netherland a prince of noble kind, Siegmund hight his father, his mother Sieglind within a lordly castle, well known the country o'er, by the Rhine far downward. Zant was the name it bore. 21. Siegfried they did call him, this bold knight and good, many a realm he tested, for brave was he of mood. He rode to prove his prowess in many a land around, hey-ho, what thanes of metal anon in Burgundy he found. 22. In the springtime of his vigor, when he was young and bold, could tales of mickle wonder of Siegfried be told, how he grew up in honor, and how fair he was to see. Anon he won the favor of many a debonair lady. 23. As for a prince was fitting, they fostered him with care, yet how the knightly virtues to him native were. 'Twas soon the chiefest glory of his father's land, that he in fullest measure, endowed with princely worth, did stand. 24. He soon was grown in stature that he at court did ride. The people saw him gladly, lady and maid beside did wish that his own liking might lead him ever there. That they did lean unto him, the knight was soon right well aware. 25. In youth they let him never without safe escort ride. Soon bade Siegmund and Sieglind apparel rich provide, men ripe in wisdom taught him, who knew whence honor came. Thus many lands and people he won by his wide-honored name. 26. Now was he of such stature that he could weapons bear, of what thereto he needed, had he an ample share. Then to think of loving fair maids did he begin, and well might they be honored for wooer Siegfried bold to win. 27. Then bade his father Siegmund make known to one, and all that he with his good kinsmen would hold high festival. And soon were tidings carried to all the neighboring kings, to friends at home and strangers steeds, gave he and rich furnishings. 28. Wherever they found any who knight was fit to be by reason of his kindred, all such were courteously unto the land invited to join the festal throng, when with the prince so youthful on them, the knightly sword was hung. 29. Of this high time of revelry might I great wonders tell. Siegmund and Sieglind great honor won full well, such store of goodly presents they dealt with generous hand, that knights were seen full many from far come pricking to their land. 30. 400 lusty squires were there to be clad in knight's full garb with Siegfried. Full many a beauteous maid at work did never tire, for dear they did him hold, and many a stone full precious those ladies laid within the gold. 31. That they upon the doublets embroidered cunningly of those soon to be knighted. Was thus it had to be, Seats bade the host for many a warrior bold make right against the high midsummer, when Siegfried won the name of knight. 32. Then went unto the minster full many a noble knight and gallant squires beside them. The elder there with right did wait upon the younger, as once for them was done, they were all light-hearted, in hope of pleasure everyone. 33. God to praise and honor they sang the mass song. There, too, were crowds of people, a great and surging throng, when after knightly customs/knighthood received they then, in such a stately pageant, as scarce might ever be again. 34. They hastened where they found them, saddled many a steed. In the court of Siegmund's castle, they tilted with such speed that far the din resounded through castle and through hall, as in the play with clamor, did join the fiery riders all. 35. Well-tried old knights and youthful met there in frequent clash. There was sound of shattered lances that through the air did crash, and along before the castle were splinters seen to fly from hands of knights a-many. Each with other there did vie. 36. The king he bade give over. They led the chargers out. There was seen all shattered/many a boss well wrought, and many a stone full costly lay there upon the sward from erstwhile shining shield bands, now broken in the jousting hard. 37. The guests all went thereafter, where seats for them were reared. They by the choicest viands from weariness were cheered, and wine, of all the rarest, that then in plenty flowed. Upon both friends and strangers were fitting honors rich bestowed. 38. In such merry manner, all day did last the feast. Many a wandering minstrel knew not any rest, but sang to win the presents dealt out with bounteous hand, and with their praise was honored/far and wide King Siegmund's land. 39. The monarch then did order, Siegfried his youthful son in fee, give lands and castles, as he erstwhile had done. To all his sword companions he gave with such full hand, that joyed they o'er the journey they now had made unto that land. 40. The festival yet lasted, until the 7th day. Siegfried, after old custom in plenty, gave away for so her son she honored/rich gifts of shining gold. In sooth deserved she richly, that all should him in honor hold. 41. Never a wandering minstrel was unprovided found. Horses there and raiment so free were dealt around, as if to live they had not beyond it one day more. I ween a monarch's household ne'er bestowed such gifts before. 42. Thus closed the merry feasting in this right worthy way, and tea was well known thereafter, how those good knights did say that they the youthful hero for king would gladly have, but this nowise he wished for, Siegfried the stately knight and brave. 43. While that they both were living, Siegmund and Siegfried, no crown their son desired, thereto he had no mind. Yet would he fain be master/o'er all the hostile might that in the lands around him opposed the keen and fiery knight. Third adventure. How Siegfried came to Worms. 44. Seldom in sooth, if ever, the hero's heart was sad. He heard them tell the story, how that a winsome maid there lived afar in Burgundy, surpassing fair to see. Great joy she brought him later, but eke she brought him misery. 45. Of her exceeding beauty, the fame spread far and near, and of the thing, moreover, were knights oft times aware how the maid's high spirit no mortal could command. The thing lured many a stranger from far unto King Gunther's land. 46. Although to win her favor were many wooers bent, in her own heart would never Kriemhild thereto consent that anyone amongst them for lover she would have. Still to her was he a stranger to whom anon her troth she gave. 47. To true love turned his fancy the son of Siegfried. Gainst his, all others' wooing was like an idle wind. Full well did he merit a lady fair to woo, and soon the noble Kriemhild to Siegfried bold was wedded true. 48. By friends he oft was counselled, and many a faithful man, since to think of wooing in earnest he began, that he a wife should find him of fitting high degree. Then spoke the noble Siegfried. In sooth fair Kriemhild shall it be. 49. The noble royal maiden in Burgundy that dwells, for sake of all her beauty. Of her the story tells, ne'er monarch was so mighty that, if for spouse he sighed, 'twere not for him befitting to take the princess for his bride. 50. Unto King Siegmund also the thing was soon made known. His people talked about it, whereby to him was shown the prince's fixed purpose. It grieved him sorely, too, that his son intent was the full stately maid to woo. 51. Sieglind asked and learned it, the noble monarch's wife. For her loved son she sorrowed, lest he should lose his life, for well she knew the humor of Gunther and his men. Then gan they from the wooing strive to turn the noble thane. 52. Then said the doughty Siegfried, O father dear to me, without the love of woman would I ever be, could I not woo in freedom / where'er my heart is set. Whate'er be said by any, I'll keep the self-same purpose yet. 53. Since thou wilt not give over, the king in answer said, am I of this thy purpose inwardly full glad, and straightway to fulfill it I'll help as best I can, yet in King Gunther's service is many a haughty-minded man. 54. And were there yet none other than Hagen, warrior knight. He with such haughty bearing is wont to show his might, that I do fear right sorely / that sad our end may be, if we set out with purpose to win the stately maid for thee. 55. Shall we by that be hindered? / outspake Siegfried then, whate'er in friendly fashion I cannot obtain I'll yet in other manner take that, with sword in hand. I trow from them I'll further / wrest both their vassals and their land. 56. I grieve to hear thy purpose, said Siegmund the king. If any one this story unto the Rhine should bring, then durst thou never after within that land be seen. Gunther and Gernot, well known to me they long have been. 57. By force, however mighty, no man can win the maid, spake King Siegmund further, to me hath oft been said. But if with knightly escort / thither thou wilt ride, good friends in have we any shall soon be summoned to thy side. 58. No wish, then answered Siegfried, it ever was of mine, that warrior knights should follow with me unto the Rhine as if arrayed for battle. 'Twould make my heart full sad, to force in hostile manner to yield to me the stately maid. 59. By my own hand thus only / trust I to win my bride, with none but 12 in company to Gunther's land I'll ride. In this, O royal father, thy present help I pray. Grey and white fur raiment had his companions for the way. 60. Sieglind his mother then heard the story too, and grieved she was on hearing what her dear son would do, for she did fear to lose him at hands of Gunther's men. Thereat with heart full heavy began to weep the noble queen. 61. Then came forth Sir Siegfried, where the queen he sought, and to his weeping mother thus gently spake his thought. No tear of grief thou shouldest ever shed for me, for I care not a tittle for all the warriors that be. 62. So help me on my journey to the land of Burgundy, and furnish such apparel for all my knights and me, as warriors of our station might well with honor wear. Then I in turn right truly to thee my gratitude will swear. 63. Since thou wilt not give over, Sieglind then replied, my only son, I'll help thee as fits thee forth to ride, with the best apparel that riders ever wore, thee and thy companions. Ye shall of all have goodly store. 64. Then bode the youthful Siegfried the royal dame before and said, upon the journey will I take no more, but 12 good knights only. For these rich dress provide, for I would know full gladly / how tea doth with Kriemhild betide. 65. Then sat at work fair women by night and eke by day, and rest indeed but little / from busy toil had they, until they had made ready the dress Siegfried should wear. Firm, bent upon the journey, no other counsel would he hear. 66. His father bade a costly / garb for him prepare, that leaving Siegmund's country, he the same might wear. For all their glittering breastplates were soon prepared beside, and helmets firmly welded, / and shining shields long and wide. 67. Then fast the day grew nearer, when they should thence depart. Men and likewise women went sorrowing in heart, if that they should ever / see more their native land. With full equipment laden the sumpter horses there did stand. 68. Their steeds were stately, furnished with trappings rich with gold. It were a task all bootless to seek for knights more bold than were the gallant Siegfried and his chosen band. He longed to take departure / straightway for Burgundian land. 69. Leave granted they with sadness, both the king and queen, the which to turn to gladness sought the warrior keen, and spake then, weep ye shall not at all forsake of me, forever free from doubtings about my safety may ye be. 70. Stern warriors stood there sorrowing, in tears was many a maid. I ween their hearts erred nothing, as sad foreboding said that, monks their friends so many thereby were doomed to die. Good cause had they to sorrow at last o'er all their misery. 71. Upon the 7th morning, to Worms upon the strand, did come the keen knights riding. Slash bright shone many a band of gold from their apparel slash and rich equipment then, and gently went their chargers with Siegfried and his chosen men. 72. New-made shields they carried that were both strong and wide, and brightly shone their helmets, as thus to court did ride Siegfried the keen warrior into King Gunther's land. Of knights before was never slash beheld so richly clad a band. 73. The points of their long scabbards reached down unto the spur, and spear full sharply pointed bore each chosen warrior. The one that Siegfried carried in breadth was 2 good span, and grimly cut its edges when driven by the fearless man. 74. Reins with gold all gleaming held they in the hand, the saddle bands were silken. So came they to the land. On every side the people to gape at them began, and also out to meet them the men that served King Gunther ran. 75. Gallant men high-hearted, slash knight and squire too, hastened to receive them, for such respect was due, and bade the guests be welcome unto their master's land. They took from them their chargers, slash and shields as well from out the hand. 76. Then would they eke the chargers lead forth unto their rest, but straight the doughty Siegfried to them these words addressed. Yet shall ye let our chargers stand the while near by, soon take we hence our journey. Slash thereon resolved full well am I. 77. If that be known to any, let him not delay, where I your royal master now shall find, to say Gunther, king so mighty o'er the land of Burgundy. Then told him one amongst them to whom was known where that might be. 78. If that the king thou seekest, right soon may he be found, within that wide hall yonder with his good knights around, but now I saw him sitting. Thither do thou repair, and thou mayst he find around him slash many a stately warrior there. 79. Now also to the monarch were the tidings told, that within his castle were knights arrived full bold, all clad in shining armor and apparelled gorgeously, but not a man did know them within the land of Burgundy. 80. Thereat the king did wonder whence were come to him these knights adventure seeking in dress so bright and trim, and shields adorned so richly that new and mighty were, that none the thing could tell him did grieve him sorely to hear. 81. Outspake a knight then straightway, Ortween by name was he, strong and keen as any well was he known to be. Since we of them know nothing, bid some one quickly go and fetch my uncle Hagen. To him thou shalt the strangers show. 82. To him are known far kingdoms and every foreign land, and if he know these strangers, we soon shall understand. The king then sent to fetch him. With his train of men unto the king's high presence in stately gear went he then. 83. What were the king's good pleasure? Asked Hagen grim in war. In the court within my castle are warriors from afar, and no one here doth know them. If them thou e'er didst see in any land far distant, slash now shalt thou, Hagen, tell to me. 84. That will I do, 'tis cert. To a window then he went, and on the unknown strangers his keen eye he bent. Well pleased him their equipment and the rich dress they wore, yet ne'er had he beheld them in land of Burgundy before. 85. He said that whensoever these knights come to the Rhine, they bear a royal message, or are of princely line. Their steeds are so bedizened, slash and their apparel rare, no matter whence they journey, slash high-hearted men in truth they are. 86. Further then spake Hagen. As far as goes my ken, though I the noble Siegfried yet have never seen, yet will I say meseemeth, howe'er the thing may be, this knight who seeks adventure, slash and yonder stands so proud, is he. 87. 'Tis some new thing he bringeth slash hither to our land. The valiant Nibelungen fell by the hero's hand, Shilbung and Nibelung, from royal sire sprung, deeds he wrought most wondrous slash anon when his strong arm he swung. 88. As once alone the hero rode without company, found he before a mountain, as hath been told to me with the horde of Nibelung slash full many stalwart men. To him had they been strangers, until he chanced to find them then. 89. The hoard of King Nibelung / entire did they bear forth from a mountain hollow. And now the wonder here, how that they would share it, these two Nibelung men. This saw the fearless Siegfried, / and filled he was with wonder then. 90. He came so near unto them that he the knights espied, and they in turn him also. / one amongst them said, Here comes the doughty Siegfried, / hero of Netherland. Since, mongst the Nibelungen, strange wonders wrought his mighty hand. 91. Right well did they receive him, Shilbung and Nibelung, and straight they both together, these noble princes young, bade him mete out the treasure, the full valorous man, and so long time besought him that he at last the task began. 92. As we have heard in story, he saw of gems such store that they might not be laden on wagons full 50, more still of gold all shining from Nibelungenlied. 'Twas all to be divided between them by keen Siegfried's hand. 93. Then gave they him for hire / King Nibelung's sword, and sooth to say, that service brought them but small reward, that for them there performed / Siegfried of dauntless mood. His task he could not finish. Thereat they raged as were they would. 94. They had there of their followers / 12 warriors keen, and strong they were as giants. What booted giants e'en? Them slew straightway in anger Siegfried's mighty hand, and warriors 700 he felled in Nibelungenlied. 95. With the sword full trusty, bomong that height, full many a youthful warrior from terror at the sight of that deadly weapon, swung by his mighty hand, did render up his castle, and pledge him fealty in the land. 96. Thereto the king so mighty, / them slew he both as well. But into gravest danger / through Alberich he fell, who thought for his slain master's / vengeance to wreak straightway, until the mighty Siegfried his wrath with strong arm did stay. 97. Nor could prevail against him the dwarf, howe'er he tried, and as two wild lions they coursed the mountainside, where he the sightless mantle from Alberich soon won. Then Siegfried, knight undaunted, held the treasure for his own. This is the Tarncap, a cloak that made the wearer invisible, and also gave him the strength of 12 men. 98. Who then dared join the struggle, all slain around they lay. Then he bade the treasure to draw and bear away thither whence 'twas taken by the Nibelungen men. Alberich for his valor was then appointed chamberlain. 99. An oath he had to swear him, he'd serve him as his slave. To do all kinds of service, his willing pledge, he gave thus spake of Hagen, that has the hero done might as great before him, was never in a warrior known. 100. Still know I more about him, that has to me been told. A dragon, worm-like monster, slew once the hero bold. Then in its blood he bathed him, since when his skin hath been so horn-hard, ne'er a weapon can pierce it, as hath oft been seen. 101. Let us the brave knight-errant receive so courteously, that we in naught shall merit his hate, for strong is he is so keen of spirit, he must be treated fair. He has by his own valor done many a deed of prowess rare. 102. The monarch spake in wonder. In sooth thou tellest right. Now see how proudly yonder he stands prepared for fight, he and his thanes together, the hero wondrous keen, to greet him will go thither, and let our fair intent be seen. 103. That canst thou, outspake Hagen, well in honor do, he is of noble kindred, / a high king's son thereto. 'Tis seen in all his bearing, / meseems in truth, God wot, the tale is worth the hearing that this bold knight has hither brought. 104. Then spake the mighty monarch, be he right welcome here, keen is he and noble, of fame known far and near, so shall he be fair treated in the land of Burgundy. Down then went King Gunther, and Siegfried with his men found he. 105. The king and his knights with him received so well the guest, that the hearty greeting did their good will attest. Thereat in turn the stranger in reverence bowed low, that in their welcome to him they did such courtesy bestow. 106. To me it is a wonder, / straightway spake the host, from whence, O noble Siegfried, come to our land thou dost, or what here thou seekest at Worms upon the Rhine. Him the stranger answered, put thou away all doubts of thine. 107. I oft have heard the tiding within my sire's domain, how at thy court resided, and know this would I fain knights, of all the keenest/tease often told me so that e'er a monarch boasted. Now come I hither this to know. 108. Thyself have I heard also/high praised for knightly worth, 'tis said a nobler monarch ne'er lived in all the earth. Thus speak of thee the people in all the lands around, nor will I e'er give over, until in this the truth I've found. 109. I too am warrior noble, and born to wear a crown, so would I right gladly, that thou of me shouldst own that I of right am master/o'er people and o'er land. Of this shall now my honor, and eke my head as pledges stand. 110. And art thou then so valiant as hath to me been told, I reck not, will he nil he/thy best warrior bold. I'll rest from thee in combat, whatever thou mayst he have, thy lands and all thy castles shall not from change of master save. 111. The king was seized with wonder, and all his men beside, to see the manner haughty, in which the knight replied that he was fully minded to take from him his land. It chafed his thanes to hear it, who soon in raging mood did stand. 112. How could it be my fortune, Gunther the king outspoke, what my sire long ruled over in honor for his folk, now to lose so basely/through any vaunter's might, in sooth, twere nobly showing that we too merit name of knight. 113. Nowise will I give over, was the keen reply. If peace through thine own valor thy land cannot enjoy, to me shall all be subject. If heritage of mine through thy arms might thou winnest, of right shall all henceforth be thine. 114. Thy land and all that mine is, at stake shall equal lie, whiche'er of us be victor when now our strength we try, to him shall all be subject, the folk and eke the land. But Hagen spake against it, and Gernot too was quick at hand. 115. Such purpose have we never, Gernot then said, for lands to combat ever, that any warrior dead should lie in bloody battle. We've mighty lands and strong, of right they call us master, and better they to none belong. 116. There stood full grim and moody/Gernot's friends around, and there as well amongst them was Ortwine to be found. He spake. This mild peacemaking doth grieve me sore at heart, for by the doughty Siegfried attacked all undeserved thou art. 117. If thou and thy two brothers/yourselves to help had not, and if a mighty army he too had hither brought, I trow I'd soon be able to make this man, so keen his manner now so haughty, of need replace by meeker mien. 118. Thereat did rage full sorely/the hero of Netherland. Never shall be measured, gainst me in fight thy hand. I am a mighty monarch/thou a king's serving knight, of such as thou a dozen dare not withstand me in the fight. 119. For swords then called in anger of Metz Sir Ortwine, son of Hagen's sister he was, of Trange's line. That Hagen so long was silent did grieve the king to see. Gernot made peace between them. A gallant knight and keen was he. 120. Spake he thus to Ortwine, curb now thy wrathful tongue, for here the noble Siegfried hath done us no such wrong. We yet can end the quarrel in peace, such is my rede, and live with him in friendship. That were for us a worthier deed. 121. Then spake the mighty Hagen, sad things do I forebode for all thy train of warriors, that this knight ever rode unto the Rhine thus armed. /twere best he stayed at home, for from my masters never / to him such wrong as this had come. 122. But outspake Siegfried proudly, whose heart was ne'er dismayed. An't please thee not, Sir Hagen, what I now have said, this arm shall give example, whereby thou plain shall see how stern anon its power here in Burgundy will be. 123. Yet that myself will hinder, said then Gernot. All his men forbade he / henceforth to say aught with such unbridled spirit to stir the stranger's ire. Then Siegfried eke was mindful of one most stately maid and fair. 124. Such strife would ill befit us, Gernot spake again, for though should die in battle a host of valiant men, 'twould bring us little honor, and ye could profit none. Thereto gave Siegfried answer, / good King Siegmund's noble son. 125. Wherefore bides thus grim Hagen, and Ortween tardy is to begin the combat with all those friends of his, of whom he hath so many here in Burgundy? Answer him they durst not, for such was Gernot's stern decree. 126. Thou shalt to us be welcome, outspake young Giselher, and all thy brave companions that hither with thee fare, full gladly will attend thee, I and all friends of mine. For the guests then bade they pour out in store of Gunther's wine. 127. Then spake the stately monarch, but ask thou courteously, and all that we call ours stands at thy service free, so with thee our fortune will share in ill and good. Thereat the noble Siegfried a little milder was of mood. 128. Then carefully was tended all their knightly gear, and housed in goodly manner, in sooth the strangers were, all that followed Siegfried. They found a welcome rest. In Burgundy full gladly anon was seen the noble guest. 129. They showed him mickle honor thereafter many a day, and more by times 1,000 than I to you could say. His might respect did merit, ye may full well know that. Scarce a man e'er saw him, who bore him longer any hate. 130. And when they held their pastime, the kings with many a man, then was he ever foremost. Whatever they began, none there that was his equal, so mickle was his might if they the stone were putting, slash, or hurling shaft with rival knight. 131. As is the knightly custom, before the ladies fair to games they turned for pastime, these knights of metal rare, then ever saw they gladly slash the hero of Netherland. But he had fixed his fancy to win one fairest maiden's hand. 132. In all that they were doing, he'd take a ready part. A winsome loving maiden he bore within his heart, him only loved that lady, whose face he ne'er had seen, but she full oft in secret of him spake fairest words, I ween. 133. And when before the castle, they sped in tournament, the good knights and squires, slash oft times the maiden went and gazed adown from casement, Kriemhild the princess rare. Pastime there was none other for her that could with this compare. 134. And knew he she was gazing, whom in his heart he bore, he joy enough had found him in jousting evermore. And might he only see her, that can I well believe on earth through sight none other his eyes could such delight receive. 135. Whene'er with his companions to castle court he went, and as do now the people whene'er on pleasure bent, there stood, for all so graceful Siegeland's noble son, for whom in love did languish the hearts of ladies many a one. 136. Eke thought he full often, how shall it ever be that I the noble maiden with my own eyes may see, whom I do love so dearly, and have for many a day? To me is she a stranger, which sorely grieves my heart to say. 137. Whene'er the kings so mighty rode o'er their broad domain, then of valiant warriors they took a stately train. With them abroad rode Siegfried, which grieved those ladies sore. He too for one fair maiden at heart a mickle burden bore. 138. Thus with his hosts he lingered tease every tittle true in King Gunther's country, a year completely through, and never once the meanwhile the lovely maid did see, through whom such joy thereafter for him, and eke such grief should be. Fourth adventure. How Siegfried fought with the Saxons. 139. Now come wondrous tidings to King Gunther's land, by messengers brought hither from far upon command of knights, unknown who harbored slash against him secret hate. When there was heard the story, at heart in sooth the grief was great. 140. Of these I now will tell you. There was King Ludiger from out the land of Saxons, a mighty warrior, and eke from land of Denmark Ludigast the king, whene'er they rode to battle went they with mighty following. 141. Come were now their messengers to the land of Burgundy, sent forth by these foemen in proud hostility. Then asked they of the strangers what tidings they did bring, and when they heard it, straightway led them to court before the king. 142. Then spake to them King Gunther, a welcome, on my word, who 'tis that send you hither that have I not yet heard, now shall ye let me know it, spake the monarch keen. Then dreaded they full sorely to see King Gunther's angry mien. 143. Wilt them, O king, permit us slash the tidings straight to tell that we now have brought thee? no whit will we conceal. But name thee both our masters who us have hither sent, Ludegast and Ludiger, slash to waste thy land is their intent. 144. Their hate hast thou incurred, slash, and thou shalt know in sooth that high enraged against thee are the monarchs both. Their hosts they will lead hither to Worms upon the Rhine, they are helped by thanes, full many of this put off all doubts of thine. 145. Within weeks a dozen slash their march will they begin, and if thy friends be valiant, let that full quick be seen, to help thee keep in safety slash thy castles and thy land. Full many a shield and helmet shall here be cleft by warrior's hand. 146. Or wilt thou with them parley? So let it quick be known. Before their hosts, so mighty of warlike men come down to Worms upon Rhine river slash sad havoc here to make, whereby must death most certain many a gallant knight ordake. 147. Bide ye now the meanwhile, the king did answer kind, till I take better counsel, then shall ye know my mind. Have I yet warriors faithful, from these I'll not conceal, but to my friends I'll straightway these warlike tidings strange reveal. 148. The lordly Gunther wondered slash thereat, and troubled sore, as he the message pondered in heart and brooded o'er. He sent to fetch Kriemhild and others of his men, and bade likewise in hurry to court bring hither Gernot then. 149. Thus at his word his trusted slash advisers straight attend. He spake, our land to harry slash foes all unknown will send of men a mighty army. A grievous wrong is this, small cause have we e'er given that they should wish us aught amiss. 150. Our swords ward such things from us, Gernot then said, since but the fated dieth, so let all such lie dead. Wherefore I'll e'er remember what honor asks of me, woe or hath hate against us shall ever here right welcome be. 151. Then spake the doughty Hagen, methinks 'twould scarce be good Ludegast and Ludiger are men of wrathful mood, help can we never summon, the days are now so few. So spake the keen old warrior, 'twere well Siegfried the tidings knew. 152. The messengers in the borough were harbored well the while, and though their sight was hateful, in hospitable style as his own guests to tend them, King Gunther gave command. Till mongst his friends he learned who by him in his need would stand. 153. The king was filled with sorrow, and his heart was sad. Then saw his mournful visage, a knight to help full glad, who could not well imagine what 'twas that grieved him so. Then begged he of King Gunther the tale of this his grief to know. 154. To me it is great wonder, said Siegfried to the king, how thou of late hast changed to silent sorrowing the joyous ways that ever with us thy wont have been. Then unto him gave answer Gunther the full stately thane. 155. 'Tis not to every person I can the burden say that ever now in secret upon my heart doth weigh, to well-tried friends and steady are told our inmost woes. Siegfried at first was pallid, but soon his blood like fire uprose. 156. He spake unto the monarch, to thee I've not denied, all ills that now do threaten I'll help to turn aside, and if but friends thou seekest, of them the first I'll be, and trow I well with honor till death to serve thee faithfully. 157. God speed thee well, Sir Siegfried, for this thy purpose fair, and though such help in earnest thy arm should render ne'er, yet do I joy at hearing slash thou art so true to me, and live I yet a season, right heartily repaid 'twill be. 158. No will I also let thee wherefore I sorrowing stand. Through messengers from my foemen, have tidings reached my land that they with hosts of warriors will ride my country o'er. Such thing to us did never slash thanes of any land before. 159. Small cause is that for grieving, said then Siegfried. But calm thy troubled spirit and hearken to my rede. Let me for thee acquire slash honor and vantage too, and bid thou now assemble for service eke thy warriors true. 160. And had thy mighty enemies to help them now at hand good thanes full 30,000, against them all I'd stand, had I but 1,000,000. Put all thy trust in me. Then answered him King Gunther, thy help shall full requited be. 161. Then bid for me to summon 1,000 of thy men, since I now have with me of all my knightly train none, but 12 knights only. Then will I guard thy land, for thee shall service faithful be done alway by Siegfried's hand. 162. Herein shall help us Hagen and eke Ortwin, Dankwart and Sindold, those trusted knights of thine, and with us too shall journey Valker, the valiant man, the banner he shall carry. Bestow it better ne'er I can. 163. Back to their native country, the messengers may go, they'll see us there right quickly, let them full surely know, so that all our castles peace undisturbed shall have. Then bade the king to summon his friends with all their warriors brave. 164. To court returned the heralds King Ludiger had sent, and on their journey homeward full joyfully they went. King Gunther gave them presents that costly were and good, and granted them safe convoy, whereat they were of merry mood. 165. Tell ye my foes, spake Gunther, when to your land ye come, then making journeys hither they better were at home, but if they still be eager to make such visit here, unless my friends forsake me, cold in sooth shall be their cheer. 166. Then for the messengers rich presents forth they bore, whereof in sooth to give them Gunther had goodly store, and they durst not refuse them whom Ludiger had sent. Leave then they took immediate, and homeward joyfully they went. 167. When to their native Denmark the messengers returned, and the King Ludegast the answer too had learned, they at the Rhine had sent him. When that to him was told, his wrath was all unbounded to have reply in words so bold. 168. 'Twas said their warriors numbered many a man full keen. There likewise among them, with Gunther have we seen of Netherland a hero, the same that Siegfried hight. King Ludegast was grieved, when he their words had heard aright. 169. When throughout all Denmark the tidings quick spread o'er, then in hot haste they summoned helpers all the more, so that King Ludegast, twixt friends from far and near, had knights full 20,000 all furnished well with shield and spear. 170. Then too his men did summon of Saxony Ludiger, till they good 40,000, and more, had gathered there, with whom to make the journey gainst the land of Burgundy. At home likewise the meanwhile King Gunther had sent forth decree. 171. Mighty men to summon of his own and brothers twain, who against the foemen would join the armed train. In haste they made them ready, for right good cause they had. Amongst them must thereafter full many a noble thane lie dead. 172. To march they quick made ready. And when they thence would fare, the banner to the valiant Valker was given to bear, as they began the journey from Worms across the Rhine. Strong of arm grim Hagen was chosen leader of the line. 173. With them there rode Sindold, and eke the keen Hunold who oft at hands of Gunther had won rewards of gold, Dankwart, Hagen's brother, and Ortwin beside, who all could well with honor in train of noble warriors ride. 174. King Gunther, spake then Siegfried, stay thou here at home, since now thy knights so gallant with me will gladly come, rest thou here with fair ladies, and be of merry mood. I trow will keep in safety thy land and honor as we should. 175. And well will I see to it, that they at home remain, who fain would ride against thee to Worms upon the Rhine. Against them straight will journey into their land so far that they'll be meeker minded who now such haughty vaunters are. 176. Then from the Rhine through Hesse, the hosts of knights rode on toward the land of Saxons, where battle was anon. With fire and sword they harried, and laid the country waste, so that both the monarchs full well the woes of war did taste. 177. When came they to the border, the trainmen onward pressed. With thought of battle order, Siegfried the thanes addressed, who now shall guard our followers from danger in the rear. In sooth like this, the Saxons in battle worsted never were. 178. Then said they, on the journey the men shall guarded be by the valiant Dankwart, a warrior swift is he, so shall we lose the fewer by men of Ludiger. Let him and Ortwin with him be chosen now to guard the rear. 179. Spake then the valiant Siegfried, myself will now ride on, and against our enemies will keep watch in the van, till I aright discover where they perchance may be. The son of fair Queen Sieglind did arm him then immediately. 180. The folk he left to Hagen when ready to depart, and as well to Gernot, a man of dauntless heart. Into the land of Saxons alone he rode away, and by his hand was severed many a helmet's band that day. 181. He found a mighty army that lay athwart the plain, small part of which outnumbered all those in his own train. Full 40,000 were they slash or more good men of might. The hero high in spirit saw right joyfully the sight. 182. Then had eke a warrior from out the enemy to guard the van gone forward, all armed capapi. Him saw the noble Siegfried, slash and he the valiant man, each one straight the other to view with angry mien began. 183. Who he was I'll tell you that rode his men before. A shield of gold all shining upon his arm he bore in sooth, it was King Ludegast, who there the van did guard. Straightway the noble Siegfried slash full eagerly against him spurred. 184. Now singled out for combat slash him, too, had Ludegast. Then full upon each other they spurred their chargers fast, as on their shields they lowered their lances firm and tight, whereat the lordly monarch soon found himself in sorry plight. 185. After the shock, their chargers bore the knights so fast onward past each other, as flew they on the blast. Then turned they deftly backward slash obedient to the rein, as with their swords contested the grim and doughty fighters twain. 186. When Siegfried struck in anger far off was heard the blow, and flew from off the helmet, as if, twere all aglow, the fiery sparks all crackling beneath his hand around, each warrior in the other, a foeman worth his metal found. 187. Full many a stroke with vigor dealt eke King Ludegast, and on each other's buckler the blows fell thick and fast. Then 30 men discovered their master's sorry plight, but ere they came to help him, had doughty Siegfried won the fight. 188. With 3 mighty gashes, which he had dealt the king through his shining breastplate, made fast with many a ring. The sword with sharpest edges from wounds brought forth the blood, whereat King Ludegast slash apace fell into gloomy mood. 189. To spare his life he begged him, his land he pledged the knight, and told him straight moreover, that Ludegast he hight. Then came his knights to help him, they who there had seen how that upon the vanguard slash fierce fight betwixt the twain had been. 190. After duel ended, did 30 yet withstand of knights that him attended. But there the hero's hand kept safe his noble captive with blows of wondrous might, and soon wrought greater ruin Siegfried the full gallant knight. 191. Beneath his arm of valor the 30 soon lay dead, but one the knight left living, who thence full quickly sped to tell abroad the story, how he the others slew. In sooth, the blood-red helmet spake all the hapless tidings true. 192. Then had the men of Denmark for all their grief good cause, when it was told them truly, their king a captive was. They told it to King Ludeger, when he to rage began in anger all unbounded. For him had grievous harm been done. 193. The noble King Ludegast was led a prisoner then by hand of mighty Siegfried slash back to King Gunther's men, and placed in hands of Hagen. Slash, and when they did hear that 'twas the King of Denmark, they not a little joyful were. 194. He bade the men of Burgundy then bind the banners on. Now forward, Siegfried shouted, here shall yet more be done, and I but live to see it. Ere this day's sun depart, shall mourn in land of Saxons full many a goodly matron's heart. 195. Ye warriors from Rhineland, to follow me take heed, and I unto the army of Ludeger will lead. Ere we again turn backward to the land of Burgundy, helms many hewn asunder, by hand of good knights there shall be. 196. To horse then hastened Gernot slash, and with him mighty men. Volker keen in battle took up the banner then, he was a doughty fiddler and rode the host before. There, too, every follower slash a stately suit of armor wore. 197. More than 1,000 warriors, they there had not a man, saving 12 knights errant. To rise, the dust began in clouds along the highway as they rode across the fields, and gleaming in the sunlight were seen the brightly shining shields. 198. Meanwhile eke was nearing of Saxons a great throng, each a broadsword bearing that mickle was and long, with blade that cut full sorely, when swung in strong right hand. Gainst strangers were they ready to guard their castles and their land. 199. The leaders forth to battle led the warriors then. Come was also Siegfried with his 12 chosen men, whom he with him hither had brought from Netherland. That day in storm of battle was blood bespattered many a hand. 200. Sindold and Hunold and Gernot as well, beneath their hands in battle, full many a hero fell, ere that their deeds of valor were known throughout the host. Through them must many a stately matron weep for warrior lost. 201. Valker and Hagen and Ortwin in the fight lustily extinguished full many a helmet's light, with blood from wounds down flowing keen fighters every one. And there by Dankwart also was many a mickle wonder done. 202. The knights of Denmark tested how they could weapons wield. Clashing there together, heard ye many a shield and neath sharp swords resounding, swung by many an arm. The Saxons keen in combat wrought, mid their foes a grievous harm. 203. When the men of Burgundy pressed forward to the fight, gaping wounds full many hewed they there with might. Then flowing down o'er saddle in streams was seen the blood, so fought for sake of honor these valiant riders keen and good. 204. Loudly were heard ringing, wielded by heroes' hand, the sharply cutting weapons, where they of Netherland their master followed after into the thickest throng, wherever Siegfried led them rode to those valiant knights along. 205. Of warriors from Rhine River could follow not a one. There could be seen by any a stream of blood flow down o'er brightly gleaming helmet, neath Siegfried's mighty hand, until King Ludeger before him with his men did stand. 206. 3 times hither and thither had he the host cut through from one end to the other. Now come was Hagen too, who helped him well in battle to vent his warlike mood. That day beneath his valor must die full many a rider good. 207. When the doughty Ludeger Siegfried there found, as he swung high in anger his arm for blows around, and with his good sword bombung knights, so many slew. Thereat was the keen warrior filled with grief and anger too. 208. Then mickle was the thronging, and loud the broadswords clashed, as all their valiant followers gainst one another dashed. Then struggled all the fiercer, both sides the fight to win, the hosts joined with each other. 'Twas frightful there to hear the din. 209. To the monarch of the Saxons it had been told before, his brother was a captive, which grieved his heart right sore. He knew not that had done it fair Siegeland's son, for rumor said, 'twas Gernot. Full well he learned the truth anon. 210. King Ludeger struck so mighty, when fierce his anger rose, that Siegfried's steed beneath him staggered from the blows, but forthwith did recover. Then straight his rider keen let all his furious mettle in slaughter of his foes be seen. 211. There helped him well grim Hagen, and Gernot in the fray Dankwart and Valker. Dead many a knight there lay. Sindold and Hunold and Ortwin, doughty Thane, by them in that fierce struggle was many a valiant warrior slain. 212. Unparted in storm of battle, the gallant leaders were around them over helmet, flew there many a spear through shield all brightly shining. From hand of mighty Thane, and on the glancing armor was seen full many a blood-red stain. 213. Amid the hurly-burly down, fell many a man to ground from off his charger. Straight, gainst each other ran Siegfried the keen rider and eke King Ludeger. Then flew from lance the splinters, and hurled was many a pointed spear. 214. Neath Siegfried's hand so mighty from shield flew off the band, and soon to win the victory thought he of Netherland over the valiant Saxons, of whom were wonders seen. Hey-ho! In shining mail rings many a breach made Dankwart keen. 215. Upon the shining buckler that guarded Siegfried's breast soon espied King Ludeger a painted crown for crest. By this same token knew he it was the doughty man, and to his friends he straightway, amid the battle loud began. 216. Give o'er from fighting further, / good warriors everyone, amongst our foes now see I / Siegmund's noble son, of Netherland the doughty / knight on victory bent. Him has the evil devil to scourge the Saxons hither sent. 217. Then bade he all the banners amid the storm let down, peace he quickly sued for. 'Twas granted him anon, but he must now a hostage be ta'en to Gunther's land. This fate had forced upon him the fear of Siegfried's mighty hand. 218. They thus by common counsel left off all further fight, hacked full many a helmet / and shields that late were bright from hands down laid they weary. / as many as there might be, with stains they all were bloody, 'neath hands of the men of Burgundy. 219. Each whom he would took captive, now they had won the fight. Gernot, the noble hero, / and Hagen, doughty knight, bade bear forth the wounded. / back led they with them then unto the land of Burgundy / 500 stalwart fighting men. 220. The knights of victory cheated, their native Denmark sought, nor had that day the Saxons with such high valor fought, that one could praise them for it, which caused the warriors pain. Then wept their friends full sorely at home for those in battle slain. 221. For the Rhine then laden, they let their armor be. Siegfried, the knight so doughty, had won the victory with his few chosen followers. That he had nobly done, could not but free acknowledge / King Gunther's warriors every one. 222. To Worms sent Gernot riding, now a messenger, and of the joyous tidings / soon friends at home were ware, how that it well had prospered with him and all his men. Fought that day with valor, for honor had those warriors keen. 223. The messenger sped forward, and told the tidings o'er. Then joyfully they shouted who boded ill before, to hear the welcome story that now to them was told. From ladies fair and noble / came eager questions manifold. 224. Who all the fair fortune of King Gunther's men would know. One messenger they ordered unto Kriemhild to go, but that was done in secret. She durst let no one see, for he was mongst those warriors whom she did love so faithfully. 225. When to her own apartments was come, the messenger joyfully addressed him / Kriemhild the maiden fair. But tell me now glad tidings, / and gold I'll give to thee, and if thou tell'st not falsely, / good friend thou'lt ever find in me. 226. How has my good brother Gernot in battle sped, and how my other kinsmen? Lies any of them dead, who wrought most deeds of valor? That shall thou let me know. Then spake the messenger truly, no knight but did high valor show. 227. But in the dire turmoil / rode rider none so well, O princess fair and noble, since I must truly tell, as the stranger knight full noble who comes from Netherland. Their deeds of mickle wonder were wrought by doughty Siegfried's hand. 228. Whate'er have all the warriors in battle dared to do, Dankwart and Hagen, and the other knights so true howe'er they fought for honor. 'Twas not but idle play beside what there wrought Siegfried / King Siegmund's son, amid the fray. 229. Beneath their hands in battle full many a hero fell, yet all the deeds of wonder no man could ever tell, wrought by the hand of Siegfried. When rode he 'gainst the foe, and weep aloud must women for friends by his strong arm laid low. 230. There too, the knight she loved / full many a maid must lose, were heard come down on helmet, so loud his mighty blows, that they from gaping gashes brought forth the flowing blood. In all that maketh noble, he is a valiant knight and good. 231. Many a deed of daring of met Sir Ortwin wrought, for all was evil faring, whom he with broadsword caught, doomed to die that instant, / or wounded sore to fall. And there thy valiant brother did greater havoc work than all. 232. That ere in storm of battle was done by warrior bold. Of all those chosen warriors, let eke the truth be told. The proud Burgundian heroes have made it now right plain, that they can free from insult their country's honor well maintain. 233. Beneath their hands was often / full many a saddle bear, when o'er the field resounding their bright swords cut the air. The warriors from Rhine river did hear such victory win that for their foes, 'twere better, if they such meeting ne'er had seen. 234. Keen the knights of Trange, for all their valor showed, when with their stalwart followers against their foes they rode, slain by the hand of Hagen, must knights so many be, 'twill long be in the telling here in the land of Burgundy. 235. Sindold and Hunold, Gernot's men each one, and the valiant Rumold have all so nobly done, King Ludiger will ever have right good cause to rue that he against thy kindred at Rhine dared aught of harm to do. 236. And deeds of all most wondrous /air done by warrior keen in earliest time or latest, / by mortal ever seen, wrought there in lusty manner, Siegfried with doughty hand. Rich hostages he bringeth with him unto Gunther's land. 237. By his own strength subdued them, the hero unsurpassed, and brought down dire ruin upon King Ludegast, eke on the king of Saxons, his brother Ludiger. Now hearken to the story I tell thee, noble princess fair. 238. Them both hath taken captive Siegfried's doughty hand. Hostages were so many / ne'er brought into this land, as to the Rhine come hither / through his great bravery. Then these could never tidings / unto her heart more welcome be. 239. With captives home they're hieing, / 500 men or mo. And of the wounded dying / lady shalt thou know, full 80 blood-stained barrows / unto Burgundian land, most part hewn down in battle / beneath keen Siegfried's doughty hand. 240. Who message sent defiant unto the Rhine so late must now as Gunther's prisoners here abide their fate, bringing such noble captives the victor's glad return. Then glowed with joy the princess, when she the tidings glad did learn. 241. Her cheeks so full of beauty with joy were rosy red, that past he had uninjured through all the dangers dread, the knight she loved so dearly, Siegfried with doughty arm. Good cause she had for joying o'er all her friends escaped from harm. 242. Then spake the beauteous maiden, glad news thou hast told me, wherefore now rich apparel thy goodly meed shall be, and to thee shall be given / 10 marks of gold as well. 'Tis thus a thing right pleasant to ladies high such news to tell. 243. The presents rich they gave him, gold and apparel rare, then hastened to the casement, full many a maiden fair, and on the street looked downward. / hither riding did they see many a knight high-hearted into the land of Burgundy. 244. There came who scaped uninjured, / and wounded borne along, all glad to hear the greetings of friends, a joyful throng. To meet his friends the monarch rode out in mickle glee, enjoying now was ended all his full great anxiety. 245. Then did he well his warriors, and eke the strangers greet, and for a king so mighty / 'twere nothing else but meet that he should thank right kindly / the gallant men each one, who had in storm of battle the victory so bravely won. 246. Then of his friends King Gunther / bade tidings tell straightway of all his men how many / were fallen in the fray. Lost had he none other than warriors 60, then wept they for the heroes, as since they did for many more. 247. Shields full many brought they all hewn by valiant hand, and many a shattered helmet into King Gunther's hand. The riders then dismounted from their steeds before the hall, and a right hearty welcome from friends rejoicing had they all. 248. Then did they for the warriors lodging meet prepare, and for his guests the monarch / bade full well have care. He bade them take the wounded, and tend them carefully, and toward his enemies also / his gentle bearing might ye see. 249. To Ludiger then spake he, right welcome art thou here, through fault of thine now have I lost many friends full dear, for which have I good fortune, / thou shall right well atone. God rich reward my liegemen, such faithfulness to me they've shown. 250. Well mayst he thou thank them, truly, spake then Ludiger. Hostages so noble won a monarch ne'er, for chivalrous protections / rich goods we offer thee, that thou now right gracious to us thy enemies shalt be. 251. I'll grant you both your freedom, spake the king again, but that my enemies surely here by me remain, therefore I'll have good pledges they ne'er shall quit my land, save at my royal pleasure. Slash thereto gave Ludiger the hand. 252. Sweet rest then found the weary slash their tired limbs to aid, and gently soon on couches the wounded knights were laid. Mead and wine right ruddy they poured out plenteously. Then they and all their followers merrier men there none might be. 253. Their shields all hacked in battle slash secure were laid away, and not a few of saddles stained with blood that day, lest women weep to see them, hid they too from sight. Full many a keen rider slash home came Ari from the fight. 254. The host in gentlest manner did his guests attend. The land around with stranger was crowded, and with friend. They bade the sorely wounded slash nurse with especial care, whereby the knights high-hearted, neath all their wounds knew not despair. 255. Who there had skill in healing, received reward untold, silver all unweighed, and thereto ready gold for making whole the heroes after the battle sore. To all his friends, the monarch gave presents rich in goodly store. 256. Who there again was minded to take his homeward way they bade, as one a friend doth, yet a while to stay. The king did then take counsel slash how to reward each one, for they his will in battle like liegemen true had nobly done. 257. Then outspake royal Gernot. Now let them homeward go, after 6 weeks are over. Thus our friends shall know to hold high feast their bidden slash hither to come again. Many a knight now lying slash sore wounded will be healed ere then. 258. Of Netherland the hero would also then take leave. When of this King Gunther did tidings first receive, the knight besought he kindly not yet his leave to take. To this he'd ne'er consented, and it were not for Kriemhild's sake. 259. A prince he was too noble to take the common pay. He had right well deserved it, that the king alway and all his warriors held him in honor, for they had seen what by his arm in battle bravely had accomplished been. 260. He stayed there yet a little for the maiden's sake alone, whom he would see so gladly. Slash and all fell out full soon as he at heart had wished it. Well known to him was she. Home to his father's country joyously anon rode he. 261. The king bade at all seasons keep up the tournament, and many a youthful rider slash forth to the lists there went. The while were seats made ready by worms upon the strand for all who soon were coming unto the Burgundian land. 262. In the meantime also, ere back the knights returned, had Kriemhild, noble lady, the tidings likewise learned. The king would hold high feasting with all his gallant men. There was a mickle hurry, slash and busy were fair maidens then. 263. With dresses and with wimples that they there should wear, Ute, queen so stately, the story too did hear, how to them were coming slash proud knights of highest worth. Then from enfolding covers were store of dresses rich brought forth. 264. Such love she bore her children, she bade rich dress prepare, wherewith adorned were ladies and many a maiden fair, and not a few young riders in the land of Burgundy. For strangers many bade she slash rich garments eke should measured be. 5th adventure. How Siegfried first saw Kriemhild. 265. Unto the Rhine now daily the knights were seen to ride, who there would be full gladly to share the festive tide. To all that thither journeyed to the king, to show them true in plenty them were given steeds and rich apparel too. 266. And soon were seats made ready for every noble guest, as we have heard the story, for highest and for best, 32 princes at the festival, then vied with one another to deck themselves the ladies all. 267. Never was seen idle the young Prince Giselher. The guests and all their followers received full kindly, were by him and eke by Gernot slash, and their men every one. The noble thanes they greeted as ever 'tis in honor done. 268. With gold bright gleaming saddles unto the land they brought, good store of rich apparel, and shields all richly wrought unto the Rhine they carried to that high festival, and joyous days were coming for the wounded warriors all. 269. They who yet on couches lay wounded grievously for joy had soon forgot how bitter death would be. The sick and all the ailing no need of pity had. Ain't the days of feasting where they o'er the tidings glad. 270. how they should make them merry there where all were so. Delight beyond all measure, of joys and overflow, had in sooth the people seen on every hand. Then rose a mickle joyance over all King Gunther's land. 271. Full many a warrior valiant / one morn at Whitsuntide, all gorgeously apparelled, was thither seen to ride, 5,000 men or over, where the feast should be, and vied in every quarter / night with night in revelry. 272. Thereof the host was mindful, for he well did understand how at heart right warmly the hero of Netherland loved alone his sister, though her he ne'er had seen, who praised for wondrous beauty before all maidens else had been. 273. Then spake the Thane so noble of Met Sir Ortwine, wilt thou full be honoured by every guest of thine, then do them all the pleasure the winsome maids to see, that are held so high in honour here in the land of Burgundy. 274. What were a man's chief pleasure, his very joy of life, and were not a lovely maiden or a stately wife, then let the maid thy sister before thy guests appear. Brave thanes did their full many at heart rejoice the rede to hear. 275. Thy words I'll gladly follow, then the monarch said, and all the knights who heard him / air thereat right glad. Then told was Queen Ute and eke her daughter fair, that they with maids in waiting unto the court should soon repair. 276. Then in well-stored wardrobes / rich attire they sought, and forth from folding covers their glittering dresses brought, armbands and silken girdles of which they many had. And zealous to adorn her was then full many a winsome maid. 277. Full many a youthful squire upon that day did try, by decking of his person, to win fair lady's eye, for the which great good fortune he'd take no monarch's crown. They longed to see those maidens, whom they before had never known. 278. For her especial service, the king did order then to wait upon his sister 100 of his men, as well upon his mother. They carried sword in hand. That was the court attendance there in the Burgundian land. 279. Ute, queen so stately, then came forth with her, and with the queen in waiting / ladies fair there were 100 or over, / in festal robes arrayed. Eke went there with Kriemhild / full many a fair and winsome maid. 280. Forth from their own apartments they all were seen to go. There was a mickle pressing of good knights to and fro, who hoped to win the pleasure, if such a thing might be, the noble maiden Kriemhild / delight of every eye to see. 281. Now came she fair and lovely, as the ruddy sun of morn from misty clouds emerging. Straight he who long had borne her in his heart and loved her, from all his gloom was freed, as so stately there before him he saw the fair and lovely maid. 282. Her rich apparel glittered with many a precious stone, and with a ruddy beauty / her cheeks like roses shone. Though you should wish to do so, you could not say, I ween, that e'er a fairer lady in all the world before was seen. 283. As in a sky all starlit the moon shines out so bright, and through the cloudlets peering / pours down her gentle light, and so was Kriemhild's beauty among her ladies fair. The hearts of gallant heroes were gladder when they saw her there. 284. The richly clad attendants moved stately on before, and the valiant thanes high-hearted stood patiently no more, but pressed right eager forward to see the lovely maid. In noble Siegfried's bosom / alternate joy and anguish swayed. 285. He thought with heart despairing, how could it ever be that I should win thy favour? There hoped I foolishly, but had I e'er to shun thee, then were I rather dead. And oft, to think upon it, the colour from his visage fled. 286. The noble son of Siegmund did there so stately stand, as if his form were pictured by good old master's hand upon a piece of parchment. All who saw confessed that he of all good heroes was the stateliest and the best. 287. The fair Kriemhild's attendants gave order to make way on all sides for the ladies, / and willing thanes obey. To see their noble bearing did every warrior cheer. Full many a stately lady of gentle manner born was there. 288. Then outspake of Burgundy Gernot the valiant knight. To him who thus has helped thee so bravely in the fight, Gunther, royal brother, / shalt thou like favour show, a thane before all others. He's worthy of it well, I trow. 289. Let then the doughty Siegfried unto my sister go to have the maiden's greetings. 'Twill be our profit so. She that ne'er greeted hero shall greet him courteously, that thus the stately warrior for aye our faithful friend may be. 290. The king's knights hastened gladly upon his high command, and told these joyous tidings to the Prince of Netherland. It is the king's good pleasure that thou to court shalt go to have his sister's greetings. To honor thee 'tis ordered so. 291. Then was the thane full valiant thereat soon filled with joy. Yea, bore he in his bosom delight without ally at thought that he should straightway youth's fair daughter see. Siegfried anon she greeted in courteous manner lovingly. 292. As she saw the knight high-hearted there before her stand, blushed red and spake the maiden, the fairest of the land. A welcome, brave Sir Siegfried, thou noble knight and good. As soon as he had heard it, the hearty greeting cheered his mood. 293. Before her low he bended, him by the hand took she, and by her onward wended the knight full willingly. They cast upon each other fond glances many a one, the knight and eke the maiden. Furtively it all was done. 294. Whether he pressed friendly, that hand as white as snow from the love he bore her, that I do not know, yet believe I cannot that this was left undone, for straightway showed the maiden that he her heart had fully won. 295. In the sunny summer season, and in the month of May had his heart seen never before so glad a day, nor one so fully joyous, as when he walked beside that maiden rich in beauty, whom fain he'd choose to be his bride. 296. Then thought many a warrior, were it likewise granted me to walk beside the maiden, just as now I see, or to lie beside her, how gladly were that done. But ne'er a knight more fully had gracious lady's favor won. 297. From all the lands far distant were guests distinguished there, but fixed each eye was only upon the single pair. By royal leave did Kriemhild kiss, then the stately knight. In all the world he never before had known so rare delight. 298. Then full of strange forebodings, of Denmark spake the king. This full loving greeting to many woe will bring, my heart in secret warns me through Siegfried's doughty hand. God give that he may never again be seen within my land. 299. On all sides then 'twas ordered for Kriemhild and her train of women make free passage. Full many a valiant thane with her unto the minster in courtly way went on, but from her side was parted the full stately knight anon. 300. Then went she to the minster, and with her many a maid. In such rich apparel Kriemhild was arrayed, that hearty wishes many there were made in vain. Her comely form delighted the eye of many a noble thane. 301. Scarce could tarry Siegfried till mass was sung the while, and surely did Dame Fortune upon him kindly smile, to him she was so gracious whom in his heart he bore. Eke did he the maiden, as she full well deserved, adore. 302. As after mass then Kriemhild came to the minster door, the knight his homage offered, as he had done before. Then began to thank him the full beauteous maid, that he her royal brothers did gainst their foes so nobly aid. 303. God speed thee, Sir Siegfried, spake the maiden fair, for thou hast well deserved that all these warriors are, as it hath now been told me, right grateful unto thee. Then gan he cast his glances on the lady Kriemhild lovingly. 304. True will I ever serve them, so spake the noble thane, and my head shall never be laid to rest again, till I, if life remaineth, have their good favor won. In sooth, my lady Kriemhild, for thy fair grace it all is done. 305. Ne'er a day passed over for a 12 of happy days, but saw they there beside him, the maiden all did praise. As she before her kinsmen to court would daily go, it pleased the thane full highly that they did him such honor show. 306. Delight and great rejoicing, a mighty jubilee, before King Gunther's castle daily might ye see, without and eke within it. Mongst keen men many a one, by Ortwine and by Hagen great deeds and wondrous there were done. 307. Whate'er was done by any, In all they ready were to join in way right lusty, both the warriors rare, whereby mongst all the strangers they won an honored name, and through their deeds so wondrous of Gunther's land spread far the fame. 308. Who erstwhile lay sore wounded now were whole again, and fain would share the pastime, with all the king's good men, with shields join in the combat, and try the shaft so long, wherein did join them many of the merry-making throng. 309. To all who joined the feasting, the host in plenty bade supply the choicest viands. So guarded well he had, gainst whate'er reproaches could rise from spite or spleen, unto his guests right friendly to go the monarch now was seen. 310. He spake, Ye thanes high-hearted, ere now ye part from me, accept of these my presents, for I would willingly repay your noble service. Despise ye not, I pray, what now I will share with you. 'Tis offered in right grateful way. 311. Straightway they of Denmark thus to the king replied, Ere now upon our journey home again we ride, we long for lasting friendship. Thereof we knights have need, for many a well-loved kinsman at hands of thy good thanes lies dead. 312. Ludegast was recovered from all his wounds so sore, and eke the lord of Saxons from fight was whole once more. Some amongst their warriors left they dead behind. Then went forth King Gunther, where he Siegfried might find. 313. Unto the thane then spake he, Thy counsel give, I pray. The foes whom we hold captive fain would leave straightway, and long for lasting friendship with all my men and me. Now tell me, good Sir Siegfried, what here seemeth good to thee. 314. What the lords bid as ransom, shall now to thee be told whate'er 500 horses might bear of ruddy gold, they'd give to me right gladly, would I but let them free. Then spake the noble Siegfried, That were to do right foolishly. 315. Thou shalt let them freely journey hence again, and that they both hereafter shall evermore refrain from leading hostile army against thee and thy land. Therefore in pledge of friendship, let each now give to thee the hand. 316. Thy rede I'll gladly follow. Straightway forth they went. To those who offered ransom the answer then was sent, their gold no one desired which they would give before. The warriors battle-weary dear friends did yearn to see once more. 317. Full many a shield all laden with treasure forth they bore. He dealt it round unmeasured to friends in goodly store. Each one had marks 500, and some had more, I ween. Therein King Gunther followed the rede of Gernot, knight full keen. 318. Then was a great leave-taking, as they departed thence. The warriors all for Kriemhild appeared in reverence, and eke there where her mother/queen Ute sat nearby, gallant thanes were never dismissed as these so graciously. 319. Bare were the lodging places, when away the strangers rode. Yet in right lordly manner, there at home abode the king with friends around him, full noble men who were, and them now saw they daily at court before Kriemhild appear. 320. Eke would the gallant hero Siegfried thence depart, the thing to gain despairing whereon was set his heart. The king was told the tidings how that he would away. Giselher his brother did win the night with them to stay. 321. Whither, O noble Siegfried, wilt thou now from us ride? Do as I earnest pray thee, and with these thanes abide, as guest here with King Gunther, and live right merrily. Here dwell fair ladies many. Them will he gladly let thee see. 322. Then spake the doughty Siegfried, Our steeds leave yet at rest, the while from this my purpose to part will I desist, our shields once more take from us. Though gladly home I would not, gainst the fond entreaties of Giselher avail me could. 323. So stayed the knight full gallant for sake of friendship there. In sooth in ne'er another country, anywhere had he so gladly lingered. Always it was that he, now whensoe'er he wished it, Kriemhild the maiden fair could see. 324. 'Twas her surpassing beauty that made the knight to stay. With many a merry pastime they whiled the time away, but love for her oppressed him, oft times grievously, whereby anon the hero, a mournful death was doomed to die. 6th Adventure. How Gunther fared to Isenland to Brunhild. 325. Tidings unknown to any from over Rhine now come, how winsome maids a many far yonder had their home. Whereof the royal Gunther bethought him one to win, and o'er the thought the monarch of full joyous mood was seen. 326. There was a queenly maiden seated over sea, like her nowhere another was ever known to be. She was in beauty matchless, full mickle was her might, her love the prize of contest, she hurled the shaft with valiant knight. 327. The stone she threw far distant, wide sprang thereafter too. Who turned to her his fancy with intent to woo, 3 times perforce must vanquish the lady of high degree. Failed he in but one trial, forfeited his head had he. 328. This same the lusty princess times untold had done. When to a warrior gallant beside the Rhine, 'twas known, he thought to take unto him the noble maid for wife. Thereby must heroes many since that moment lose their life. 329. Then spake of Rhine the master. I'll down unto the sea unto Brunhild journey, fair as 'twill with me, for her unmeasured beauty I'll gladly risk my life, ready eke to lose it, if she may not be my wife. 330. I counsel thee against it, spake then Siegfried. So terrible in contest the queen is indeed, who for her love is suitor his zeal must dearly pay, so shalt thou from the journey truly be content to stay. 331. So will I give thee counsel, outspake Hagen there, that thou beg of Siegfried with thee to bear the perils that await thee. That is now my rede, to him is known so fully what with Brunhild will be thy need. 332. He spake, and wilt thou help me, noble Siegfried, to win the lovely maiden? Do what now I plead, and if in all her beauty she be my wedded wife, to meet thy fullest wishes honor will I pledge in life. 333. Thereto answered Siegfried, the royal Siegmund's son. Giv'st thou me thy sister, so shall thy will be done, Kriemhild the noble princess, in beauty all before. For toils that I encounter none other meed I ask thee more. 334. That pledge I, spake then Gunther, Siegfried, in thy hand. And comes the lovely Brunhild thither to this land, thereunto thee my sister for wife I'll truly give, that with the lovely maiden thou mayst he ever joyful live. 335. Oaths the knight full noble upon the compact swore, whereby to them came troubles and dangers all the more, ere they the royal lady brought unto the Rhine. Still should the warriors valiant in sorest need and sorrow pine. 336. With him carried Siegfried that same mantle then, the which with mickle trouble had won the hero keen from a dwarf in struggle, Alberich by name. They dressed them for the journey, the valiant thanes of lofty fame. 337. And when the doughty Siegfried the sightless mantle wore, had he within it of strength as good a store as other men, a dozen in himself alone. The full stately princess anon by cunning art he won. 338. Eke had that same mantle such wondrous properties that any man whatever might work whate'er he please when once he had it on him, yet none could see or tell. 'Twas so that he won Brunhild, whereby him evil since befell. 339. Ere we begin our journey, Siegfried, tell to me, that we with fullest honor come unto the sea, shall we lead warriors with us down to Brunhild's land thanes, a 30,000 straightway shall be called to hand. 340. Men bring we ne'er so many, answered Siegfried then. So terrible in custom ever is the queen, that all would death encounter from her angry mood. I'll give thee better counsel, thane in valor keen and good. 341. Like as knights errant journey down the Rhine shall we, those now will I name thee who with us shall be, but 4 in all the company seaward shall we fare. Thus shall we woo the lady. What fortune later be our share. 342. Myself one of the company, a second thou shalt be. Hagen be the third one so fair we happily. The fourth let it be Dankwart, warrior full keen. Never 1,000 others dare in fight withstand us then. 343. The tale I would know gladly, the king then further said, ere we have parted thither of that were I full glad what should we of apparel, that would befit us well, where in Brunhild's presence. That shalt thou now to Gunther tell. 344. Weeds the very finest that ever might be found they wear in every season in Brunhild's land. So shall we rich apparel before the lady wear, that we have not dishonor where men the tale hereafter hear. 345. Then spake he to the other, Myself will go unto my own loving mother, if I from her may sue that her fair tendant maidens help that we be arrayed as we may go in honor before the high majestic maid. 346. Then spake of Hagen with noble courtliness, Why wilt thou of thy mother beg such services? Only let thy sister hear our mind and mood, so shall for this our journey her good service be bestowed. 347. Then sent he to his sister that he her would see, and with him also Siegfried. Ere that such might be, herself had there the fair one in rich apparel clad. Sooth to tell, the visit but little did displease the maid. 348. Then also were her women decked as for them was meet. The princes both were coming. She rose from off her seat, as doth a high-born lady when that she did perceive, and went the guest full noble, and eke her brother to receive. 349. Welcome be my brother and his companion too. I'd know the story gladly, spake the maiden so. What ye now are seeking that ye are come to me, I pray you straightway tell me how tea with you valiants twain may be. 350. Then spake the royal Gunther, Lady, thou shalt hear, spite of lofty spirits have we yet a care. To woo a maid we travel afar to lands unknown, we should against the journey have rich apparel for our own. 351. Seat thee now, dear brother, spake the princess fair, let me hear the story, who the ladies are that ye will seek as suitors in stranger prince's land. Both good knights the lady took in greeting by the hand. 352. With the twain then went she, where she herself had sat, to couches rich and costly, in sooth believe ye that, wrought in design full cunning of gold embroidery. And with these fair ladies did pass the time right pleasantly. 353. Many tender glances, and looks full many a one fondly knight and lady each other cast upon. Within his heart he bore her, she was as his own life. Anon the fairest Kriemhild was the doughty Siegfried's wife. 354. Then spake the mighty monarch, Full loving sister mine, this may we ne'er accomplish without help of thine. Unto Brunhild's country as suitor now we fare, 'tis fitting that, for ladies, we do rich apparel wear. 355. Then spake the royal maiden, Brother dear to me, in whatsoever manner my help may given be, of that I well assure you, ready thereto am I, to Kriemhild 'twere a sorrow if any should the same deny. 356. Of me, O noble brother, thou shalt not ask in vain command in courteous manner, and I will serve thee fain. Whatever be thy pleasure, for that I'll lend my aid and willingly I'll do it, spake the fair and winsome maid. 357. It is our wish, dear sister, apparel good to wear, that shall now directing the royal hand prepare, and let thy maid see to it that all is done aright, for we from this same journey turn not aside for word of white. 358. Spake thereupon the maiden, Now mark ye what I say, myself have silks in plenty, now send us rich supply of stones borne on bucklers, so vesture will prepare. To do it royal Gunther and Siegfried both right ready were. 359. And who are your companions? Further questioned she, who with you apparelled now for court shall be? I it is and Siegfried, and of my men are two, Dankwart and Hagen, who with us to court shall go. 360. Now rightly what we tell thee, Mark. O sister dear, 'tis that we 4 companions for 4 days may, wear thrice daily change of raiment, so wrought with skillful hand, that we without dishonor may take our leave of Brunhild's land. 361. After fair leave-taking, the knights departed so. Then of her attendants, 30 maids to go forth from her apartments, Kriemhild the princess bade, of those that greatest cunning in such skillful working had. 362. The silks that were of Araby white as the snow in sheen, and from the land of Zazamank like unto grass so green, with stones of price they broidered. That made apparel rare, herself she cut them, Kriemhild the royal maiden debonair. 363. fur linings fashioned fairly from dwellers in the sea beheld by people rarely. The best that e'er might be, with silken stuffs they covered for the knights to wear. Now shall ye of the shining weeds full many a wonder hear. 364. From land of far Morocco, and eke from Libya of silks, the very finest that ever mortals saw with any monarch's kindred, they had a goodly store. Well showed the lady Kriemhild, that unto them good will she bore. 365. Since they unto the journey had wished that so it be, skins of costly ermine used they lavishly, whereon were silken pieces black as coal inlaid. Today were any nobles in robes so fashioned well arrayed. 366. From the gold of Araby, many a stone there shone. The women long were busy before the work was done, but all the robes were finished ere 7 weeks did pass, when also trusty armor for the warriors ready was. 367. When they at length were ready adown the Rhine to fare, a ship lay waiting for them strong built with mickle care, which should bear them safely far down unto the sea. The maidens rich in beauty plied their work laboriously. 368. Then 'twas told the warriors for them was ready there the finely wrought apparel that they were to wear, just as they had wished it, so it had been made. After that the heroes there by the Rhine no longer stayed. 369. To the knights departing went soon a messenger. Would they come in person to view their new attire, if it had been fitted short and long aright? 'Twas found of proper measure, and thanked those ladies fair each night. 370. And all who there beheld them, they must needs confess that in the world they never had gazed on fairer dress. At court to wear apparel, did therefore please them well. Of warriors better furnished never could a mortal tell. 371. Thanks oft times repeated, were there not forgot. Leave of parting from them, the noble knights then sought. Like thanes of noble bearing, they went in courteous wise. Then dim and wet with weeping grew thereat 2 shining eyes. 372. She spake, O dearest brother, still here thou mightest stay, and woo another woman that were the better way where so sore endangered stood not thus thy life. Here nearer canst thou find the equally a highborn wife. 373. I ween their hearts did tell them what later came to pass. They wept there all together, whatever spoken was. The gold upon their bosoms was sullied, neath the tears that from their eyes in plenty fell adown amid their fears. 374. She spake, O noble Siegfried, to thee commended be upon thy truth and goodness the brother dear to me, that he come unscathed home from Brunhild's land. That plighted the full valiant knight in Lady Kriemhild's hand. 375. The mighty Thane gave answer, If I my life retain, then shall thy cares, good lady, all have been in vain. All safe I'll bring him hither again unto the Rhine, be that to thee full sicker. To him did the fair maid incline. 376. Their shields of golden color were borne unto the strand, and all their trusty armor was ready brought to hand. They bade their horses bring them, they would at last depart. Thereat did fairest women weep with sad foreboding heart. 377. Down from lofty casement looked many a winsome maid, as ship and sail together by stirring breeze were swayed. Upon the Rhine they found them, the warriors full of pride. Then outspake King Gunther, Who now is here the ship to guide? 378. That will I, spake Siegfried. I can upon the flood lead you on in safety, that know ye, heroes good, for all the water highways are known right well to me. With joy they then departed from the land of Burgundy. 379. A mighty pole then grasped he, Siegfried the doughty man, and the ship from shore forth to shove began. Gunther the fearless also himself took oar in hand. The knights thus brave and worthy took departure from the land. 380. They carried rich provisions, thereto the best of wine that might in any quarter be found about the Rhine. Their chargers stood in comfort, and rested by the way. The ship it moved so lightly that naught of injury had they. 381. Stretched before the breezes were the great sail ropes tight, and 20 miles they journeyed ere did come the night. By fair breezes favored down toward the sea. Their toil repaid thereafter the dauntless knights full grievously. 382. Upon the 12th morning, as we in story hear, had they by the breezes thence been carried far, unto Castle Eisenstein and Brunhild's country, that to Siegfried only was known of all the company. 383. As soon as saw King Gunther so many towers rise, and eke the boundless marches stretch before his eyes, he spake. Tell me, friend Siegfried, is it known to thee whose they are, the castles and the majestic broad country? 384. Thereto gave answer Siegfried. That well to me is known, Brunhild for their mistress / do land and people own and Eisenstein's firm towers, as ye have heard me say, ladies fair a many / shall ye here behold today. 385. And I will give you counsel. Be it well understood that all your words must tally, so methinks 'twere good. If ere today is over / our presence she command, must we leave pride behind us, as before Brunhild we stand. 386. When we the lovely lady, mid her retainers see, then shall ye, good companions, in all your speech agree that Gunther is my master, and I his serving man, 'tis thus that all he hopeth shall we in the end attain. 387. To do as he had bidden consented straight each one, and spite of proudest spirit, they left it not undone. All that he wished they promised, / and good it proved to be when anon King Gunther the fair Brunhild came to see. 388. Not all to meet thy wishes do I such service swear, but most 'tis for thy sister, Kriemhild the maiden fair, just as my soul unto me, she is my very life, and fain would I deserve it that she in truth become my wife. 7th Adventure. How Gunther won Brunhild. 389. The while they thus did parley, their ship did forward glide so near unto the castle, that soon the king espied aloft within the casements many a maiden fair to see. That all to him were strangers thought King Gunther mournfully. 390. He asked then of Siegfried, who bare him company, knowst thou aught of the maidens, who the same may be, gazing yonder downward upon us on the tide, howe'er is named their master, minded are they high in pride. 391. Then spake the valiant Siegfried, now thither shalt thou spy unseen among the ladies, then not to me deny which, wert thou free in choosing, thou'dst take to be thy queen. That will I do, then answered / Gunther the valiant knight and keen. 392. I see there one among them by yonder casement stand, clad in snow-white raiment. 'Tis she my eyes demand, so buxom she in stature, / so fair she is to see, and I were free in choosing, she it is my wife must be. 393. Full well now in choosing / thine eyes have guided thee, it is the stately Brunhild the maiden fair to see, that doth now unto her / thy heart and soul compel. All the maidens bearing pleased the royal Gunther well. 394. But soon the queen commanded from casement all to go of those her beauteous maidens. They should not stand there so to be gazed at by the strangers. They must obey her word. What were the ladies doing? Of that moreover have we heard. 395. Unto the noble strangers their beauty they would show, a thing which lovely women are ever wont to do. Unto the narrow casements came they crowding on, when they spied the strangers. That they might also see, 'twas done. 396. But 4 the strangers numbered, who came unto that land. Siegfried the doughty, the king's steed led in hand, they saw it from the casements, many a lovely maid, and saw the willing service unto royal Gunther paid. 397. Then held he by the bridle for him his gallant steed, a good and fair-formed charger, / strong and of noble breed, until the royal Gunther into the saddle sprung. Thus did serve him Siegfried. A service all forgot ere long. 398. Then his own steed he also led forth upon the shore. Such menial service had he / full seldom done before, that he should hold the stirrup for monarch whomsoe'er. Down gazing from the casements beheld it ladies high and fair. 399. At every point according, the heroes well bedight their dress, and eke their chargers of colour snowy white were like unto each other. / and well-wrought shield each one of the good knights bore with him, that brightly glimmered in the sun. 400. jewelled well with saddle slash and narrow martingale as they rode so stately in front of Brunhild's hall, and thereon bells were hanging of red gold shining bright. So came they to that country, as fitting was for men of might. 401. With spears all newly polished, with swords well made that were, and by the stately heroes hung down unto the spur, such bore the valiant riders of broad and cutting blade. The noble show did witness Brunhild the full stately maid. 402. With him came then Dankwart slash and Hagen, doughty thane. The story further telleth, how that the heroes twain of color black as raven slash rich attire wore, and each a broad and mighty slash shield of rich adornment bore. 403. Rich stones from India's country every eye could see, impending on their tunics, sparkle full brilliantly. Their vessel by the river they left without a guard, as thus the valiant heroes rode undaunted castleward. 404. 64 towers without they saw rise tall, 3 spacious palaces, and molded well a hall all wrought of precious marble slash green as blade of grass, wherein the royal Brunhild, with company of fair ladies was. 405. The castle doors unbolted, were flung open wide as out toward them the men of Brunhild hied, and received the strangers into their ladies' land. Their steeds they bade take over, slash and also shield from out the hand. 406. Then spake a man in waiting, give o'er the sword each thane, and eke the shining armor. Good friend, thou ask'st in vain, spake of Tronge Hagen, the same we'd rather wear. Then gan straightway Siegfried the country's custom to declare. 407. Tease want within this castle, of that be now aware that never any stranger slash weapons here shall bear. Now let them hence be carried. Well dost thou as I say. In this did full unwilling slash Hagen, Gunther's man, obey. 408. They bade the strangers welcome, with drink and fitting rest. Soon might you see on all sides, full many knights the best in princely weeds apparelled to their reception go, yet did they mickle gazing, who would the keen newcomers know. 409. Then unto Lady Brunhild, the tidings strange were brought how that unknown warriors now her land had sought, in stately apparel, come sailing o'er the sea. The maiden fair and stately gave question how the same might be. 410. Now shall ye straight inform me, spake she presently, who so unfamiliar these warrior knights may be, that within my castle thus so lordly stand, and for whose sake the heroes have hither journeyed to my land. 411. Then spake to her a servant, slash, lady, I well can say of them I've ne'er seen any before this present day, be it not that one among them is like unto Siegfried, him give a goodly welcome. So is to thee my loyal rede. 412. The next of the companions, he is a worthy knight if that were in his power, he well were king of might or wide domains of princes, the which might reach his hand. Now see him by the others, so right majestically stand. 413. The third of the companions, that he's a man of spleen withal of fair-formed body, slash know thou, stately queen, do tell his rapid glances that dart so free from him. He is in all his thinking a man, I ween, of mood full grim. 414. The youngest one among them, he is a worthy knight, as modest as a maiden. I see the thane of might goodly in his bearing slash standing so fair to see, we all might fear if any slash affront to him should offered be. 415. How blithe soever his manner, slash how fair soever is he, well could he cause of sorrow to stately woman be, if he gan show his anger. In him may well be seen he is in knightly virtues, a thane of valor bold and keen. 416. Then spake the queen in answer, bring now my robes to hand, and is the mighty Siegfried come unto this land, for love of me brought thither, he pays it with his life. I fear him not so sorely that I e'er become his wife. 417. So was fair Brunhild slash straightway well arrayed, then went with her thither full many a beauteous maid, 100 good or over, bedight right merrily. The full beauteous maidens would those stranger warriors see. 418. And with them went the warriors there of Isenland, the knights attending Brunhild, who bore sword in hand, 500 men or over. Slash scarce heart the strangers kept as those knights brave and seemly slash down from out the saddle leapt. 419. When the royal lady Siegfried espied, now mote ye willing listen what there the maiden said. Welcome be thou, Siegfried, slash hither unto this land. What meaneth this thy journey? Gladly might I understand. 420. Full mickle do I thank thee, slash my lady, high Brunhild, that thou art pleased to greet me, slash noble princess mild, before this knight so noble, who stands before me here, for he is my master, whom first to honor fitting were. 421. Born is he of Rhineland. What need I say more, for thee 'tis highest favor that we do hither fare. Thee will he gladly marry, and bring that whatsoe'er. Betimes shalt thou bethink thee, my master will thee never spare. 422. For his name is Gunther, and he a mighty king. If he thy love hath won him, more wants he not a thing. In sooth the king so noble hath bade me hither fare, and gladly had I left it, might I to thwart his wishes dare. 423. She spake, is he thy master, and thou his vassal art? Some games to him I offer, slash and dare he there take part. And comes he forth the victor, so am I then his wife, and be it I that conquer, then shall ye forfeit each his life. 424. Then spake of Trondhagen, slash, lady, let us see thy games so fraught with peril. Slash before should yield to thee Gunther my master, that well were something rare. He trows he yet is able to win a maid so passing fair. 425. Then shall ye try stone pudding and follow up the cast, and the spear hurl with me. Do ye not hear in haste, for well may ye pay forfeit with honor eke and life, bethink ye thus full calmly. Spake she whom Gunther would for wife. 426. Siegfried the valiant slash stepped unto the king, and bade him speak out freely slash his thoughts upon this thing unto the queen so wayward, he might have fearless heart. For to well protect thee from her do I know an art. 427. Then spake the royal Gunther, now offer, stately queen, what place soe'er thou mayest. And harder had it been, yet would I all have ventured for all thy beauty's sake. My head I'll willing forfeit, or thyself my wife I'll make. 428. When therefore the queen Brunhild heard how the matter stood the play, she begged to hasten, as indeed she should. She bade her servants fetch her slash therefore apparel trim, a mailcoat ruddy golden, and shield well wrought from boss to rim. 429. A battle tunic silken the maid upon her drew, that in ne'er a contest slash weapon pierced through, of skins from land of Libya, slash and structure rare and fine, and brilliant bands embroidered might you see upon it shine. 430. Meanwhile where the strangers jibed with many a threat, Dankwart and Hagen, their hearts began to beat. How here the king should prosper were they of doubtful mood, thinking, this our journey shall bring us wanderers not of good. 431. The while did also Siegfried the thane beyond compare, before 'twas marked by any, slash unto the ship repair, where he found his sightless mantle that did hidden lie, and slipped into full deftly. So was he veiled from every eye. See Strophe 97 note. 432. Thither back he hied him and found great company about the queen who ordered what the high play should be. There went he all in secret. Slash so cunningly, 'twas done, of all around were standing slash perceived him never anyone. 433. The ring it was appointed, wherein the play should be, for many a keen warrior who the same should see, more than 700 were seen their weapons bear, that whoso were the victor they might sure the same declare. 434. Thither was come Brunhild. All armed she did stand like as she were to combat for many a royal land. Upon her silken tunic were gold bars many a one, and glowing mid the armor slash her flesh of winsome color shone. 435. Then followed her attendants, and with them thither brought at once a shield full stately, of pure red gold 'twas wrought, with steel-hard bands for facings, slash full mickle, 'twas and broad, wherewith in the contest would guard herself the lovely maid. 436. To hold the shield securely, a well-wrought band there was, whereon lay precious jewels slash green as blade of grass. Full many array their lustre slash shot round against the gold. He were a man full valiant, whom this high dame should worthy hold. 437. The shield was 'neath the boss point, as to us is said, good 3 spans in thickness, which should bear the maid. Of steel, 'twas wrought so richly, and had of gold such share, that chamberlain and fellows /3 the same scarce could bear. 438. When the doughty Hagen the shield saw thither brought, spake the knight of Tronge, and savage was his thought. Where art thou now, King Gunther? Shall we thus lose our life? Whom here thou seek'st for lover, she is the very devil's wife. 439. List more of her apparel. She had a goodly store. Of silk of Azagang / a tunic made she wore, all bedight full richly. Amid its colour shone forth from the queen it covered, full many a sparkling precious stone. 440. Then brought they for the lady, large and heavy there, as she was wont to hurl it, a sharply pointed spear, strong and massive was it, / huge and broad as well, and at both its edges it cut with devastation fell. 441. To know the spear was heavy list ye wonders more, 3 spears of common measure, 'twould make, and something o'er, of Brunhild's attendants / 3 scarce the same could bear. The heart of noble Gunther / thereat began to fill with fear. 442. Within his soul he thought him, what pickle am I in, of hell the very devil? How might he save his skin? Might I at home in Burgundy / safe and living be? Should she for many a season from proffered love of mine be free. 443. Then spake Hagen's brother, the valiant Dankwart. In truth, this royal journey / doth sorely grieve my heart. We passed for good knights one time. What caitiff's death, if we here in far-off country a woman's game are doomed to be. 444. It ruth me full sorely that I came to this land, and had my brother Hagen his good sword in hand, and had I mine to help him, a bit more gently than a little tame of spirit, might show themselves all Brunhild's men. 445. And know it of a certain to lord it thus they'd cease, and though oaths 1,000 / I'd sworn to keep the peace, before that I'd see perish my dear lord shamefully, amid the souls departed this fair maid herself should be. 446. Well should we unhampered quit at last this land, spake his brother Hagen, did we in armor stand, such as we need for battle, / and bore we broadswords good, 'twould be a little softened, / this doughty lady's haughty mood. 447. Well heard the noble maiden what the warriors spoke. Back athwart her shoulder, she sent a smiling look. Now thinks he him so valiant, so let them armed stand, their full keen-edged broadswords give the warriors each in hand. 448. When they their swords received, as the maiden said, the full valiant Dankwart with joy his face grew red. Now play they what them pleaseth, cried the warrior brave. Gunther is yet a freeman, since now in hand good swords we have. 449. The royal Brunhild's prowess with terror was it shown. Into the ring they bore her, in sooth a ponderous stone great, and all unwieldy, huge it was and round. And scarce good knights 12 together raised it from the ground. 450. To put this was her custom after trial with the spear. Thereat the men of Burgundy began to quake with fear. Alack, alack, quoth Hagen, what seeks the king for bride? Beneath in hell, 'twere better the devil had her by his side. 451. On her white arms the flowing / sleeves she backward flung, then with grasp of power the shield in hand she swung, and spear poised high above her. So did the contest start. Gunther and Siegfried saw Brunhild's ire with falling heart. 452. And were it not that Siegfried a ready help did bring, surely then had perished beneath her hand the king. There went he unperceived, and the king's hand did touch. Gunther at his cunning / artifice was troubled much. 453. What is that hath touched me? Thought the monarch keen, then gazed he all around him. None was there to be seen, a voice spake. Siegfried is it, a friend that holds thee dear. Before this royal maiden shall thy heart be free from fear. 454. Thy shield in hand now give me, and leave it me to bear, and do thou rightly mark thee what thou now shalt hear. Now make thyself the motions, the power leave to me. When he did know him rightly, the monarch's heart was filled with glee. 455. Now secret keep my cunning, let none e'er know the same. Then shall the royal maiden here find but little game of glory to win from thee, as most to her is dear. Behold now how the lady stands before thee void of fear. 456. The spear the stately maiden with might and main did wield, and huge and broad she hurled it upon the new-made shield, that on his arm did carry the son of Siegfried. From the steel the sparks flew hissing, as if were blowing fierce the wind. 457. The mighty spear sharp-pointed slash full through the shield did crash, that ye from off the mail rings might see the lightning flash. Beneath its force they stumbled, did both those men of might. But for the sightless mantle, they both were killed there outright. 458. From mouth of the full doughty slash Siegfried burst the blood. Full soon he yet recovered. Then seized the warrior good the spear that from her strong arm thus his shield had rent, and back with force as came it, the hand of doughty Siegfried sent. 459. He thought, to pierce the maiden were but small glory earned, and so the spear's sharp edges slash backward pointing turned. Against her mail-clad body he made the shaft to bound, and with such might he sent it full loud her armor did resound. 460. The sparks as if in storm wind from mail rings flew around, so mightily did hurl it the son of Siegmund that she with all her power could not the shaft withstand. In sooth it ne'er was speeded so swiftly by King Gunther's hand. 461. But to her feet full sudden had sprung Brunhild fair. A shot, O noble Gunther, slash befitting hero rare. She weened himself had done it, slash and all unaided he, nor wot she one far mightier was thither come so secretly. 462. Then did she go full sudden, slash wrathful was her mood, a stone full high she heaved the noble maiden good, and the same far from her, with might and main she swung, her armor's mail rings jingled as she herself thereafter sprung. 463. The stone, when it had fallen, slash lay fathoms 12 from there, and yet did spring beyond it herself the maiden fair. Then where the stone was lying thither Siegfried went, Gunther feigned to move it, but by another arm 'twas sent. 464. A valiant man was Siegfried slash full powerful and tall. The stone then cast he farther, slash and farther sprang withal. From those his art so cunning, had he of strength such store that as he leaped he likewise the weight of royal Gunther bore. 465. And when the leap was ended, and fallen was the stone, then saw they ne'er another but Gunther alone. Brunhild the fair maiden, slash red grew she in wrath, Siegfried yet had warded from royal Gunther's surest death. 466. Unto her attendants she spake in loud command, when she saw across the circle the king unvanquished stand. Come hither quick, my kinsmen, slash and ye that wait on me, henceforth unto Gunther shall all be pledged faithfully. 467. Then laid the knights full valiant their swords from out the hand. At feet, for mighty Gunther from Burgundian land offered himself in service, full many a valiant knight. They weened that he had conquered in trial by his proper might. 468. He gave her loving greeting, slash right courteous was he. Then by the hand she took him, the maiden praiseworthy, in pledge that all around him was his to have and hold. Whereat rejoiced Hagen, the warrior valorous and bold. 469. Into the spacious palace with her thence to go bade she the noble monarch. When they had done so, then still greater honors unto the knight were shown. Dankwart and Hagen, right willingly they saw it done. 470. Siegfried the valiant, slash by no means was he slow, his sightless mantle did he slash away in safety stow. Then went he again thither, where many a lady sat. He spake unto the monarch slash full cunningly was done all that. 471. Why bidest thus, my master? Wilt not the play begin to which so oft hath challenged thee the noble queen? Let us soon have example what may the trial be. As knew he not about it, did the knight thus cunningly. 472. Then spake the queen unto him, How hath this ever been, that of the play, Sir Siegfried, slash nothing thou hast seen, wherein hath been the victor slash Gunther with mighty hand? Thereto gave answer Hagen, a grim knight of Burgundian land. 473. Spake he, There dost thou, lady, slash think ill without a cause. By the ship down yonder the noble Siegfried was, the while the lord of Rhineland in play did vanquish thee. Thus knows he nothing of it, spake Gunther's warrior courteously. 474. A joy to me these tidings, the doughty Siegfried spoke, that so thy haughty spirit is brought beneath the yoke, and that yet one their life/master to be of thine. Now shalt thou, noble maiden, us follow thither to the Rhine. 475. Then spake the maiden shapely. It may not yet be so. All my men and kindred/first the same must know. In sooth not all so lightly/can I quit my home. First must I bid my trusty/warriors that they hither come. 476. Then bade she messengers quickly forth to ride, and summoned in her kindred and men from every side. Without delay she prayed them to come to Eisenstein, and bade them all be given/fit apparel rare and fine. 477. Then might ye see daily/twixt morn and eventide unto Brunhild's castle/many a night to ride. God wot, quoth Hagen, we do an evil thing to tarry here while Brunhild/doth thus her men together bring. 478. If now into this country, their good men they've brought what thing the queen intendeth/thereof know we not. Belike her wrath ariseth/and we are men forlorn then to be our ruin, were the noble maiden born. 479. Then spake the doughty Siegfried. That matter leave to me, whereof thou now art fearful, I'll never let it be. Ready help I'll bring thee/hither unto this land, knights of whom thou wotst not/till now I'll bring a chosen band. 480. Of me shalt thou ask not. From hence will I fare. May God of thy good honor meanwhile have a care. I come again right quickly with 1,000 men for thee, the very best of warriors hitherto are known to me. 481. Then tarry not unduly, thus the monarch said. Glad we are full fairly of this thy timely aid. He spake, till I come to thee/full short shall be my stay, that thou thyself hast sent me/shalt thou unto Brunhild say. 8th Adventure. How Siegfried fared to his knights, the Nibelungen. 482. Thence went then Siegfried/out through the castle door in his sightless mantle, to a boat upon the shore. As Siegmund's son doth board it him no mortal sees, and quickly off he steers it, as were it wafted by the breeze. 483. No one saw the boatman, yet rapid was the flight of the boat forth speeding, driven by Siegfried's might. They weened that did speed it a swiftly blowing wind, no, 'twas Siegfried sped it, the son of fairest Sieglind. 484. In that one daytime and the following night came he to a country, by dint of mickle might, long miles 100 distant, and something more than this. The Nibelungen were its people, where the mighty horde was his. 485. Alone did fare the hero unto an island vast, where on the boat full quickly the gallant knight made fast. Of a castle then bethought him/high upon a hill, and there a lodging sought him, as wayworn men are wont to still. 486. Then came he to the portals that locked before him stood. They guarded well their honor as people ever should. At the door he 'gan a knocking, for all unknown was he, but full well 'twas guarded, and within it he did see. 487. A giant who the castle did guard with watchful eye, and near him did at all times his good weapons lie. Quoth he, who now that knocketh at the door in such strange wise? Without the valiant Siegfried did cunningly his voice disguise. 488. He spake, a bold knight-errant am I, unlock the gate, else will I from without here/disturbance rare create for all who'd fain lie quiet and their rest would take. Wrathful grew the porter, as in this wise Siegfried spake. 489. Now did the giant valorous his good armor don, and placed on head his helmet. Then the full doughty man his shield upsnatched quickly, and gate wide open swung. How sore was he enraged as himself upon Siegfried he flung. 490. How dared he thus awaken/brave knights within the hall? The blows in rapid showers from his hand did fall. Thereat the noble stranger began himself to shield, for so a club of iron the porter's mighty arm did wield. 491. That splinters flew from buckler, and Siegfried stood aghast from fear that this same hour was doomed to be his last. So mightily the porter's slash blows about him fell. To find such faithful warder did please his master Siegfried well. 492. So fiercely did they struggle that castle far within and hall where slept the Nibelungen echoed back the din. But Siegfried pressed the porter, and soon he had him bound. In all the land of Nibelungen, the story soon was bruited round. 493. When the grim sound of fighting afar the place had filled, Alberich did hear it, a dwarf full brave and wild. He donned his armor deftly, slash and running thither found this so noble stranger, where he the doughty porter bound. 494. Alberich was full wrathy, thereto a man of power, coat of mail and helmet he on his body wore, and in his hand a heavy slash scourge of gold he swung, where was fighting Siegfried, slash thither in mickle haste he sprung. 495. 7 knobs thick and heavy on the club's end were seen, wherewith the shield that guarded the knight that was so keen he battered with such vigor that pieces from it brake. Lest he his life should forfeit, the noble stranger gan to quake. 496. The shield that all was battered from his hand he flung, and into sheath, too, thrust he slash his sword so good and long. For his trusty chamberlain he did not wish to slay, and in such case he could not grant his anger fullest sway. 497. With but his hands so mighty at Alberich he ran. By the beard then seized he slashed the grey and aged man, and in such manner pulled it that he full loud did roar. The youthful hero's conduct slash Alberich did trouble sore. 498. Loud cried the valiant steward, "Have mercy now on me, and might I others vassal than one good hero's be, to whom to be good subject I an oath did take, until my death I'd serve thee." Slash thus the man of cunning spake. 499. Alberich then bound he as the giant before. The mighty arm of Siegfried did trouble him full sore. The dwarf began to question, "Thy name, what may it be?" Quoth he, "My name is Siegfried. I weened I well were known to thee." 500. "I joy to hear such tidings," dwarf Alberich replied. "Well now have I found thee in knightly prowess tried, and with goodly reason slash lord o'er lands to be. I'll do whate'er thou biddest, slash wilt thou only give me free." 501. Then spake his master Siegfried, "Quickly shalt thou go and bring me knights hither, the best we have to show, 1,000 Nibelungen, to stand before their lord." Wherefore thus he wished it, spake he never yet a word. 502. The giant and Alberich slash straightway he unbound. Then ran Alberich quickly where the knights he found. The warriors of Nibelung he wakened full of fear. Quoth he, "Be up, ye heroes, before Siegfried shall ye appear." 503. From their couches sprang they slash and ready were full soon, clothed well in armor slash 1,000 warriors boon, and went where they found standing Siegfried their lord. Then was a mickle greeting courteously in act and word. 504. Candles many were lighted, slash and sparkling wine he drank, that they came so quickly, therefore he all did thank. Quoth he, "Now shall ye with me from hence across the flood." Thereto he found full ready the heroes valiant and good. 505. Good 300 warriors soon had hither pressed, from whom were then 1,000 slash taken of the best. For them were brought their helmets, and what they else did need. For unto Brunhild's country would he straightway the warriors lead. 506. He spake, "Ye goodly nobles, that would I have you hear, in full costly raiment shall ye at court appear, for yonder must there see us slash full many a fair lady. Therefore shall your bodies dight in good apparel be." 507. Upon a morning early went they on their way. What host of brave companions slash bore Siegfried company? Good steeds took they with them slash, and garments rich to wear, and did in courtly fashion unto Brunhild's country fair. 508. As gazed from lofty parapet slash women fair to see, spake the queen unto them, "Knows any who they be, whom I see yonder sailing upon the sea afar? Rich sails their ships do carry, slash whiter than snow they are." 509. Then spake the king of Rhineland, "My good men they are, that on my journey hither left I lying near. I've sent to call them to me. Now are they come, O queen." With full great amazing were the stately strangers seen. 510. There saw they Siegfried out on the ship's prow stand clad in costly raiment, and with him his good band. Then spake Queen Brunhild, "Good monarch, let me know, shall I go forth to greet them, or shall I greetings high forgo?" 511. He spake, "Thou shalt to meet them before the palace go, so that we see them gladly, they may surely know." Then did the royal lady fulfill the king's behest, yet Siegfried in the greeting was not honored with the rest. 512. Lodgings were made ready, and their armor tan in hand. Then was such host of strangers come into that land, on all sides they jostled from the great company. Then would the knights full valiant homeward fare to Burgundy. 513. Then spake Queen Brunhild, "In favor would I hold who might now apportion my silver and my gold to my guests and the monarchs, for goodly store I have." Thereto in answer Dankwart, Giselher's good warrior, gave. 514. "Full noble royal lady, give me the keys to hold. I trow I'll so divide it," spake the warrior bold. "If blame there be about it, that shall be mine alone." That he was not a niggard, beyond a doubt he soon had shown. 515. When now Hagen's brother the treasure did command, so many a lavish bounty dealt out the hero's hand. Whoso mark did covet, to him was given such store that all who once were poor men might joyous live for evermore. 516. In sooth good pounds 100 gave he to each and all. A host in costly raiment were seen before the hall, who in equal splendor ne'er before were clad. When the queen did hear it, verily her heart was sad. 517. Then spake the royal lady, "Good king, it little needs, that now thy chamberlain of all my stately weeds leave no whit remaining, and squander clean my gold. Would any yet prevent it, him would I in favor hold." 518. He deals with hand so lavish, in sooth doth wean the thane that death I've hither summoned. But longer I'll remain, eke trow I well to spend all my sire hath left to me. Ne'er found queen a chamberlain of such passing generosity. 519. Then spake of Hagen, "Lady, be thou told, that the king of Rhineland raiment hath in gold so plenteous to lavish, that we may well forego to carry with us homeward aught that Brunhild can bestow." 520. "No, as high ye hold me," spake the queen again. "Let me now have filled coffers twice times 10 of gold and silken raiment, that may deal out my hand, when that we come over into royal Gunther's land." 521. Then with precious jewels the coffers they filled for her, the while her own chamberlain must be standing near, for no whit would she trust it unto Giselher's man, whereat Gunther and Hagen heartily to laugh began. 522. Then spake the royal lady, "To whom leave I my lands, first must they now be given in charge from out our hands." Then spake the noble monarch, "Whomsoe'er it pleaseth thee, bid him now come hither, the same will let our warden be." 523. One of her highest kindred near by the lady spied, he was her mother's brother to him, thus spake the maid, "Now be to thee entrusted the castles and eke the land, until that here shall govern Gunther the king by his own hand." 524. Trusty knights 2,000 from her company chose she to journey with her unto Burgundy, beyond those 1,000 warriors from Nibelungenlied. They made ready for the journey, and downward rode unto the strand. 525. 86 ladies led they thence with her, their 200 maidens that full beauteous were. They tarried no whit longer, for they to part were fain. Of those they left behind them, oh how they all to weep began. 526. In high befitting fashion quitted she her land. She kissed of nearest kindred all who round did stand. After fair leave-taking, they went upon the sea. Back to her father's country came never more that fair lady. 527. Then heard you on the journey many a kind of play. Every pleasant pastime and plenty had they. Soon had they for their journey a wind from proper art, so with full great rejoicing did they from that land depart. 528. Yet would she on the journey not be the monarch's spouse, but was their pleasant pastime reserved for his own house at Worms within his castle, at a high festival, whither anon full joyous came they with their warriors all. Ninth adventure. How Siegfried was sent to Worms. 529. When that they had journeyed /full 9 days on their way, then spake of Trondhagen. Now hear what I shall say. We tarry with the tidings for Worms upon the Rhine. At Burgundy already should now be messengers of thine. 530. Then outspake King Gunther. There hast thou spoken true, and this selfsame journey, none were so fit thereto as thyself, friend Hagen. So do thou now ride on, this our high court journey, none else can better make it known. 531. Thereto answered Hagen, poor messenger am I, let me be treasure warden. Upon the ships I'll stay near by the women rather, their guardian to be, till that we bring them safely into the land of Burgundy. 532. Now do thou pray Siegfried that he the message bear, for he's a knight most fitting this thing to have in care. If he decline the journey, then shalt thou courteously, for kindness to thy sister, pray that he not unwilling be. 533. He sent for the good warrior who came at his command. He spake, since we are nearing home in my own land, so should I send a message to sister dear of mine and eke unto my mother, that we are nigh unto the Rhine. 534. Thereto I pray thee, Siegfried, now meet my wish aright, spake the noble monarch. I'll ever thee requite. But Siegfried still refused it, the full valiant man, till that King Gunther sorely to beseech began. 535. He spake, now bear the message, in favor unto me and eke unto Kriemhild, a maiden fair to see, that the stately maiden help me thy service pay. When had heard it Siegfried, ready was the knight straightway. 536. Now what thou wilt command me, 'twill not be long delayed, this thing will I do gladly for sake of that fair maid. Why should I aught refuse her, who all my heart hath won? What thou for her commandest, whate'er it be, 'twill all be done. 537. Then say unto my mother, You't the queen, that we on our journey in joyous mood have been. Let know likewise my brothers what fortune us befell. Eke unto all our kinsmen shalt thou then merry tidings tell. 538. Unto my fair sister shalt thou all confide. From me bring her fair compliment, and from Brunhild beside, and eke unto our household and all my warriors brave. What my heart e'er did strive for, how well accomplished it I have. 539. And say as well to Ortwin nephew dear of mine that he do bid make ready at Worms beside the Rhine, and all my other kindred, to them made known shall be, with Brunhild I am minded to keep a great festivity. 540. And say unto my sister, when that she hath learned that I am to my country with many a guest returned, she shall have care to welcome my bride in fitting way, so all my thoughts of Kriemhild will be her service to repay. 541. Then did Sir Siegfried straightway in parting greet high the lady Brunhild, as 'twas very meet, and all her company. Then toward the Rhine rode he, nor in this world a better messenger might ever be. 542. With 24 warriors to Worms did he ride. When soon it was reported, the king came not beside, then did all the household of direst news have dread. They feared their royal master were left in distant country dead. 543. Then sprang they from the saddle, full high they were of mood. Full soon before them Giselher the prince so youthful stood, and Gernot his brother. How quickly then spake he, when he the royal Gunther saw not in Siegfried's company. 544. Be thou welcome, Siegfried. Yet shalt thou tell to me, why the king my brother cometh not with thee. Brunhild's prowess is it, hath taken him, I ween, and so this lofty wooing hath not but our misfortune been. 545. Now see such ill foreboding. To you and friends hath sent my royal companion his good compliment. Safe and sound I left him. Myself did he command that I should be his herald with tidings hither to your land. 546. Quickly shall ye see to it, how that it may be, that I the queen and likewise your fair sister see, from Gunther and Brunhild, the message will I tell that hath now been sent them. The twain do find them passing well. 547. Then spake the youthful Giselher, so shalt thou go to her, here dost thou on my sister a favor high confer. In sooth she's mickle anxious hout with my brother be, the maid doth see thee gladly, of that will I be surety. 548. Then outspake Sir Siegfried, if serve her aught I can, that same thing most willing in truth it shall be done, who now will tell the ladies I would with them confer. Then was therein Giselher / the stately knight his messenger. 549. Giselher the valiant, unto his mother kind and sister, spake the tidings when he the twain did find. To us returned is Siegfried, / the hero of Netherlands unto the Rhine he cometh, at my brother Gunther's command. 550. He bringeth us the tidings / hout with the king doth fare. Now shall ye give permission that he for you appear. He'll tell the proper tidings from Isenland o'er the main. Yet mickle sad forebodings did trouble still the ladies twain. 551. They sprang for their attire, and donned it nothing slow. Then bade they that Siegfried to court should thither go. That did he right willing, for he gladly them did see. Kriemhild the noble maiden spake to him thus graciously. 552. Welcome be, Sir Siegfried, / thou knight right praiseworthy. Yet where may King Gunther my noble brother be, it is through Brunhild's prowess, / I ween, he is forlorn. Alack of me, poor maiden, that I into this world was born. 553. The valiant knight then answered, give me newsbringers meed, know ye, fairest ladies, ye weep without a need. I left him well and happy, that would I have you know, they too have sent me hither to bear the tidings unto you. 554. And offer thee good service both his bride and he my full noble lady, in love and loyalty. Now give over weeping, for straight will they be here. They had for many a season heard not a tale to them so dear. 555. With fold of snow-white garment, then her eyes so bright dried she after weeping. She gan thank the knight who of these glad tidings had been the messenger, then was a mickle sorrow, and cause of weeping tan from her. 556. She bade the knight be seated, which he did willingly. Then spake the lovely maiden, it were a joy to me, could I the message bringer with gold of mine repay. Thereto art thou too highborn, I'll serve thee then another way. 557. If I alone were ruler, spake he, o'er 30 lands, yet gifts I'd take right gladly, came they from thy fair hands. Then spake the virtuous maiden, in truth it shall be so. Then bade she her chamberlain / forth for message money go. 558. 24 armlets with stones of precious kind, these gave she him for guerdon. 'Twas not the hero's mind, that he himself should keep them. He dealt them all around unto her fair attendants, whom he within the chamber found. 559. Of service, too, her mother did kindly offer make. Then have I more to tell you, the keen warrior spake, of what the king doth beg you, when comes he to the Rhine. Wilt thou perform it, lady, then will he heir to the incline. 560. The noble guests he bringeth, this heard I him request, that ye shall well receive them, / and furthermore his hest, that ye ride forth to meet him / 4 worms upon the strand. So have ye from the monarch faithfully his high command. 561. Then spake the lovely maiden, full ready there am I, if I in aught can serve him, I'll never that deny. In all good faith and kindness / shall it e'er be done. Then deeper grew her color that from increase of joy she won. 562. Never was royal message better received before. The lady sheer had kissed him, if 'twere a thing to dare. From those high ladies took he / his leave in courteous wise. Then did they there in Burgundy in way as Siegfried did advise. 563. Sindold and Hunold and Rumold the Thane in truth were nothing idle, but wrought with might and main to raise the sitting places / 4 worms upon the strand. There did the royal steward busy, mid the workers stand. 564. Ortwine and Gier thought longer not to bide, but sent unto their kinsmen / forth on every side. They told of festive meeting there that was to be, and deck themselves to meet them, did the maidens fair to see. 565. The walls throughout the palace were dight full richly all, looking unto the strangers. / and King Gunther's hall full well with seats and tables for many a noble guest, and great was the rejoicing in prospect of the mighty feast. 566. Then rode from every quarter slash hither through the land the three monarchs' kinsmen, who there were called to hand, that they might be in waiting for those expected there. Then from enfolding covers took they store of raiments rare. 567. Some watchers brought the tidings slash that Brunhild's followers were seen coming riding hither. Then rose a mickle stir among the folk, so many in the land of Burgundy. Hey-ho, what valiant warriors alike on both parts might you see. 568. Then spake the fair Kriemhild. Of my good maidens, ye who at this reception shall bear me company, from out the chests now seek ye slash attire the very best, so shall praise and honor be ours from many a noble guest. 569. Then came the knights also slash, and bade bring forth to view the saddles richly furnished, of ruddy golden hue, that ladies fair should ride on at Worms unto the Rhine. Better horse equipment could never artisan design. 570. Hey-ho, what gold all glancing from the steeds there shone, sparkled from their bridles full many a precious stone. Gold-wrought stools for mounting, and shining carpets good brought they for the ladies. Slash joyous were they all of mood. 571. Within the court the heroes bedight with trappings do awaited noble maidens. As I have told to you, a narrow band from saddle went round each horse's breast, its beauty none could tell you. Of silk it was the very best. 572. 86 ladies came in manner meet wearing each a wimple. Slash Kriemhild there to greet they went, all fair to look on, in shining garments clad. Then came eke well apparelled slash full many a fair and stately maid. 573. 54 were they of the land of Burgundy, and they were eke the noblest that ever you might see. Adorned with shining hairbands, the fair-haired maids came on. What now the king desired, that most carefully was done. 574. Made of stuffs all costly, the best you might desire. Before the gallant strangers wore they such rich attire as well did fit the beauty of many amid the throng. He sure had lost his senses. Who could have wished them any wrong? 575. Of sable and of ermine slash many a dress was worn, arms and hands a many did they full well adorn with rings o'er silken dresses, that there did clothe them well. Of all the ready-making none might ever fully tell. 576. Full many a well-wrought girdle, in long and costly braid about the shining garments. By many a hand was laid on dress of precious farandine of silk from Araby. And full of high rejoicing were those maids of high degree. 577. With clasps before her bosom was many a fair maid laced full beauteously. She might well be sad, whose full beaming color vied not with weeds she wore. Such a stately company ne'er possessed a queen before. 578. When now the lovely maidens attired you might see, soon were those beside them should bear them company, of warriors high-hearted a full mickle band, and with their shields they carried slash full many an ashen shaft in hand. 10th adventure. How Brunhild was received at Worms. 579. On yonder side Rhine river they saw a stately band. The king and host of strangers slash ride down unto the strand, and also many a lady sitting on charger led. By those who should receive them was goodly preparation made. 580. Soon they of Isenland the ship had entered then, and with them Siegfried's vassals, the Nibelungen men. They strained unto the shore with untiring hand when they beheld the monarch's slash friends upon the farther strand. 581. Now list ye eke the story of the stately queen, Ute, how at her bidding slash ladies fair were seen forth coming from the castle to ride her company. Then came to know each other full many a knight and fair lady. 582. The Margrave jeer, but to the castle gate the bridal held for Kriemhild. The keen Siegfried did wait thenceforward upon her. She was a beauteous maid, well was the knight's good service by the lady since repaid. 583. Ortween the valiant slash queen Ute rode beside, and many a knight full gallant was stately ladies' guide. At such a high reception, that may we say, I ween, was ne'er such host of ladies in company together seen. 584. With show of riders' talent, the tilt was carried on, for might the knight's full gallant slash not fitting leave undone, as passed down to the river/Kriemhild the lady bright. Then helped was many a lady/fair from charger to alight. 585. The king had then come over and many a stranger too. Hey-ho, what strong shafts splintered before the ladies flew, many a shaft go crashing heard you there on shield. Hey-ho, what din of costly /arms resounded o'er the field. 586. The full lovely maidens upon the shore did stand, as Gunther with the strangers stepped upon the land. He himself did Brunhild by the hand lead on, then sparkled towards each other/rich dress and many a shining stone. 587. Then went Lady Kriemhild with fullest courtesy due to greet the Lady Brunhild and her retinue. And saw ye each the headband with fair hand move aside when they kissed each other/high courtesy did the ladies guide. 588. Then spake the maiden Kriemhild, a high-born lady she, unto this our country/shalt thou right welcome be, to me and to my mother and each true friend of mine that we here have with us. Then each did unto each incline. 589. Within their arms the ladies/oft-times clasped each other. Like this fond reception heard ye of ne'er another, as when both the ladies there the bride did greet Queen Ute and her daughter/oft-times they kissed her lips so sweet. 590. When all of Brunhild's ladies were come upon the strand, then was there taken full fondly by the hand by the warriors stately many a fair lady. Before the Lady Brunhild the train of fair maids might ye see. 591. Before their greetings ended a mickle time was gone, for lips of rosy color were kissed there, many a one. Long stood they together, the royal ladies high, and so to look upon them pleased many a noble warrior's eye. 592. Then spied with probing eye too, who before did hear that till then was never/aught beheld so fair, as those two royal ladies. They found it was no lie. In all their person might ye no manner of deceit espy. 593. Who there could spy fair ladies, and judge of beauty rare, they praised the wife of Gunther that she was passing fair. Yet spake again the wise men who looked with keener gaze, they rather would to Kriemhild before Brunhild award the praise. 594. Then went unto each other/maid and fair lady. Full many a fair one might ye in rich adornment see. There stood rich tents a many, silken great and small, wherewith in every quarter/four worms the field was covered all. 595. Of the king's high kindred/a mighty press there was, then bade they Brunhild and Kriemhild on to pass, and with them all the ladies, where they in shade might be. Thither did bring them warriors of the land of Burgundy. 596. When now the strangers also on horse sat every one, plenteous nightly tilting at shield was there begun. Above the field rose dust clouds, as had the country been all in flames a-burning, who bore the honors there was seen. 597. Looked on full many a maiden, as the knights did sport them so. Meseemeth that Sir Siegfried/full many a to and fro did ride with his good followers, along for many a tent. With him of Nibelungen 1,000 stately men there went. 598. Then came of Hagen, whom the king did send, he bade in pleasing manner the tourney have an end, before in dust be buried all the ladies fair. And ready to obey him soon the courteous strangers were. 599. Then spake Sir Gernot, now let the chargers stand, until the air is cooler, for we must be at hand as escort for fair ladies unto the stately hall, and will the king take saddle, so let him find you ready all. 600. When now the sound of tourney o'er all the field was spent, then went for pleasant pastime, neath many a lofty tent the knights unto the ladies, and willing thither hide. And there they passed the hours, till such time as they thence should ride. 601. Just before the evening when the sun was in the west, and the air grew cooler, no longer did they rest, but both knights and ladies unto the castle passed, and eyes in loving glances on many a beauteous maid were cast. 602. By hand of goodly warrior, many a coat was rent, for in the country's custom they tourneyed as they went, until before the palace the monarch did dismount. They tended fairest ladies, as knights high-spirited are wont. 603. After fairest greeting, the queens did part again. Dame Ute and her daughter, thither passed the twain with train of fair attendants unto a hall full wide. Din of merrymaking heard ye there on every side. 604. Arranged were sitting places where the king would be with his guests at table. By him might ye see standing the fair Brunhild. She wore a royal crown in the monarch's country, the which might well such mistress own. 605. Seats for all the people at many a spacious board there were, as saith the story, where victuals rich were stored. How little there was lacking of all that makes a feast, and by the monarch saw ye sitting many a stately guest. 606. The royal host's attendants in basins golden red carried water forward. And should it e'er be said by any that a better service did receive ever guests of monarch, I never could such thing believe. 607. Before the lord of Rhineland with water was waited on, unto him Sir Siegfried, as fitting was, had gone. He called to mind a promise that made by him had been ere that the Lady Brunhild afar in Isenland he'd seen. 608. He spake, Thou shalt bethink thee what once did plight thy hand, if that the Lady Brunhild should come unto this land, thou'dst give to me thy sister. Where now what thou hast sworn, in this thy wooing journey, not small the labor I have borne. 609. Then to his guest the monarch, Well hast thou minded me, and by this hand shall never false word plighted be, to gain thy wish I'd help thee in the way as best I know. Bidden then was Kriemhild forth unto the king to go. 610. With her full beauteous maidens unto the hall she passed. Then sprang the youthful Giselher adown the steps in haste. Bid now these many maidens wend their way again. None, but my sister only unto the king shall enter in. 611. Then led they Kriemhild thither, where the king was found. With him were knights full noble from many a land around. Within that hall so spacious, she waited the king's behest, what time the Lady Brunhild betook her likewise to the feast. 612. Then spake the royal Gunther, Sister mine full fair, redeem the word I've given, and holds thou virtue dear, thee to a knight I plighted. And taxed thou him to man, thereby my wish full truly unto the warrior hast thou done. 613. Then spake the noble maiden, Brother full dear to me, not long shalt thou entreat me. In truth I'll ever be obedient to thy bidding, that shall now be done, and him I'll take full gladly, my lord, whom thou givest me for man. 614. Before those fair eyes' glances grew Siegfried's color red. The knight to Lady Kriemhild his service offered. Within a ring together then were led the twain, and they asked the maiden if she to take the knight were fain. 615. Upon her face not little was the modest glow, nathless to joy of Siegfried did fortune will it so, that the maiden would not refuse the knight her hand. Eke swore his wife to make her the noble king of Netherland. 616. When he to her had plighted, and eke to him the maid, Siegfried to embrace her nothing more delayed, but clasped in arms full fondly, and oft the lady fair. And stately knights were witness how that he kissed the princess there. 617. When that the maids attendant from thence had ta'en their leave, in place of honor seated Siegfried might ye perceive, and by him fairest Kriemhild. And many a knight at hand was seen of the Nibelungen at Siegfried's service ready stand. 618. There too was Gunther seated, and with him Queen Brunhild. At sight of Kriemhild sitting by Siegfried, was she filled with anger such as never before her heart did swell. She wept, and tears in plenty adown her shining face there fell. 619. Then spake who ruled the country. What aileth, lady mine, that so thou lett'st be dimmed thine eyes that brightly shine, be straight of joyous spirit? For now at thy command my land and my good castles and host of stately warriors stand. 620. Good cause to me for weeping, spake the lady fair. For sake of this thy sister sorrow now I bear, whom here behold I seated by one that serveth thee, that must forever grieve me, shall she thus dishonored be. 621. Then answered her King Gunther, But for the nonce be still, at other time more fitting the thing to thee I'll tell, wherefore thus my sister to Siegfried I did give, and truly with the hero may she ever joyous live. 622. She spake, her name and beauty thus lost it grieveth me, and knew I only whither, from hence I'd surely flee, this night nor ere hereafter to share thy royal bed. Say'st thou not truly wherefore Kriemhild thus hath Siegfried wed? 623. Then spake the noble monarch, then unto thee be known that he as stately castles, lands wide as I, doth own, and know thou that full surely a mighty monarch he, wherefore the fairest maiden I grant him thus his wife to be. 624. Whate'er the king did tell her, sad was she yet of mood, then hastened from the tables full many a warrior good, and jousted that the castle walls gave back the din. Amid his guests, the monarch waiting longingly was seen. 625. He deemed 'twere better lying beside his fair lady, of thinking on that plaisance, his mind he could not free, and what her love would bring him before the night be past. He many a glance full tender upon the lady Brunhild cast. 626. The guests they bade give over in joust who combated, for that with spouse new wedded the monarch would to bed. Leaving then the banquet, there together met Kriemhild and Brunhild. Their bitter hate was silent yet. 627. At hand were their attendants, they longer tarried not, and chamberlains full lordly lights for them had brought. Then parted eke the followers of the monarchs twain, and bearing Siegfried company went full many a worthy thane. 628. The lords were both come thither, where that they should lie. As each one bethought him of loving victory to win o'er winsome lady, merry he grew of mood. The noble Siegfried's pastime, it was beyond all measure good. 629. As their Sir Siegfried by fair Kriemhild lay, and to the maid devoted himself in such fond way as noble knight beseemeth, they twain to him were one, and not 1,000 others had he then ta'en for her alone. 630. I'll tell you now no further how he the lady plied, but list ye first the story what Gunther did betide by Lady Brunhild lying. In sooth, the noble thane by side of other ladies a deal more happily had lain. 631. Withdrawn were now attendants, man and also maid, not long to lock the chamber within the king delayed. He weened to have good pleasure of that fair lady, yet was the time still distant when that she his wife should be. 632. In gown of whitest linen unto the bed she passed, then thought the knight full noble, now have I here at last all that I e'er desired, as long as I can tell. Perforce her stately beauty did please the monarch passing well. 633. That they should shine more dimly, he placed the lights aside, then where did lie the lady the thane full eager hide. He placed himself anigh her, his joy right great it was, as in his arms the monarch the winsome maid did there embrace. 634. A loving plaisance had he, with vigor there begun if that the noble lady had let the same be done. She then did rage so sorely that grieved was he thereat. He weened to find who loved him, instead he found him naught but hate. 635. Spake she, good knight and noble, from this thing give o'er, that which thou here hast hope of, it may be never more. A maid I still will keep me well mayest thou know that until I learn that story. Gunther wrathy grew thereat. 636. Her gown he wrought to ruin to win her maidenhead, whereat did seize a girdle, the full stately maid, a strong and silken girdle that round her sides she wore, and with the same the monarch she soon had brought to pains full sore. 637. His feet and his hands also, together bound she all, unto a nail she bore him and hung him on the wall. Him who disturbed her sleeping in his love she sorely let, and from her mighty prowess, he full nigh his death had met. 638. Then gan he to entreat her, who master late had been. From these my bonds now loose me, my full noble queen, nor trow I e'er, fair lady victor o'er thee to be, and henceforth will I seldom seek to lie thus nigh to thee. 639. She recked not how 'twere with him, as she full softly lay. There hung he, will he nil he, the night through unto day, until the light of morning through the windows shone. Could he e'er boast of prowess small now the measure he did own. 640. Now tell me, lordly Gunther, wert thou thereat so sad, If that in bonds should find thee, spake the fairest maid, thy royal men-in-waiting, bound by lady's hand? Then spake the knight full noble, thou shouldst he in case most evil stand. 641. Eke had I little honour therefrom, continued he. For all thy royal honour let me then go to thee, since that my fond embracements do anger thee so sore, with these my hands I pledge thee to touch thy garment nevermore. 642. Then she loosed him straightway, and he once more stood free. To the bed he went as erstwhile where rested his lady. But far from her he laid him, and well he now forbore to stir the lady's anger by touching in the gown she wore. 643. At length came their attendants who garments fresh did bring, whereof was ready for them good store on that morning. Yet merry as his folk were, a visage sad did own the lord of that proud country, for all he wore that day a crown. 644. As was the country's custom, a thing folk do of right, Gunther and Brunhild presently were dight to go unto the minster, where the mass was sung. Thither eke came Siegfried, and in their trains a mighty throng. 645. As fitted royal honour for them, was thither brought the crown that each should carry and garments richly wrought. There were they consecrated. And when the same was done saw ye the four together happy stand, and wearing crown. 646. There was knighted many a squire, 600 or beyond in honour of the crowning, that shall ye understand. Arose full great rejoicing in the land of Burgundy as hand of youthful warrior, did shatter shaft right valiantly. 647. Then sat in castle casement maidens fair to see, and many a shield beneath them gleamed full brilliantly. Yet himself had sundered from all his men the king, though joyous every other, sad-visaged stood he sorrowing. 648. He and the doughty Siegfried, how all unlike their mood. Well wist the thing did grieve him that noble knight and good. He went unto the monarch and straight addressed him so. This night how hast thou fared? In friendship give thou me to know. 649. To his guest the king gave answer. Then shame and scathe I've not. The devil's dam I surely into my house have brought. When as I thought to have her she bound me like a thrall, unto a nail she bore me, and hung me high upon the wall. 650. There hung I sore in anguish the night through, until day ere that she would unbind me, the while she softly lay, and hast thou friendly pity know than the grief I bear. Then spake the doughty Siegfried. Such grieves me verily to hear. 651. The which I'll show thee truly, wilt thou me not deny. I'll bring it that tonight she so near to thee shall lie that she to meet thy wishes shall tarry nevermore. Thereat rejoiced did Gunther to think perchance his trials o'er. 652. Then further spake Sir Siegfried. With thee 'twill yet be right. I ween that all unequal we twain have fared this night. To me thy sister Kriemhild dearer is than life. Eke shall the lady Brunhild be yet this coming night thy wife. 653. I'll come unto thy chamber this night all secretly, spake he, and wrapped in mantle invisible I'll be, that of this my cunning naught shall any know, and thy attendants shalt thou bid to their apartments go. 654. The lights I'll all extinguish held by each page in hand, by the which same token shalt thou understand I present em to serve thee. I'll tame thy shrewish wife that thou this night enjoy her, else forfeit be my caitiff life. 655. And thou wilt truly leave me, answered him the king, my lady yet a maiden, I joy o'er this same thing, so do thou as thou willest, and takest thou her life, and that I'll let pass o'er me, to lose so terrible a wife. 656. Thereto, spake then Siegfried, plight I word of mine, to leave her yet a maiden. A sister fair of thine is to me before all women I ever yet have seen. Gunther believed right gladly what had by Siegfried plighted been. 657. Meanwhile the merry pastime with joy and zest went on. But all the din and bustle bade they soon be done, when band of fairest ladies would pass unto the hall, for whom did royal chamberlains bid backward stand the people all. 658. The chargers soon and riders from castle court were sped. Each of the noble ladies by bishop high was led, when that before the monarchs they passed to banquet board, and in their train did follow to table many a stately lord. 659. There sat the king all hopeful and full of merriment, what him did promise Siegfried. Thereon his mind was bent. To him as long as 30 did seem that single day to plaisance with his lady, thither turned his thought alway. 660. And scarce the time he bided, while that the feast did last. Now unto her chamber the stately Brunhild passed, and for her couch did Kriemhild likewise the table leave. Before those royal ladies, what host ye saw of warriors brave. 661. Full soon thereafter Siegfried sat right lovingly with his fair wife beside him, slash and knot, but joy had he. His hand she clasped full fondly within her hand so white, until and how she knew not he did vanish from her sight. 662. When she the knight did fondle, slash and straightway saw him not, unto her maid's attendant spake the queen distraught. Meseemeth a mickle wonder where now the king hath gone, his hands in such weird fashion, who now from out mine own hath drawn. 663. Yet further not she questioned. Soon had he hither gone where with lights were standing slash attendants many a one, the same he did extinguish in every page's hand, that Siegfried then was present slash Gunther thereby did understand. 664. Well wist he what he would there, so bade he thence begone ladies and maids in waiting. And when that was done, himself, the mighty monarch fast, did lock the door 2 bolts all wrought securely slash, he quickly shoved the same before. 665. The lights behind the curtains hid he presently, soon a play was started, for thus it had to be, betwixt the doughty Siegfried and the stately maid, thereat was royal Gunther slash joyous alike and sad. 666. Siegfried there laid him by the maid full near, spake she. Let be, now, Gunther, and hast thou cause to fear those troubles now repeated which befell thee yesternight? And soon the valiant Siegfried through the lady fell in sorry plight. 667. His voice did he keep under slash, and ne'er a word spake he. Intently listened Gunther, and though he naught could see, yet knew he that in secret nothing twixt them passed. In sooth nor knight nor lady upon the bed had mickle rest. 668. He did there as if Gunther slash the mighty king he were, and in his arms he pressed her, the maiden debonair. Forth from the bed she hurled him where a bench there stood, and head of valiant warrior against a stool went ringing loud. 669. Up sprang again undaunted the full doughty man to try for fortune better. When he anew began perforce to curb her fury, fell he in trouble sore. I ween that ne'er a lady did so defend herself before. 670. When he would not give over, up the maid arose. My gown so white thou never slash thus shalt discompose, and this thy villain's manner shall sore by thee be paid, the same I'll teach thee truly. Further spake the buxom maid. 671. Within her arms she clasped him, the full stately thane, and thought likewise to bind him, as the king yestreen, that she the night in quiet upon her couch might lie. That her dress he thus did rumple, avenged the lady grievously. 672. What booted now his prowess and eke his mickle might? Her sovereignty of body she proved upon the night, by force of arm she bore him, slash twixt wall and mighty chest, for so it e'en must happen, him she all ungently pressed. 673. Ah me, so thought the hero, shall I now my life lose at hand of woman? Then will every wife evermore hereafter a shrewish temper show against her lord's good wishes, who now such thing ne'er thinks to do. 674. All heard the monarch meanwhile, and trembled for the man, sore ashamed was Siegfried, slash and a raging he began. With might and main he struggled again to make him free, ere which to source trouble, 'neath Lady Brunhild's hand fell he. 675. Long space to him, it seemed, ere Siegfried tamed her mood. She grasped his hand so tightly that 'neath the nails the blood oozed from the pressure, which made the hero wince. Yet the stately maiden subdued he to obedience since. 676. Her unrestrained temper that she so late displayed, all overheard the monarch, though ne'er a word he said. Gainst the bed did press her Siegfried that aloud she cried, ungentle was the treatment that he meted to the bride. 677. Then grasped she for a girdle that round her sides she wore, and thought therewith to bind him. But her limbs and body strained beneath the vigor that his strong arm displayed. So was the struggle ended. Gunther's wife was vanquished. 678. She spake, O noble monarch, take not my life away. The harm that I have done thee full well will I repay. No more thy royal embraces by me shall be withstood, for now I well have seen it, thou canst be lord o'er woman's mood. 679. From the couch rose Siegfried. Lying he left the maid, as if that he would from him lay his clothes aside. He drew from off her finger a ring of golden sheen, without that ere perceived his practice the full noble queen. 680. Thereto he took her girdle that was all richly wrought. If from wanton spirit he did it, know I not. The same he gave to Kriemhild, the which did sorrow bear, then lay by one another Gunther and the maiden fair. 681. Hearty were his embraces as such king became. Perforce must she relinquish her anger and her shame. In sooth not little pallid within his arms she grew, and in that love surrender, how waned her mighty prowess too. 682. Then was e'en she not stronger than ere another bride. He lay with fond embraces the beauteous dame beside. And had she struggled further, avail how could it aught? Gunther, when thus he clasped her, such change upon her strength had wrought. 683. And with right inward pleasure, she too beside him lay in warmest love embracings, until the dawn of day. Meantime now had Siegfried's departure ta'en from there, and was full well received by a lady debonair. 684. Her questioning he avoided, and all whereon she thought, and long time kept he secret what he for her had brought, until in his own country she wore a royal crown, yet what for her he destined, how sure at last it was her own. 685. Upon the morn was Gunther by far of better mood than he had been before it. Joy thus did spread abroad mid host of knights full noble, that from his lands around to his court had been invited, and their most willing service found. 686. The merry time there lasted, until 2 weeks were spent, nor all the while did flag there the din of merriment, and every kind of joyance that knight could e'er devise, with lavish hand expended the king thereto in fitting wise. 687. The noble monarch's kinsmen, upon his high command by gifts of gold and raiment, told forth his generous hand, by steed and thereto silver on minstrel oft bestowed. Who their did gift desired departed thence in merry mood. 688. All the store of raiment afar from Netherland, the which had Siegfried's 1,000 warriors brought to hand unto the Rhine there with them, complete 'twas dealt away, and eke the steeds well saddled. In sooth a lordly life led they. 689. Ere all the gifts so bounteous were dealt the guests among, they who would straightway homeward did deem the waiting long. Ne'er had guests of monarch such goodly gifts before, and so as Gunther willed it, the merry feast at last was o'er. 11th Adventure. How Siegfried came home with his wife. 690. When that now the strangers all from thence were gone spake unto his followers noble Siegmund's son, we shall eke make ready home to my land to fare. Unto his spouse was welcome such news when she the same did hear. 691. She spake unto her husband, when shall we hence depart? Not hastily on the journey I pray thee yet to start. With me first my brothers their wide lands shall share. Siegfried yet it pleased not such words from Kriemhild to hear. 692. The princes went unto him, and spake they there all three, now know thou well, Sir Siegfried, for thee shall ever be in faithfulness our service ready, while yet we live. The royal thanes then thanked he who thus did proof of friendship give. 693. With thee further share we, spake young Giselher, the lands and eke the castles by us that owned are. In wide lands whatsoever we rule o'er warriors brave, of the same with Kriemhild a goodly portion shalt thou have. 694. Then spake unto the princes the son of Siegmund, when he their lofty purpose did rightly understand. God grant your goodly heritage at peace may ever be, and eke therein your people. The spouse in sooth so dear to me. 695. may well forgo the portion that ye to her would give. For she a crown shall carry, if to such day I live, and queen more rich than any that lives she then must be. What else to her ye offer? Therein I'll meet you faithfully. 696. Then spake the lady Kriemhild, if wealth thou wilt not choose, yet gallant thanes of Burgundy shalt thou not light refuse. They are such as monarch gladly would lead to his own land. Of these shall make division with me my loving brother's hand. 697. Thereto spake noble Gernot, now take to please thy mind, who gladly will go with thee full many here thou'lt find. Of 300 warriors, we give thee 1,000 men to be thy royal escort. Kriemhild did summon then. 698. Hagen of Trange to her, and Ortwin instantly, and would they and their kinsmen make her good company? To hear the same did Hagen begin to rage full sore. Quoth he, e'en royal Gunther may thus bestow us nevermore. 699. Other men that serve thee, let them follow thee. Thou know'st the men of Trange, and what their pledges be. Here must we by the monarchs in service true abide. Here too as them we followed, so shall we henceforth keep their side. 700. And so the thing was ended. To part they ready make. A high and noble escort did Kriemhild to her take, maidens 230 and 500 men also. In Lady Kriemhild's company, the Margrave Ecuort did go. 701. Leave took they all together, squire and also knight, maidens and fair ladies, as was their wont aright. There parted they with kisses and eke with clasp of hand. Right merrily they journeyed forth from royal Gunther's land. 702. Their friends did give them escort upon the way full far. Night quarters at every station they bade for them prepare, where they might wish to tarry, as on their way they went. Then straightway was a messenger unto royal Siegmund sent. 703. To him and Sieglind bearing thereof the joyful sign that his son was coming from Worms upon the Rhine, and with him Ute's daughter, Kriemhild the fair lady. As this could other message, nevermore so welcome be. 704. Well is me, quoth Siegmund, that I the day have known, when the fair lady Kriemhild here shall wear a crown, thus higher shall my kingdom stand in majesty. My son the noble Siegfried here himself the king shall be. 705. Then dealt the lady Sieglind velvet red in store, silver and gold full heavy to them, the news that bore. She joyed to hear the story that there her ear did greet. Then decked themselves her ladies, all in rich attire meet. 706. 'Twas told, with Siegfried coming whom they did expect. Then bade they sitting places straightway to erect, where he before his kinsmen a crown in state should wear. Then men of royal Siegmund forward rode to meet him there. 707. Was ere more royal greeting, news have I not to hand, as came the knights full noble into Siegmund's land. There the royal Sieglind to Kriemhild forth did ride with ladies fair a many, and followed gallant knights beside. 708. Out a full day's journey to welcome each high guest, and little with the strangers did they ever rest until into a castle wide they came once more. The same was called Zan, where anon a crown they wore. 709. With smiling lips Dame Sieglind and Siegmund eke did this to show the love they bore her full oft did Kriemhild kiss, and eke the royal Siegfried. Far was their sorrow gone, and all the merry company good welcome had they every one. 710. The train of strangers bade they for Siegmund's hall to lead, and maidens fair a many down from gallant steed helped they their dismounting. Full many a man was there to do them willing service, as was meet for ladies fair. 711. How great soe'er the splendor erstwhile beside the Rhine, here none the less was given raiment, yet more fine, nor were they e'er attired in all their days so well. Full many a wonder might I of their rich apparel tell. 712. How there in state resplendent they sat and had full store, and how each high attendant gold-broidered raiment wore, with stones full rare and precious set with skill therein. The while with care did serve them Sieglind the noble queen. 713. Then spake the royal Siegmund before his people so, to every friend of Siegfried Give I now to know that he before these warriors my royal crown shall wear. And did rejoice that message the thanes of Netherland to hear. 714. His crown to him he tendered, and rule o'er wide domain whereof he all was master. Slash, where'er did reach his reign, or men were subject to him, bestowed his hand such care that evildoers trembled before the spouse of Kriemhild fair. 715. In such high honor truly Slash he lived, as ye shall hear, and judged as lofty monarch unto the 10th year, what time his fairest lady to him a son did bear. Thereat the monarch's kinsmen filled with mickle joyance were. 716. They soon the same did christen and gave to him a name, Gunther, as hight his uncle, nor cause was that for shame. Grew he but like his kinsmen, then happy might he be, as well he did deserve it, him fostered they right carefully. 717. In the selfsame season did Lady Siegfried die, when was full power wielded by Ute's daughter high, as meet so lofty lady should homage wide receive. That death her thus had taken, did many a worthy kinsman grieve. 718. Now by the Rhine yonder, as we likewise hear, unto mighty Gunther, eke a son did bear Brunhild his fair lady in the land of Burgundy. In honor to the hero Slash Siegfried named eke was he. 719. The child they also fostered with what tender care, Gunther the noble monarch, anon did masters rare find who should instruct him Slash a worthy man to grow. Alas! By sad misfortune to friends was dealt how fell a blow. 720. At all times the story far abroad was told, how that in right worthy way the warriors bold lived there in Siegmund's country, as noble knights should do. Likewise did royal Gunther Slash eke amid his kinsmen true. 721. Land of the Nibelungens Siegfried as well did own, amid his lofty kindred, a mightier ne'er was known, and Shilbung's knights did serve him, with all that theirs had been. That great was thus his power did fill with joy the knight full keen. 722. Hoard of all the greatest that hero ever won, save who erstwhile did wield it, now the knight did own, the which before a mountain he seized against despite, and for whose sake he further slew full many a gallant knight. 723. Not more his heart could wish for, yet had his might been less, rightly must all people of the high knight confess, one was he of the worthiest that e'er bestrode a steed. Feared was his mickle prowess, Slash, and, sooth to say, thereof was need. 12th Adventure. How Gunther bade Siegfried to the feast. 724. Now all time bethought her Slash royal Gunther's wife. How now doth Lady Kriemhild lead so haughty life? In sooth her husband Siegfried doth homage to us owe, but now full long unto us Slash little service he doth show. 725. That in her heart in secret Slash eke she pondered o'er. That they were strangers to her, did grieve her heart full sore, and so seldom sign of service came from Siegfried's land. How it thus was fallen, that she fain would understand. 726. She probed then the monarch, if the thing might be, that she the Lady Kriemhild once again might see. She spake it all in secret Slash, whereon her heart did dwell. The thing she then did speak of pleased the monarch passing well. 727. How might we bring them hither, spake the mighty king, unto this my country? Slash, 'twere ne'er to do such thing, they dwell too distant from us, the quest I fear to make. Thereto gave answer Brunhild, Slash, and in full crafty wise she spake. 728. How high sower and mighty Slash king's man were ever one, whate'er should bid his master, may he not leave undone. Thereat did smile King Gunther, as such words spake she, ne'er bade he aught of service, oft as Siegfried he did see. 729. She spake, full loving master, as thou hold'st me dear, help me now that Siegfried and thy sister fair come to this our country, that them we here may see, in sooth no thing could ever unto me more welcome be. 730. Thy sister's lofty bearing and all her courtesy, whene'er I think upon it, full well it pleaseth me, how we did sit together when erst I was thy spouse. Well in sooth with honor might she the valiant Siegfried choose. 731. She pleaded with the monarch so long till answered he, know now that guests none other so welcome were to me, to gain thy wish 'tis easy. slash straight messengers of mine to both shall message carry, that hither come they to the Rhine. 732. Thereto the queen gave answer. Now further shalt thou say, when thou them wilt summon, slash, or when shall be the day that our dear friends come hither unto our country, who'll bear thy message thither, shalt thou eke make known to me. 733. That will I, spake the monarch. 30 of my men shall thither ride unto them. The same he summoned then, and bade them with the message to Siegfried's land to fare. They joyed as gave them Brunhild slash stately raiment rich to wear. 734. Then further spake the monarch. Ye knights from me shall bring this message, nor withhold ye of it anything, unto the doughty Siegfried and eke my sister fair. In the world could never any to them a better purpose bear. 735. And pray them both that hither they come unto the Rhine. With me will ere my lady such grace to pay combine. Ere turn of sun in summer he and his men shall know that lived here full many to them would willing honor show. 736. Unto royal Siegmund slash bear greeting fair from me, that I and my friends ever to him well-minded be. And tell ye eke my sister, she shall no wise omit hither to friends to journey. Slash ne'er feast could better her befit. 737. Brunhild and Ute slash and ladies all at hand, they sent a fairest greeting unto Siegfried's land to winsome ladies many and many a warrior brave. With Godspeed from the monarch and friends, the messengers took leave. 738. They fared with full equipment. Their steeds did ready stand and rich were they attired. So rode they from that land, they hastened on the journey slash whither they would fare, escort safe the monarch had bidden eke for them prepare. 739. Their journey had they ended slash ere 3 weeks were spent, at the Nibelungen castle, slash whither they were sent. In the mark of Norway, found they the knight they sought, and weary were the horses the messengers so far had brought. 740. Then was told to Siegfried, and to Kriemhild fair how knights were there arrived, who did raiment wear like as in land of Burgundy of wont the warriors dressed. Thereat did hasten Kriemhild from couch where she did lying rest. 741. Then bade eke to a window slash one of her maids to go. She saw the valiant Gier stand in the court below, and with him his companions, who did thither fare. To hear such joyous tidings, how soon her heart forgot its care. 742. She spake unto the monarch, Look now thitherward where with the doughty Gier stand in the castle yard, whom to us brother Gunther adown the Rhine doth send. Thereto spake doughty Siegfried, With greeting fair will them attend. 743. Then hastened their retainers all the guests to meet, and each of them in special slash manner then did greet the messengers full kindly slash and warmest welcome bade. Siegmund did likewise o'er their coming wax full glad. 744. In fitting way was harbored Gier and his men, and steeds in charge were taken. The messengers went then where beside Sir Siegfried the lady Kriemhild sat, to court the guests were bidden, where them did greeting fair await. 745. The host with his fair lady, straightway up stood he, and greeted fairly Gier of the land of Burgundy, and with him his companions King Gunther's men also. Gier, knight full mighty, slash bade they to a settle go. 746. Allow that first the message we give ere sit we down, the while we'll stand, though weary upon our journey grown. Tidings bring we to you, what greetings high have sent Gunther and Brunhild, who live in royal fair content. 747. Eke what from Lady Ute, thy mother now we've brought. The youthful Giselher, and also Sir Gernot, and best among thy kinsmen, have sent us here to thee. A fairest greeting send they from the land of Burgundy. 748. God give them meed, spake Siegfried, slash goodwill and faith withal I trow full well they harbour, as with friends we shall likewise doth eke their sister. Now further shall ye tell if that our friends beloved at home in high estate do dwell. 749. Since that we from them parted, hath any dared to do scathe to my lady's kinsmen? That shall ye let me know. I'll help them ever truly all their need to bear, till that their enemies have good cause my help to fear. 750. Then spake the Margrave slash Gier, a knight full good. In all that maketh knighthood right proud they stand of mood. Unto the Rhine they bid you, to high festivity, they'd see you there full gladly, slash thereof may ye not doubtful be. 751. And bid they eke my lady slash Kriemhild that she too, when ended is the winter, thither come with you, ere turn of sun in summer slash trust they you to see. Then spake the doughty Siegfried. That same thing might hardly be. 752. Thereto did answer Geir of the land of Burgundy. Your high mother Ute slash hath message sent by me, likewise Gernot and Giselher, that they plead not in vain, that you they see so seldom slash daily hear I them complain. 753. Brunhild my mistress, and all her company of fair maids rejoice them, if the thing might be that they again should see you, of merry mood they were. Then joy to hear the tidings filled the lady Kriemhild fair. 754. Geir to her was kinsman. The host did bid him rest, nor long were they in pouring slash wine for every guest. Thither came eke Siegmund, where the strangers he did see, and in right friendly manner spake to the men of Burgundy. 755. Welcome be, ye warriors, ye Gunther's men, each one. Since that fair Kriemhild Siegfried my son for spouse did take unto him, we should you ofter see here in this our country, and ye good friends to us would be. 756. They spake, whene'er he wished it, full glad to come were they, all their mickle weariness with joy was ta'en away. The messengers were seated, and food to them they bore, whereof did Siegfried offer unto his guests a goodly store. 757. Until 9 days were over must they there abide. When did at last the valiant slash knights begin to chide that they did not ride thither again unto their land. Then did the royal Siegfried summon his good knights to hand. 758. He asked what they did counsel. Should they unto the Rhine? Me unto him hath bidden slash Gunther, friend of mine he and his good kinsmen, to high festivity. Thither went I full gladly, but that his land so far doth lie. 759. Kriemhild bid they likewise that she with me shall fare. Good friends, now give ye counsel how we therefore prepare. And were it armies 30 to lead in distant land, yet must serve them gladly slash evermore Siegfried's hand. 760. Then answer gave his warriors. An't pleaseth thee to go thither to the festival, will counsel what thou do. Thou shalt with 1,000 warriors unto Rhine river ride, so mayst he thou well with honor in the land of Burgundy abide. 761. Then spake of Netherland Siegmund the king. Will ye to the festival? Why hide from me the thing? I'll journey with you thither, if it not displeasing be, and lead good thanes 100 slash wherewith to swell your company. 762. And wilt thou with us journey, father full dear to me, spake the valiant Siegfried, full glad thereat I'll be, before 12 days are over from these my lands I fare. To all who'd join the journey slash steeds gave they and apparel rare. 763. When now the lofty monarch was minded thus to ride bade, he the noble messengers slash longer not to bide, and to his lady's kinsmen, to the Rhine a message sent, how that he would full gladly join to make them merriment. 764. Siegfried and Kriemhild slash this same tale we hear, to the messengers gave so richly that the burden could not bear their horses with them homeward. Such wealth in sooth he had. The horses heavy laden drove they thence with hearts full glad. 765. Siegfried and Siegmund, their people richly clad. Ecuort the margrave slash straightway he bade for ladies choose rich clothing, the best that might be found, or ere could be procured in all Siegfried's lands around. 766. The shields and the saddles gan they eke prepare, to knights and fair ladies, who with them should fare lacked nothing that they wished for, but of all they were possessed. Then to his friends led Siegfried many a high and stately guest. 767. The messengers swift hasted slash homeward on their way, and soon again came Geir to the land of Burgundy. Full well was he received. Slash and there dismounted all his train from off their horses before the royal Gunther's hall. 768. Old knights and youthful squires crowded, as is their way to ask of them the tidings. Thus did the brave knight say, when to the king I tell them then shall ye likewise hear. He went with his companions, and soon 4 Gunther did appear. 769. Full of joy the monarch did from the settle spring, and did thank them also for their hastening Brunhild the fair lady. Spake Gunther eagerly, how now liveth Siegfried, whose arm hath oft befriended me. 770. Then spake the valiant Geir, joy o'er the visage went of him, and eke thy sister. To friends was never sent a more faithful greeting by good knight ever one, than now the mighty Siegfried and his royal sire have done. 771. Then spake unto the Margrave the noble monarch's wife, now tell me, cometh Kriemhild? Slash and marketh yet her life out of the noble bearing did her erstwhile adorn? She cometh to thee surely, slash Geir answer did return. 772. Ute straightway the messengers to her did command. Then might ye by her asking slash full well understand to her was joyous tidings slash how Kriemhild did betide. He told her how he found her, and that she soon would hither ride. 773. Eke of all the presents did they not withhold, that had given them Siegfried. Apparel rich and gold displayed they to the people of the monarchs 3. To him were they full grateful, who thus had dealt so bounteously. 774. Well may he, quoth Hagen, of his treasure give, nor could he deal it fully, should he forever live. Hoard of the Nibelungen beneath his hand doth lie. Hey-ho, if came it ever into the land of Burgundy. 775. All the king's retainers glad they were thereat, that the guests were coming. Early then and late full little were they idle, the men of monarchs 3, seats builded they full many toward the high festivity. 776. The valiant knight Hunold and Sindel doughty Thane little had of leisure. Slash meantime must the twain stands erect full many, as their high office bade. Therein did help them Ortwine, Slash and Gunther's thanks therefore they had. 777. Rumold the high steward busily he wrought among them that did serve him. Full many a mighty pot, and spacious pans and kettles, how many might ye see, for those to them were coming slash prepared they victuals plenteously. 13th adventure. How they fared to the feast. 778. Leave we now the ardor wherewith they did prepare, and tell how Lady Kriemhild, and eke her maidens fair from land of Nibelungen, did journey to the Rhine. Ne'er did horses carry slash such store of raiment rich and fine. 779. Carrying chests full many for the way they made ready. Then rode the Thane Siegfried with his friends in company, and eke the queen thither, where joy they looked to find. Where now was high rejoicing they soon in sorest grief repined. 780. At home behind them left they slash Lady Kriemhild's son, that she did bear to Siegfried 'twas meet that be done. From this, their festive journey slash rose mickle sorrow sore, his father and his mother, their child beheld they nevermore. 781. Then eke with them thither Siegmund the king did ride. Had he e'er had knowledge, what should there betide anon from that high journey? Such had he never seen, ne'er wrought upon dear kindred might so grievous wrong have been. 782. Messengers sent they forward that the tidings told should be. Then forth did ride to meet them with gladsome company Ute's friends full many, and many a Gunther's man. With zeal to make him ready unto his guests, the king began. 783. Where he found Brunhild sitting, thither straight went he. How received thee my sister, as thou cam'st to this country, like preparations shalt thou for Siegfried's wife now make. Fain do I that, good reason have I to love her well, she spake. 784. Then quoth the mighty monarch, the morn shall see them here, wilt thou go forth to meet them, apace do thou prepare, that not within the castle their coming we await, guests more welcome never greeted I of high estate. 785. Her maidens and her ladies straight did she command to choose them rich apparel, slash the best within the land, in which the stately company before the guests should go. The same they did right gladly, that may ye full surely know. 786. Then eke to offer service the men of Gunther hied, and all his doughty warriors saw ye by the monarch's side. Then rode the queen full stately, the strangers forth to meet, and hearty was the welcome, as she her loving guests did greet. 787. With what glad rejoicings, the guests they did receive. They deemed that Lady Kriemhild did unto Brunhild give ne'er so warm a welcome to the land of Burgundy. Bold knights that yet were strangers rejoiced each other there to see. 788. Now come was also Siegfried with his valiant men. The warriors saw ye riding thither and back again, where the plain extended, slash with huge company. From the dust and crowding, could none in all the rout be free. 789. When the monarch of the country Siegfried did see, and with him also Siegmund, spake he full lovingly. Be ye to me full welcome, and to all these friends of mine. Our hearts right glad they shall be o'er this your journey to the Rhine. 790. God give thee meed, spake Siegmund, a knight in honor grown. Since that my son Siegfried thee for a friend hath known, my heart hath e'er advised me that thee I soon should see. Thereto spake royal Gunther, joy hast thou brought full great to me. 791. Siegfried was there received, as fitted his high state, with full lofty honors, slash nor one did bear him hate. There joined in way right courteous Gernot and Giselher, I ween so warm a welcome did they make for strangers ne'er. 792. The spouse of each high monarch greeted the other there. Emptied was many a saddle, slash, and many a lady fair by hero's hand was lifted adown upon the sward. By waiting on fair lady, how many a knight sought high reward. 793. So went unto each other the ladies richly dight. Thereat in high rejoicing was seen full many a knight, that by both the greeting in such fair way was done. By fair maidens standing slash saw ye warriors many a one. 794. Each took the hand of other in all their company, in courteous manner bending, full many might ye see, and loving kisses given by ladies debonair. Rejoiced the men of Gunther, and Siegfried to behold them there. 795. They bided there no longer, but rode into the town. The host bade to the strangers in fitting way be shown, that they were seen full gladly in the land of Burgundy. High knights full many tilting, before fair ladies might ye see. 796. Then did of Trange Hagen, and eke Ortwin in high feats of valor, all other knights outshine. Whate'er the twain commanded dared none to leave undone. By them was many a service to their high guests in honor shown. 797. Shields heard ye many clashing before the castle gate with din of lances breaking. Long in saddle sate the host and guests there with him, ere that within they went. With full merry pastime joyfully the hours they spent. 798. Unto the hall so spacious rode the merry company. Many a silken cover slash wrought full cunningly saw ye beyond the saddles of the ladies debonair on all sides down hanging. King Gunther's men did meet them there. 799. Led by the same the strangers to their apartments passed. Meanwhile oft her glances Brunhild was seen to cast upon the lady Kriemhild, for she was passing fair. In lustre vied her color with the gold that she did wear. 800. Within the town, a clamor at worms on every hand arose amid their followers. Slash King Gunther gave command to Dankwart his marshal to tend them all with care. Then bade he fitting quarters for the retinue prepare. 801. Without and in the castle, the board for all was set. In sooth were never strangers better tended yet. Whatever any wished for did they straightway provide, so mighty was the monarch that naught to any was denied. 802. To them was kind attention slash, and all good friendship shown. The host then at the table with his guests sat him down. Siegfried they bade be seated where he did sit before. Then went with him to table full many a stately warrior more. 803. Gallant knights 1200 in the circle there, I ween, with him sat at table. Brunhild the lofty queen did deem that never vassal slash could more mighty be, so well she yet was minded, she saw it not unwillingly. 804. Thereupon an evening, as the king with guests did dine, full many a rich attire was wet with ruddy wine, as passed among the tables the butlers to and fro, and great was their endeavor slash full honor to the guests to show. 805. As long hath been the custom, at high festivity fit lodging, there was given to maid and high lady. From whence soe'er they came there, they had the host's good care, unto each guest was meted of fitting honor's fullest share. 806. When now the night was ended, and came forth the dawn from chests they carried with them, full many a precious stone sparkled on costly raiment by hand of lady sought. Stately robes full many slash forth to deck them than they brought. 807. Ere dawn was full appeared, slash before the hall again came knights and squires many, slash whereat arose the din end before the matins that for the king were sung. Well pleased was the monarch at joust to see the warriors young. 808. Full lustily and loudly slash many a horn did blare, of flutes, and eke of trumpets, such din did rend the air that loud came back the echo from Worms the city wide. The warriors high-hearted to saddles sprung on every side. 809. Arose there in that country, high a jousting keen of many a doughty warrior, whereof were many seen, whom their hearts more youthful did make of merry mood. Of these, neath shield there saw ye many a stately knight and good. 810. There sat within the casements many a high lady and maidens many with them, the which were fair to see. Down looked they where did tourney many a valiant man. The host with his good kinsmen slash himself a riding soon began. 811. Thus they found them pastime, slash and fled the time full well, then heard they from the minster the sound of many a bell. Forth upon their horses the ladies thence did ride, many a knight full valiant the lofty queens accompanied. 812. They then before the minster alighted on the grass. Unto her guests Queen Brunhild yet well-minded was, into the spacious minster they passed, and each wore crown, their friendship yet was broken by direst jealousy anon. 813. When the mass was ended, went they thence again in full stately manner. Thereafter were they seen joyous at board together. The pleasure full did last, until days 11 slash amid the merry-making past. 14th adventure. How the queens berated each other. 814. Before the time of vespers, arose a mickle stir on part of warriors many upon the courtyard there. In knightly fashion made they the time go pleasantly, thither knights and ladies went their merry play to see. 815. There did sit together the queens, a stately pair, and of two knights bethought them, that noble warriors were, then spake the fair Kriemhild. Such spouse in sooth have I, that all these mighty kingdoms might well beneath his scepter lie. 816. Then spake the lady Brunhild. How might such thing be, if that there lived none other but himself and thee, so might perchance his power rule these kingdoms o'er, though while that liveth Gunther, may such thing be nevermore. 817. Then again spake Kriemhild. Behold how he doth stand in right stately fashion before the knightly band, like as the bright moon beameth before the stars of heaven. In sooth to think upon it, a joyous mood to me is given. 818. Then spake the lady Brunhild. How stately thy spouse be, howe'er so fair and worthy, yet must thou grant to me Gunther, thy noble brother, doth far beyond him go. In sooth before all monarchs slash he standeth, shalt thou truly know. 819. Then again spake Kriemhild. So worthy is my spouse, that I not have praised him here without a cause. In ways to tell full many slash high honor doth he bear, believe well mayst he thou, Brunhild, he is the royal Gunther's peer. 820. Now guard thee, Lady Kriemhild, my word amiss to take, for not without good reason here such thing I spake. Both heard I say together, when them I first did see, when that erstwhile the monarch did work his royal will o'er me. 821. And when in knightly fashion my love for him he won, then himself said Siegfried, he were the monarch's man, for liegeman thus I hold him, since he the same did say. Then spake fair Lady Kriemhild, with me tweer dealt in sorry way. 822. And these my noble brothers, how could they such things see, that I of their own liegeman slash ere the wife should be? Thus will I beg thee, Brunhild, as friend to friend doth owe, that thou, as well befits thee, slash shalt further hear such words forgo. 823. No whit will I give over, spake the monarch's spouse. Wherefore should I so many slash a knight full valiant lose, who to us in service is bounden with thy man? Kriemhild the fair lady slash thereat sore to rage began. 824. In sooth must thou forgo it that he should e'er to the aught of service offer. Slash more worthy e'en is he than is my brother Gunther, who is a royal lord. So shalt thou please to spare me what I now from thee have heard. 825. And to me is ever wonder, since he thy liegeman is, and thou dost wield such power over us twain as this, that he so long his tribute to thee hath failed to pay. 'Twere well thy haughty humour slash thou shouldst he no longer here display. 826. Too lofty now thou soarest? The queen did make reply. Now will I see full gladly slash if in such honour high this folk doth hold thy person as mine own it doth. Of mood full sorely wrathful were the royal ladies both. 827. Then spake the lady Kriemhild. That straightway shall be seen, since that thou my husband dost thy liegeman ween, today shall all the followers of both the monarchs know, if I for wife of monarch dare unto the minster go. 828. That I free-born and noble slash shalt thou this day behold, and that my royal husband, as now to thee I've told, for thine doth stand in honour, by me shall well be shown. Ere night shalt thou behold it, how wife of him thou call'st thine own. 829. To court shall lead good warriors in the land of Burgundy, and ne'er a queen so lofty as I myself shall be was seen by e'er a mortal, slash or yet a crown did wear. Then mickle was the anger that rose betwixt the ladies there. 830. Then again spake Brunhild, Wilt thou not service own, so must thou with thy women hold thyself alone apart from all my following, as we to minster go. Thereto gave answer Kriemhild, In truth the same I fain will do. 831. Now dress ye fair, my maidens, slash Kriemhild gave command. Nor shall shame befall me here within this land, and have ye fair apparel, let now be seen by you. What she here hath boasted may Brunhild have full cause to rue. 832. But little need to urge them. Soon were they richly clad in garments wrought full deftly, slash lady and many a maid. Then went with her attendants the spouse of the monarch high, and eke appeared fair Kriemhild, slash her body decked full gorgeously. 833. With 43 maidens, whom to the Rhine led she, all clad in shining garments wrought in Araby. So came unto the minster the maidens fair and tall. Before the hall did tarry for them the men of Siegfried all. 834. The people there did wonder how the thing might be, that no more together the queens they thus did see, and that beside each other they went not as before. Thereby came thanes a many slash anon to harm and trouble sore. 835. Here before the minster the wife of Gunther stood, and good knights full many were there of merry mood with the fair ladies that their eyes did see. Then came the lady Kriemhild with a full stately company. 836. Whate'er of costly raiment slash decked lofty maids before, 'twas like a windy nothing, gainst what her ladies wore. The wives of 30 monarchs such riches were her own might ne'er display together what thereby lady Kriemhild shone. 837. Should any wish to do so he could not say, I ween, that so rich apparel slash air before was seen as there by her maiden slash debonair was worn, but that it grieved Brunhild had Kriemhild that to do forborne. 838. There they met together before the minster high. Soon the royal matron, through mickle jealousy, Kriemhild to pass no further, did bid in rage full sore. She that doth owe her homage shall ne'er go monarch's wife before. 839. Then spake the lady Kriemhild angry was her mood. And couldst thou but be silent, that for thee were good. Thyself hast brought dishonour upon thy fair body, how might, forsooth, a harlot slash ever wife of monarch be? 840. Whom mack'st thou now a harlot? The king's wife answered her. That do I thee, spake Kriemhild, for that thy body fair first was clasped by Siegfried, slash knight full dear to me. In sooth, 'twas ne'er my brother won first thy maidenhead from thee. 841. How did thy senses leave thee? Slash cunning rare was this. How let his love deceive thee, since he thy liegeman is, and all in vain, quoth Kriemhild, the plaint I hear thee bring. In sooth, then answered Brunhild, I'll tell it to my spouse the king. 842. What reck I of such evil? Thy pride hath thee betrayed, that thou deem'st my homage should e'er to thee be paid. Know thou in truth full cert, the thing may never be, nor shall I e'er be ready to look for faithful friend in thee. 843. Thereat did weep Queen Brunhild. Kriemhild waited no more, but passed into the minster the monarch's wife before, with train of fair attendants. Arose their mickle hate, whereby eyes brightly shining anon did grow all dim and wet. 844. However God they worshipped or there the mass was sung, did deem the Lady Brunhild the waiting all too long, for that her heart was saddened, and angry eke her mood. Therefore anon must suffer many a hero keen and good. 845. Brunhild with her ladies, for the minster did appear, thought she. Now must Kriemhild further give me to hear of what so loud upbraideth me this free-tongued wife, and if he thus hath boasted, amend shall Siegfried make with life. 846. Now came the noble Kriemhild followed by warrior band, then spake the Lady Brunhild. Still thou here shalt stand, thou giv'st me out for harlot, let now the same be seen, know thou, what thus thou sayest to me hath mickle sorrow been. 847. Then spake the Lady Kriemhild. So mayst he thou let me go, with the ring upon my finger I the same can show, that brought to me my lover when first by thee he lay. Ne'er did Lady Brunhild no grief as on this evil day. 848. Quoth she, this ring full precious some hand from me did steal, and from me thus a season in evil way conceal, full sure will I discover who this same thief hath been. Then were the royal ladies both in mood full angry seen. 849. Then gave answer Kriemhild. I deem the thief not I. Well hadst thou been silent, hold'st thou thine honor high. I'll show it with this girdle that I around me wear, that in this thing I err not. Siegfried hath lain by thee full near. 850. Wrought of silk of Nineveh, a girdle there she wore, that of stones full precious, showed a goodly store. When saw it Lady Brunhild straight to weep gan she, soon must Gunther know it, and all the men of Burgundy. 851. Then spake the royal matron, bid hither come to me of Rhine the lofty monarch. Here straightway shall he how that his sister doth my honor stain, here doth she boast full open, that I in Siegfried's arms have lain. 852. The king came with his warriors, where he did weeping find his royal spouse Brunhild, then spake in manner kind. Now tell me, my dear lady, who hath done aught to thee? She spake unto the monarch. Thy wife unhappy must thou see. 853. Me, thy royal consort, would thy sister fain rob of all mine honor. To thee must I complain she boasts her husband Siegfried hath known thy royal bed. Then spake the monarch Gunther. An evil thing she then hath said. 854. I did lose a girdle, here by her tease worn, and my ring all golden. That I ere was born do I rue full sorely if thou wardest not from me this full great dishonor. That will I full repay to thee. 855. Then spake the monarch Gunther. Now shall he come near, and hath he such thing boasted, so shall he let us hear, eke must full deny it the knight of Netherland. Then straight the spouse of Kriemhild hither to bring he gave command. 856. When that angry-minded Siegfried them did see, nor knew thereof the reason, straightway then spake he, why do weep these ladies? I'd gladly know that thing, or wherefore to this presence I am bidden by the king. 857. Then spake the royal Gunther. Sore grieveth me this thing, to me my Lady Brunhild doth the story bring, how that thereof thou boastest that her fair body lay first in thy embraces. This doth thy Lady Kriemhild say. 858. Thereto gave answer Siegfried. And if she thus hath said, full well shall she repent it ere doth rest my head, before all thy good warriors of that I'll make me free, and swear by my high honor such thing hath ne'er been told by me. 859. Then spake of Rhine the monarch, that shalt thou let us see, the oath that thou dost offer, if such performed be, of all false accusations shalt thou delivered stand. In ring to take their station, did he the highborn thanes command. 860. The full valiant Siegfried an oath the hand did give, then spake the lordly monarch. Well now do I perceive how thou art all blameless, of all I speak thee free, what here maintains my sister, the same hath ne'er been done by thee. 861. Thereto gave answer Siegfried. If gain should e'er accrue unto my spouse, that Brunhild from her had cause to rue, know that to me full sorely 'twould endless sorrow be. Then looked upon each other the monarchs twain right graciously. 862. So should we govern women, spake the thane Siegfried, that to leave wanton babble they should take good heed. Forbid it to thy wife now, to mine I'll do the same. Such ill-becoming manner in sooth doth fill my heart with shame. 863. No more said many a lady/fair, but thus did part. Then did the lady Brunhild grieve so sore at heart, that it must move to pity all King Gunther's men. To go unto his mistress/Hagen of Tronje saw ye then. 864. He asked to know her worry, as he her weeping saw, then told she him the story. To her straight made he vow, that Lady Kriemhild's husband must for the thing atone, else henceforth should never / a joyous day by him be known. 865. Then came Ortwine and Gernot where they together spake, and there the knights did counsel / Siegfried's life to take. Thither came eke Giselher, son of High. When heard he what they counselled, spake he free from treachery. 866. Ye good knights and noble, wherefore do ye that? Ne'er deserved hath Siegfried in such way your hate, that he therefore should forfeit at your hands his life. In sooth small matter is it, that maketh cause for woman's strife. 867. Shall we rear race of bastards? Hagen spake again. Therefrom but little honor had many a noble thane. The thing that he hath boasted upon my mistress high, therefore my life I forfeit, / or he for that same thing shall die. 868. Then spake himself the monarch. To us he ne'er did give aught but good and honor. Let him therefore live. What boots it if my anger I vent the night upon? Good faith he e'er hath shown us, / and that full willingly hath done. 869. Then outspake of Metz / Ortwine the thane. In sooth his arm full doughty may bring him little gain. My vengeance full he'll suffer, if but my lord allow. The knights nor reason had they against him mortal hate did vow. 870. None yet his words did follow, but to the monarch's ear ne'er a day failed Hagen the thought to whisper there, if that lived not Siegfried, to him would subject be royal lands full many. The king did sorrow bitterly. 871. Then did they nothing further. Soon began the play, as from the lofty minster passed they on their way, what doughty shafts they shattered Siegfried's spouse before, Gunther's men full many saw ye there in rage full sore. 872. Spake the king, now leave ye / such mortal enmity. The knight is born our honor and fortune good to be. Keen is he unto wonder, hath eke so doughty arm that, were the contest open, none is who dared to work him harm. 873. Not shall he know, quoth Hagen. / at peace ye well may be. I trow the thing to manage so full secretly that Queen Brunhild's weeping he shall rue full sore. In sooth shall he from Hagen have naught but hate forevermore. 874. Then spake the monarch Gunther. How might such thing e'er be? Thereto gave answer Hagen. That shalt thou hear from me. Will bid that hither heralds unto our land shall fare, here unknown to any, who shall hostile tidings bear. 875. Then say thou, for the strangers, that thou with all thy men wilt forth to meet the enemy. He'll offer service then if that thus thou sayest, and lose thereby his life, can I but learn the story from the valiant warrior's wife. 876. The king in evil manner did follow Hagen's rede, and the two knights, ere any / man thereof had heed, had treachery together to devise begun. From quarrel of two women died heroes soon full many a one. 15th adventure. How Siegfried was betrayed. 877. Upon the 4th morning / 2 and 30 men saw ye to court a-riding. / unto King Gunther, then were tidings born that ready he should make for foe this lie, did bring to women / many, anon full grievous woe. 878. Leave had they for the monarch's / presence to appear, there to give themselves out for men of Ludiger. Him, erstwhile was conquered by Siegfried's doughty hand, and brought a royal hostage bound unto King Gunther's land. 879. The messengers he greeted, and to seat them gave command. Then spake one amongst them. Allow that yet we stand, until we tell the tidings that to thee are sent. Know thou that warriors many on thee to wreak their hate are bent. 880. Defiance bids thee Ludegast and eke Ludiger, who at thy hands full sorely erstwhile aggrieved were, in this thy land with hostile host they'll soon appear. To rage begin the monarch, when such tidings he did hear. 881. Those who did act thus falsely they bade to lodge the while. How himself might Siegfried guard against such guile as there they planned against him, he or ever one, unto themselves 'twas sorrow great anon that air, 'twas done. 882. With his friends the monarch secret counsel sought. Hagen of Tronge let him tarry not. Of the king's men, yet were many who fain would peace restore, but nowise would Hagen his dark purpose give o'er. 883. Upon a day came Siegfried when they did counsel take, and there the knight of Netherland thus unto them spake. How goeth now so sorrowful amid his men the king? I'll help you to avenge it. Hath he been wronged in anything? 884. Then spake the monarch Gunther. Of right do I lament, Ludegast and Ludiger have hostile message sent, they will in open manner now invade my land. The knight full keen gave answer, that in sooth shall Siegfried's hand. 885. As doth befit thy honor, know well to turn aside. As erstwhile to thy enemies, shall now for me betide, their lands and eke their castles laid waste by me shall be ere that I give over. Thereof my head be surety. 886. Thou and thy good warriors shall here at home abide, and let me with my company alone against them ride. That I do serve thee gladly, that will I let them see. By me shall thy enemies, that know thou full requited be. 887. Good tidings that thou sayest. Then the monarch said, as if he in earnest did joy to have such aid, deep did bow before him the king in treachery. Then spake Sir Siegfried, bring that but little care to thee. 888. Then serving men full many bade they ready be. 'Twas done alone that Siegfried and his men the same might see. Then bade he make them ready the knights of Netherland, and soon did Siegfried's warriors for fight apparelled ready stand. 889. My royal father Siegmund, here shalt thou remain, spake then Sir Siegfried. We come full soon again if God but give good fortune, hither the Rhine beside, here shalt thou with King Gunther full merrily the while abide. 890. Then bound they on the banners as they thence would fare. Men of royal Gunther were full many there, who not knew of the matter, or how that thing might be, there with Siegfried saw ye of knights a mickle company. 891. Their helms and eke their mail coats bound on horse did stand, and doughty knights made ready to fare from out that land. Then went of Tronge Hagen, where he Kriemhild found and prayed a fair leave-taking, for that to battle they were bound. 892. Now well is me, such husband I have, Kriemhild said, that to my loving kindred can bring so potent aid, as my lord Siegfried doth now to friends of me. Thereby, spake the high lady, may I full joyous-minded be. 893. Now full dear friend Hagen, call thou this to mind, good, will I e'er have borne thee, nor hate in any kind. Let now therefrom have profit the husband dear to me, if Brunhild aught I've injured mate not to him requited be. 894. For that I since have suffered, spake the high lady. Sore punishment hath offered therefore the knight to me, that I have aught e'er spoken to make her sad of mood, vengeance well hath taken on me the valiant knight and good. 895. In the days hereafter shall ye be reconciled full well. Kriemhild, beloved lady, to me shalt thou tell how that in Siegfried's person I may service do to thee. That do I gladly, lady, and unto none more willingly. 896. No longer were I fearful, spake his noble wife, that ere in battle any should take from him his life, would he but cease to follow his high undaunted mood, secure were then forever the thane full valiant and good. 897. Lady, spake then Hagen, and hast thou e'er a fear that hostile blade should pierce him, now shalt thou give to hear with what arts of cunning I may the same prevent. On horse and foot to guard him shall ever be my fair intent. 898. She spake, Of my kin art thou, as I eke of thine. In truth to thee commended be then dear spouse of mine, that him well thou guardest whom full dear I hold. She told to him a story, 'twere better had she left untold. 899. She spake, A valorous husband is mine, and doughty too. When he the worm-like dragon by the mountain slew, in its blood, the stately /knight himself then bathed, since when from cutting weapons in battle is he all unscathed. 900. Nathless my heart is troubled when he in fight doth stand, and full many a spear shaft is hurled by hero's hand, lest that I a husband / full dear should see no more. Alack! How oft for Siegfried must I sit in sorrow sore. 901. On thy goodwill I rest me, / dear friend, to tell to thee, and that thy faith thou fully / provest now to me, where that my spouse may smitten be by hand of foe. This I now shall tell thee, / and on thy honor this I do. 902. When from the wounded dragon reeking flowed the blood, and therein did bathe him the valiant knight and good, fell down between his shoulders, full broad a linden leaf. There may he be smitten. 'Tis cause to me of mickle grief. 903. Then spake of Hagen, Upon his tunic sew thou a little token. Thereby shall I know where I may protect him when in the fight we strain. She weened to save the hero, yet wrought she nothing save his bane. 904. She spake, All fine and silken upon his coat I'll sew a little cross full secret. / there, doughty thane, shalt thou from my knight ward danger when battle rageth sore, and when amid the turmoil he stands his enemies before. 905. That will I do, quoth Hagen, lady full dear to me. Then weened eke the lady it should his vantage be, but there alone did Kriemhild / her own good knight betray, leave of her took Hagen, and joyously he went away. 906. The followers of the monarch were all of merry mood. I ween that night thereafter, never any could of treachery be guilty / such as then, was he when that Queen Kriemhild did rest on his fidelity. 907. With his men 1,000 / upon the following day rode, thence Sir Siegfried / full joyously away. He weened he should take vengeance for harm his friends did bear, that he might view the tunic / Hagen rode to him full near. 908. When he had viewed the token, sent Hagen, thence away 2 of his men in secret, who did other tidings say, how that King Gunther's country had nothing now to fear, and that unto the monarch had sent them royal ludiger. 909. 'Twas little joy to Siegfried that he must turn again ere for the hostile menace vengeance he had ta'en. In sooth, the men of Gunther could scarce his purpose bend. Then rode he to the monarch, who thus began his thanks to lend. 910. Now God reward thee for it, my good friend Siegfried, that thou with mind so willing / hast holpen me in need. That shall I e'er repay thee, as I may do of right. To thee before all other friends do I my service plight. 911. Now that from battle journey free we are once more, so will I ride a hunting the wild bear and the boar away to the Vosges forest, as I full oft have done. The same had counselled Hagen, the full dark and faithless man. 912. To all my guests here with me shall now be told that we ride forth at daybreak. Themselves shall ready hold, who will join the hunting. Will any here remain for pastime with fair ladies? The thing behold I eke full fain. 913. Then outspake Sir Siegfried as in manner do. If that thou ridst a hunting, go I gladly too. A huntsman shalt thou grant me / and good hound beside that shall the game discover. So with thee to the green I'll ride. 914. Straightway spake the monarch. Wilt thou but one alone, and wilt thou, for I'll grant thee, to whom full well is known the forest with the runways where most the game doth stray, and who unto the campfires will help thee back to find thy way. 915. Unto his spouse then rode he, the gallant knight and bold. Full soon thereafter Hagen unto the king had told how he within his power would have the noble thane, may deeds so dark and faithless ne'er by night be done again. 16th Adventure. How Siegfried was slain. 916. Gunther and Hagen, the knights full keen, proposed with evil forethought a hunting in the green, the boar within the forest they'd chase with pointed spear, and shaggy bear and bison. What sport to valiant men more dear? 917. With them rode also Siegfried /happy and light of heart. Their load of rich refreshments was made in goodly part. Where a spring ran cooling they took from him his life, whereto in chief had urged them Brunhild, royal Gunther's wife. 918. Then went the valiant Siegfried, where he Kriemhild found, rich hunting dress was laden, and now stood ready bound for him and his companions across the Rhine to go. Than this a sadder hour nevermore could Kriemhild know. 919. The spouse he loved so dearly upon the mouth he kissed. God grant that well I find thee again, if so he list, and thine own eyes to see me. Mid-kin that hold thee dear may now the time go gently, the while I am no longer near. 920. Then thought she of the story, but silence must she keep whereof once Hagen asked her. Then began to weep the princess high and noble that ever she was born, and wept with tears unceasing the valiant Siegfried's wife forlorn. 921. She spake unto her husband, Let now this hunting be, I dreamt this night of evil, how wild boars hunted thee, 2 wild boars o'er the meadow, wherefrom the flowers grew red. That I do weep so sorely have I poor woman direst need. 922. Yea, do I fear, Sir Siegfried, something treacherous, if perchance have any of those been wronged by us who might yet be able to vent their enmity. Tarry thou here, Sir Siegfried. Let that my faithful counsel be. 923. Quoth he, I come, dear lady, when some short days are flown. Of foes who bear us hatred here know I never one. All of thine own kindred are gracious unto me, nor know I aught of reason why they should other-minded be. 924. But nay, beloved Siegfried, thy death I fear, 'twill prove. This night I dreamt misfortune, how o'er thee from above down there fell 2 mountains. I never saw thee more, and wilt thou now go from me, that must grieve my heart full sore. 925. The lady rich in virtue within his arms he pressed, and with loving kisses her fair form caressed. From her thence he parted ere long time was o'er. Alas for her, she saw him alive thereafter nevermore. 926. Then rode from thence the hunters deep within a wold in search of pleasant pastime. Full many a rider bold followed after Gunther in his stately train, Gernot and Giselher. At home the knights did both remain. 927. Went many a horse well laden before them o'er the Rhine, that for the huntsmen carried store of bread and wine, meat along with fishes and other victualling, the which upon his table were fitting for so high a king. 928. Then bade they make encampment before the forest green where game was like to issue, those hunters proud and keen, who there would join in hunting, on a meadow wide that spread. Thither also was come Siegfried. The same unto the king was said. 929. By the merry huntsmen soon were watched complete at every point the runways. The company then did greet Siegfried the keen and doughty. Who now within the green unto the game shall guide us, ye warriors so bold and keen. 930. Now part we from each other, answered Hagen then, ere that the hunting we do here begin, thereby may be apparent to my masters, and to me who on this forest journey of the hunters best may be. 931. Let then hounds and huntsmen be ta'en in equal share, that wheresoever any would go, there let him fare. Who then is first in hunting shall have our thanks this day. Not longer there together did the merry hunters stay. 932. Thereto quoth Sir Siegfried, Of dogs have I no need, more than one hound only of trusty hunting breed, for scenting well the runway of wild beast through the brake, and now the chase begin we. So the spouse of Kriemhild spake. 933. Then took a practiced hunter, a good tracking hound, that did bring them where they game in plenty found, nor kept them long awaiting. Whate'er did spring from lair pursued the merry huntsmen, as still good hunters everywhere. 934. As many as the hound started slew with mighty hand, Siegfried the full doughty hero of Netherland. So swiftly went his charger that none could him outrun, and praise before all others, soon he in the hunting won. 935. He was in every feature, a valiant knight and true. The first within the forest, that with his hand he slew, was a half-grown wild boar that he smote to ground. Thereafter he full quickly slash a wild and mighty lion found. 936. When at the hound had started, with bow he shot it dead, where with a pointed arrow he had so swiftly sped that the lion after could forward spring but thrice. All they that hunted with him cried Siegfried's praise with merry voice. 937. Soon fell a prey unto him an elk and bison more. A giant stag he slew him slash and huge uroxen four. His steed bore him so swiftly that none could him outrun. Of stag or hind encountered slash scarce could there escape him one. 938. A boar full huge and bristling soon was likewise found, and when the same bethought him to flee before the hound, came quick again the master, and stood athwart his path. The boar upon the hero slash full charged straightway in mickle wrath. 939. Then the spouse of Kriemhild, with sword the boar he slew, a thing that scarce another hunter had dared to do. When he thus had felled him, they lashed again the hound, and soon his hunting prowess was known to all the people round. 940. Then spake to him his huntsman, If that the thing may be, so let some part, Sir Siegfried, of the forest game go free. Today thou makest empty slash hillside and forest wild. Thereat in merry humor, the thane so keen and valiant smiled. 941. Then they heard on all sides the din. From many a hound and huntsman, eke the clamor slash so great was heard around that back, did come the answer from hill and forest tree of hounds, had 24 slash packs been set by hunter free. 942. Full many a forest denizen from life was doomed to part. Each of all the hunters thereon had set his heart to win the prize in hunting. But such could never be when they the doughty Siegfried at the camping place did see. 943. Now the chase was ended, and yet complete 'twas not. All they to camp who wended with them thither brought skin of full many an animal, and of game good store. Heyo! Unto the table how much the king's attendants bore. 944. Then bade the king the noble slash hunters all to warn that he would take refreshment, slash, and loud a hunting horn in one long blast was winded. To all was known thereby that the noble monarch at camp did wait their company. 945. Spake one of Siegfried's huntsmen, Master, I do know by blast of horn resounding that we now shall go unto the place of meeting. Thereto I'll make reply. Then, for the merry hunters blew the horn right lustily. 946. Then spake Sir Siegfried, Now leave we eke the green. His charger bore him smoothly, and followed huntsmen keen. With their rout they started a beast of savage kind, that was a bear untamed. Then spake the knight to those behind. 947. For our merry party some sport will I devise. Let slip the hound then straightway, a bear now meets my eyes, and with us shall he thither unto the campfire fare. Full rapid must his flight be, shall he our company forbear. 948. From leash the hound was loosened, the bear sprang through the brake, when that the spouse of Kriemhild did wish him to o'erdake. He sought a pathless thicket, but yet it could not be, as Bruin fondly hoped it, that from the hunter he was free. 949. Then from his horse alighted the knight of spirit high, and gan a running after. Slash Bruin all unguardedly was tan, and could escape not. Him caught straightway the knight, and soon all unwounded had him bound in fetters tight. 950. Nor claws nor teeth availed him for aught of injury, but bound he was to saddle. Then mounted speedily the knight, and to the campfire in right merry way for pastime led he Bruin, the hero valiant and gay. 951. In what manner stately unto the camp he rode, he bore a spear full mickle, slash great of strength and broad. A sword all ornamented hung down unto his spur, and rod of gold all ready at side a glittering horn he wore. 952. Of richer hunting garments heard I ne'er tell before. Black was the silken tunic that the rider wore, and cap of costly sable did crown the gallant knight. Heyo, and how his quiver with well-wrought hands was rich bedight. 953. A skin of gleaming panther covered the quiver o'er, prized for its pleasant odor. Eke a bow he bore, the which to draw if ever had wished another man, a lever he had needed. Such power had Siegfried alone. 954. Of fur of costly otter his mantle was complete, with other skins embroidered from head unto the feet. And mid the fur all shining, full many a golden seam on both sides of the valiant huntsman saw ye brightly gleam. 955. Bamung, a goodly weapon broad, he also wore, that was so sharp at edges that it ne'er forbore to cleave when swung on helmet. Blade it was full good. Stately was the huntsman, as there with merry heart he rode. 956. If that complete the story to you I shall unfold, full many a goodly arrow did his rich quiver hold whereof were gold the sockets, and heads a handbreadth each. In sooth was doomed to perish whate'er in flight the same did reach. 957. Pricking like goodly huntsmen, the noble knight did ride when him the men of Gunther coming thither spied. They hasted out to meet him, and took from him his steed, as Bruin great and mighty, by the saddle he did lead. 958. When he from horse alighted, he loosed him every band from foot and eke from muzzle. Straight on every hand began the dogs a howling when they beheld the bear, Bruin wood to the forest. Among the men was mickle stir. 959. Amid the clamor Bruin through the campfires sped. Heyo, how the servants away before him fled. Ordered was many a kettle and flaming brands did fly. Heyo, what goodly victuals did scattered in the ashes lie. 960. Then sprang from out the saddle knights and serving men. The bear was wild careering. The king bade loosen then all the dogs that fastened within their leashes lay. If this thing well had ended, then had there passed a merry day. 961. Not longer then they waited, but with bow and eke with spear, hasted the nimble hunters to pursue the bear, yet none might shoot upon him for all the dogs around. Such clamor was of voices, that all the mountain did resound. 962. When by the dogs pursued the bear away did run, none there that could o'ertake him, but Siegfried alone. With his sword he came upon him, and killed him at a blow, and back unto the campfire bearing Bruin they did go. 963. Then spake who there had seen it, he was a man of might. Soon to the table bade they come each noble knight, and on a smiling meadow the noble company sat. Heyo, with what rare victuals did they upon the huntsmen wait. 964. Ne'er appeared a butler wine for them to pour. Then they good knights were never better served before, and had there not in secret been lurking treachery, then were the entertainers from every cause of cavil free. 965. Then spake Sir Siegfried, a wonder teased to me, since that from the kitchen so full supplied are we, why to us the butlers of wine bring not like store? If such the huntsman's service a huntsman reckon me no more. 966. Meseems I yet did merit some share of courtesy. The king who sat at table spake then in treachery. Gladly shall be amended, wherein we're guilty so. The fault it is of Hagen, he'd willing see us thirsting go. 967. Then spake of Hagen. Good master, hear me say, I weened for this our hunting we did go today unto the Spessart forest. The wine I thither sent, go we today a-thirsting, I'll later be more provident. 968. Thereto replied Sir Siegfried, small merit here is thine. Good 7 horses laden with mead and sparkling wine should hither have been conducted. If aught the same denied, then should our place of meeting have nearer been the Rhine beside. 969. Then spake of Hagen, ye noble knights and bold, I know here nigh unto us a spring that's flowing cold. Be then your wrath appeased, and let us thither go. Through that same wicked counsel came many a thane to grievous woe. 970. Sore was the noble Siegfried with the pangs of thirst, to bid them rise from table, was he thus the first. He would along the hillside unto the fountain go, in sooth they showed them traitors, those knights who there did counsel so. 971. On wagons hence to carry, the game they gave command which had that day been slaughtered by Siegfried's doughty hand. He'd carried off the honors, all who had seen did say. Hagen his faith with Siegfried soon did break in grievous way. 972. When now they would go thither to where the linden spread, spake of Trange Hagen. To me hath oft been said that none could follow after Kriemhild's nimble knight or vie with him in running. Would that he'd prove it to our sight. 973. Then spake of Netherland/bold Siegfried speedily. That may ye well have proof of, will ye but run with me in contest to the fountain. When that the same be done, to him be given honor, who the race hath fairly won. 974. Now surely make we trial, quoth Hagen the Thane, thereto the doughty Siegfried. I too will give you gain, afore your feet at starting to lay me in the grass. When that he had heard it, thereat how joyous Gunther was. 975. And spake again the warrior. And ye shall further hear, all my clothing likewise will I upon me wear, the spear and shield full heavy and hunting dress I'll don. His sword as well as quiver had he full quickly girded on. 976. Doffed they their apparel, and aside they laid it then. Clothed in white shirts only saw you there the twain. Like unto two wild panthers they coursed across the green, yet first beside the fountain was the valiant Siegfried seen. 977. No man in feats of valor who with him had vied. The sword he soon ungirded and quiver laid aside. The mighty spear he leaned against the linden tree. Beside the running fountain stood the knight stately to see. 978. To Siegfried naught was lacking that doth good knight adorn. Down the shield then laid he, where did flow the burn. Yet howsoe'er he thirsted, no whit the hero drank before had drunk the monarch. Therefore he earned but evil thank. 979. There where ran clear the water and cool from out the spring, down to it did bend him Gunther the king. And when his thirst was quenched, rose he from thence again, eke the valiant Siegfried, how glad had he done likewise then. 980. For his courtesy he suffered. Where bow and sword there lay, both did carry Hagen from him thence away, and again sprang quickly thither where the spear did stand, and for across the tunic of the valiant knight he scanned. 981. As there the noble Siegfried to drink o'er fountain bent, through the cross he pierced him, that from the wound was sent the blood nigh to bespatter the tunic Hagen wore. By hand of knight such evil/deed shall wrought be nevermore. 982. The spear he left projecting, where it had pierced the heart. In terror, as that moment, did Hagen never start in flight from any warrior he ever yet had found, soon as the noble Siegfried within him felt the mighty wound. 983. Raging the knight full doughty up from the fountain sprang, the while from twixt his shoulders stood out a spear shaft long. The prince weened to find there his bow or his sword. Then in sooth had Hagen found the traitor's meet reward. 984. When from the sorely wounded knight his sword was gone, then had he not to venge him, but his shield alone. This snatched he from the fountain and Hagen rushed upon, and not at all escape him could the royal Gunther's man. 985. Though he nigh to death was wounded, he yet such might did wield that out in all directions flew from off the shield precious stones a many. The shield he clave in twain, thus vengeance fain had taken upon his foe the stately Thane. 986. Beneath his hand must Hagen stagger and fall to ground. So swift the blow he dealt him, the meadow did resound. Had sword in hand been swinging, Hagen had had his meed, so sorely raged he stricken. To rage in sooth was mickle need. 987. Faded from cheek was color, no longer could he stand, and all his might of body soon complete had waned, as did a deathly pallor over his visage creep. Full many a fairest lady for the night anon must weep. 988. So sank amid the flowers Kriemhild's noble knight, while from his wound flowed thickly the blood before the sight. Then gan he reviling, for dire was his need, who had thus encompassed his death by this same faithless deed. 989. Then spake the sorely wounded. O ye base cowards twain, doth then my service merit that me ye thus have slain? To you I ere was faithful, and so am I repaid. Alas, upon your kindred now have ye shame eternal laid. 990. By this deed dishonored hereafter evermore are their generations. Your anger all too sore have ye now thus vented, and vengeance tan on me. With shame henceforth be parted from all good knights' company. 991. All the hunters hastened where he stricken lay. It was in sooth for many of them a joyless day. Had any aught of honor, he mourned that day, I ween, and well the same did merit the knight high-spirited and keen. 992. As there the king of Burgundy mourned that he should die, spake the knight sore wounded. To weep o'er injury, who hath wrought the evil hath smallest need, I trow, reviling doth he merit, and weeping may he well forgo. 993. Thereto quoth grim Hagen, Ye mourn, I know not why, this same day hath ended all our anxiety. Few shall we find henceforward for fear will give us need, and well is me that from his slash mastery we thus are freed. 994. Light thing is now thy vaunting, did Siegfried then reply. Had I e'er bethought me of this thy infamy well had I preserved, gainst all thy hate my life, me ruth not so sorely as Lady Kriemhild my wife. 995. Now may God of mercy that to me a son was born, that him alack, the people in times to come shall spurn, that those he nameth kinsmen have done the murderer's deed, and had I breath, spake Siegfried, to mourn o'er this I well had need. 996. Then spake in anguish praying, the hero doomed to die. And wilt thou, king, to any yet not good faith deny, in all the world to any, to thee commended be, and to thy loving mercy the spouse erstwhile was wed to me. 997. Let it be her good fortune that she thy sister is, by all the princely virtues, I beg thee pledge me this. For me long time my father and men henceforth must wait, upon a spouse was never slash wrought, as mine, a wrong so great. 998. All around the flowers were wetted with the blood as there with death he struggled. Yet not for long he could, because the deadly weapon had cut him all too sore, and soon the keen and noble slash knight was doomed to speak no more. 999. When the lords perceived how that the knight was dead, upon a shield they laid him that was of gold full red. And counsel took together how of the thing should not be known, but held in secret that Hagen the deed had wrought. 1000. Then spake of them a many, This is an evil day, now shall ye all conceal it, and all alike shall say, when as Kriemhild's husband the dark forest through rode alone a hunting, him the hand of robber slew. 1001. Then spake of Trange Hagen, Myself will bring him home, in sooth I reck but little slash if to her ears it come, who my lady Brunhild herself hath grieved so sore, it maketh me small worry, and if she weep for evermore. 17th Adventure. How Kriemhild mourned for Siegfried, and how he was buried. 1002. There till the night they tarried, and o'er the Rhine they went. By nights in chase might never slash more evil day be spent, for the game that there they hunted wept many a noble maid. In sooth, by many a valiant slash warrior must it since be paid. 1003. Of humor fierce and wanton slash list now and ye shall hear, and eke of direst vengeance. Slash Hagen bade to bear Siegfried thus lifeless, of the Nibelung country, unto a castle dwelling where Lady Kriemhild found might be. 1004. He bade in secret manner to lay him there before where she should surely find him, when she from out the door should pass to matins early, ere that had come the day. In sooth did Lady Kriemhild full seldom fail the hour to pray. 1005. When, as was wont, in minster the bell to worship bade, Kriemhild, fair lady, wakened from slumber many a maid. A light she bade them bring her, and eke her dress to wear. Then hither came a chamberlain, who Siegfried's corse found waiting there. 1006. He saw him red and bloody, all wet his clothing too, that it was his master, in sooth no whit he knew. On unto the chamber the light in hand he bore, whereby the Lady Kriemhild did learn what brought her grief full sore. 1007. When she with train of ladies would to the minster go, then spake the chamberlain, Pause, I pray thee now, here before thy dwelling a noble knight lies slain. Thereat gan Lady Kriemhild in grief unmeasured sore to plain. 1008. Ere yet that 'twas her husband she did rightly find, had she Hagen's question begun to call to mind, how might he protect him? Then first did break her heart, for all her joy in living did with his death from her depart. 1009. Unto the earth then sank she ere she a word did say, and reft of all her pleasure there the fair lady lay. Soon had Kriemhild's sorrow all measure passed beyond. She shrieked, when past the swooning, that did the chamber all resound. 10:10. Then spake her attendants, what if to stranger were? From out her mouth the heart-blood did spring from anguish sore. Then spake she, it is Siegfried my husband, other none. This thing hath counselled Brunhild, and Hagen's hand the deed hath done. 10:11. The lady bade them lead her, where did lie the knight. And his fair head she raised with her hand full white. Red though it was, and bloody, she knew him yet straightway, as all forlorn the hero of Nibelungenlied there lay. 10:12. Then cried the queen in anguish, whose hand such wealth might wield, O woe is me for sorrow! Yet is not thy shield with blow of sword now battered, but murdered dost thou lie, and knew I who hath done it, by my counsel should he die. 10:13. All of her attendants did weep and wail e'en with their beloved mistress, for filled they were with woe for their noble master, whom they should see no more. For anger of Queen Brunhild had Hagen wrought revenge full sore. 10:14. Then spake Kriemhild sorrowing, hence now the message take, and all the men of Siegfried shall ye straightway awake. Unto Siegmund likewise tell ye my sorrow deep, if that he will help me for the doughty Siegfried weep. 10:15. Then ran straightway a messenger, and soon he found at hand Siegfried's valiant warriors of Nibelungenlied. Of joy he all bereft him with tale that he did bear, nor would they aught believe it, till sound of weeping met their ear. 10:16. The messenger came eke quickly, where the king did lie, yet closed was not in sleeping the monarch Siegmund's eye. I ween his heart did tell him the thing that there had been, and that his dear son living might never more by him be seen. 10:17. Awake, awake, Lord Siegmund. Hither hath sent for thee Kriemhild my mistress. A wrong now beareth she a grief that for all others unto her heart doth go, to mourn it shalt thou help her, for sorely hast thou need thereto. 10:18. Upraised himself then Siegmund. He spake, what may it be of wrong that grieveth Kriemhild, as thou hast told to me? The messenger spake weeping, now may I not withhold, know thou that of Netherland Siegfried brave lies slain and cold. 10:19. Thereto gave answer Siegmund, let now such mocking be and tale of such ill tidings, and thou regardest me as that thou say'st to any now he lieth slain, and were it so, I never unto my end might cease to plain. 10:20. Wilt thou now believe not the tidings that I bear, so mayst thyself the lady Kriemhild weeping here, and all of her attendants, that Siegfried lieth dead. With terror filled was Siegmund, whereof in very sooth was need. 10:21. He and his men 100 from their beds they sprang, then snatched in hand full quickly swords both sharp and long, and toward the sound of weeping in sorrow sore did speed. There came 1,000 warriors eke of the valiant knight Siegfried. 10:22. When they heard the women weeping in such sore distress thought some, strict custom keeping, we first must don our dress. In sooth for very sorrow, their wits no more had they, for on their hearts a burden of grief full deep and heavy lay. 10:23. Then came the monarch Siegmund where he Kriemhild espied. He spake, alack that ever to this country I did ride, who in such wondrous manner, and while good friends are near, hath of my child bereft me, and the of spouse thou hold'st so dear. 10:24. Ah, might I him discover, spake the lady high, evermore would mercy I to him deny. Such meed of vengeance should he at my hands receive, that all who call him kinsman reason good should have to grieve. 10:25. Siegmund the monarch in arms the knight did press, and of his friends there gathered so great was the distress, that from the mighty wailing palace and wide hall and Worms the city likewise, with sound of woe re-echoed all. 10:26. None was who aught might comfort the wife of Siegfried there. They drew the knight's attire from off his body fair, from wounds the blood, too, washed they and laid him on the bier. Then from all his people a mighty wailing might ye hear. 10:27. Then outspake his warriors of Nibelungenlied, until he be avenged rest shall not our hand. He is within this castle, who the deed hath done. Then rushed to find their weapons Siegfried's warriors every one. 10:28. The knights of chosen valor with shields did thither throng, 1100 warriors, that did to train belong of Siegmund the monarch. That his son lay dead, would he wreak dire vengeance, whereof in very sooth was need. 1029. Yet knew they not whom should they slash beset in battle then, if it were not Gunther, and with him his men with whom their lord Siegfried unto the hunting rode. Yet filled with fear was Kriemhild, when she beheld how armed they stood. 1030. How great soe'er her sorrow, and stern the grief she bore, yet for the Nibelungen feared she death full sore from her brother's warriors, and bade them hold their wrath. She gave them kindly warning as friend to friend beloved doth. 1031. Then spake she rich in sorrow, What thing beginnest thou, good my lord Siegmund? This case thou dost not know, in sooth hath here King Gunther so many a valiant knight, lost are ye altogether, will ye the thanes withstand and fight. 1032. With shields upraised they ready for the fight did stand. But the queen full noble did straightway give command to those high knights, and prayed them, their purpose to give o'er. That she might not dissuade them, in sooth to her was sorrow sore. 1033. Spake she thus, Lord Siegmund, / thou shalt this thing let be until more fitting season. / seek will I ere with thee full to avenge my husband. Who him from me hath ta'en, and I shall know him guilty, in me shall surely find his bane. 1034. Of warriors proud and mighty are many here by Rhine, therefore will I advise not / the struggle to begin. For one that we can muster / good 30 men have they, as unto us their dealing, God them requite in equal way. 1035. Here shall ye bide with me, and help my grief to bear, soon as dawns the morning, / ye noble knights and rare, help me my loved husband prepare for burial. That shall be done full willing, spake the doughty warriors all. 1036. To you could never any full the wonder say, of knights and noble ladies, so full of grief were they, that the sound of wailing through the town was heard afar, whereat the noble burghers hastily did gather there. 1037. With the guests they mourned together, for sore they grieved as well. What was the guilt of Siegfried none to them might tell, wherefore the knight so noble thus his life should lose. Then wept with the high ladies many a worthy burgher spouse. 1038. Smiths they bade a casket / work full hastily all of gold and silver, that great and strong should be. They bade them fast to weld it with bands of steel full good. Then saw ye all the people stand right sorrowful of mood. 1039. Now the night was over, for day, they said, drew near. Then bade the noble lady unto the minster bear Siegfried her lord full loved for whom she mourned so. Woer was friend unto him saw ye weeping thither go. 1040. As they brought him to the minster / bells full many rung. On every hand then heard ye, how priests did chant their song. Thither with his followers came Gunther the king, and eke the grim knight Hagen, where was sound of sorrowing. 1041. He spake, full loving sister, / alack for grief to thee, and that from such great evil spared we might not be, henceforth must we ever / mourn for Siegfried's sake. That do ye without reason, full of woe the lady spake. 1042. If that ye grieved for it, befallen were it not. For say I may full truly, me had ye all forgot there where I thus was parted from my husband dear. Would it God, spake Kriemhild, that done unto myself it were. 1043. Fast they yet denied it. / Kriemhild spake again, if any speak him guiltless, let here be seen full plain. Unto the bier now shall he before the people go, thus the truth full quickly / may we in this manner know. 1044. It is a passing wonder that yet full oft is seen, where blood-bespotted slayer beside slain corse hath been, that from the wounds come blood drops, as here it eke befell. Thereby the guilt of Hagen might they now full plainly tell. 1045. Now ran the wounds all bloody like as they did before. Who erstwhile wept full sorely, now wept they mickle more. Then spake the monarch Gunther. To thee the truth be known, slain hath he been by robbers, nor is this deed by Hagen done. 1046. Of these same robbers, spake she, full well I understand. God give that yet may vengeance wreak some friendly hand, Gunther and Hagen, yourselves have done this deed. Then looked for bloody conflict the valiant thanes that served Siegfried. 1047. Then spake unto them Kriemhild, Now bear with me my need. Knights twain came likewise hither, and did find him dead, Gernot her brother, and the young Giselher. With upright hearts then joined they with the others' grief to share. 1048. They mourned for Kriemhild's husband with hearts all full of woe. A mass should then be chanted. To the minster forth did go man and child and woman gathered from every side, and they did likewise mourn him, who little lost that Siegfried died. 1049. Gernot and Giselher spake, O sister dear, now comfort thee in sorrow, for death is ever near. Amends will make unto thee the while that we shall live. In the world might never any unto her a comfort give. 1050. His coffin was made ready about the middle day. From off the bier they raised him whereupon he lay. But yet would not the lady let him be laid in grave. Therefore must all the people first a mickle trouble have. 1051. In a shroud all silken, they the dead man wound. I ween that never any that wept not might be found. There mourned full of sorrow Ute the queen full high, and all of her attendants, that such a noble knight did die. 1052. When did hear the people how they in minster sung, and that he there lay coffined, came then a mickle throng, for his souls reposing what offerings they bore, and amid his enemies found he of good friends a store. 1053. Kriemhild the poor lady to her attendants spake, Let them shun no trouble to suffer for my sake, who to him are friendly minded, and me in honor hold, for the soul of Siegfried meted be to them his gold. 1054. Child so small there was not, did it but reason have, but offering carried thither. Ere he was laid in grave, more than 100 masses upon the day they sung, of all the friends of Siegfried was gathered there a mickle throng. 1055. When were the masses over, the folk departed soon. Then spake the lady Kriemhild, Leave ye me not alone to pass the night in watching by this chosen thane now dead, with whose passing from me all my joy of life hath fled. 1056. 3 days and 3 nights further shall he lie on bier, until my heart find quiet that weeps for spouse so dear. God perchance commandeth that death eke me do take, that were for me poor Kriemhild / fit end of all my woe to make. 1057. Then of the town the people went to their homes again. Priests and monks yet bade she longer there remain, and all the hero's followers who willing served alway. They watched a night all gruesome, / and full of toil was eke the day. 1058. Meat and drink forgetting abode there many a one. If anywhere would take it, 'twas unto all made known, that have they might in plenty. Thus did provide Siegmund. Then for the Nibelungen did trouble and sore need abound. 1059. The while the 3 days lasted such the tale we hear all who could join the chanting. Mickle must they bear there of toil and trouble. What gifts to them they bore? Rich were seen full many who did suffer need before. 1060. As many poor as found they who themselves had not. By them yet an offering / bade they there be brought, of gold of Siegfried's treasure. Though he no more might live, yet for his soul's reposing marks many thousand did they give. 1061. Land of fruitful income, bestowed Kriemhild around, wheresoever cloisters / and worthy folk were found. Silver and apparel to the poor she gave in store, and in good manner showed she that truest love to him she bore. 1062. Upon the 3rd morning at the mass tide, was there beside the minster filled the churchyard wide with country folk a-weeping, that came from far and near. In death they yet did serve him, as is meet for friend full dear. 1063. And so it hath been told us, ere these 4 days were o'er, marks full 30,000, / yea, in sooth, and more, for his soul's reposing to the poor were given there, the while that lay all broken his life and eke his body fair. 1064. When ended was the service, and full the masses sung, in unrestrained sorrow there the flock did throng. They bade that from the minster he to the grave be borne. Them that fain had kept him there beheld ye weep and mourn. 1065. Thence full loud lamenting did the people with him pass, unmoved there never any / nor man nor woman was. Ere that in grave they laid him, chanted they and read. What host of priests full worthy at his burial were gathered. 1066. Ere that the wife of Siegfried was come unto the grave, with water from the fountain full oft her face they lave, so struggled with her sorrow the faithful lady fair. Great beyond all measure was the grief that she did bear. 1067. It was a mickle wonder that ere her life she kept, many a lady was there that helped her as she wept. Then spake the queen full noble. Ye men that service owe to Siegfried, as ye love me, now to me a mercy show. 1068. Upon this sorrow grant ye the little grace to me that I his shining visage yet once more may see. So filled she was with anguish and so long time she sought, perforce they must break open the casket also fairly wrought. 1069. Where she did see him lying, they then the lady led. With hand full white and spotless raised she his fair head, then kissed she there all lifeless the good and noble knight, and wept so that for sorrow ran blood from out her eyes so bright. 1070. Mournful was the parting that then did rend the twain, thence away they bore her, nor might she walk again, but in a swoon did senseless the stately lady lie. In sooth her winsome body for sorrow sore was like to die. 1071. When they the knight full noble, now in the grave had laid, beheld ye every warrior beyond all measure sad that with him was come hither from Nibelung country, full seldom joyous-hearted might ye royal Siegmund see. 1072. And many were among them, that for sorrow great till 3 days were over did nor drink nor eat. Yet might they not their bodies long leave uncared for food they turned from mourning as people still are wont to do. 18th Adventure. How Siegmund fared home again. 1073. Then went royal Siegmund where he Kriemhild found, unto the queen spake he. Home must we now be bound, we ween that guests unwelcome here are we by the Rhine. Kriemhild, beloved lady, come now to country that is mine. 1074. Though from us hath been taken by foul traitor's hand thy good spouse and noble here in stranger land, thine be it not to suffer. Good friend thou hast in me for sake of son beloved. Thereof shalt thou undoubting be. 1075. Eke shalt thou have, good lady, all the power to hold, the which erstwhile hath shown thee Siegfried the thane full bold, the land and the crown likewise, be they thine own to call, and gladly eke shall serve thee Siegfried's doughty warriors all. 1076. Then did they tell the servants that they thence would ride, and straight to fetch the horses these obedient hied. Mid such as so did hate them, it grieved them more to stay, ladies high and maidens were bidden dress them for the way. 1077. When that for royal Siegmund stood ready horse and man, her kinsman Lady Kriemhild to beseech, began that she from her mother would still forbear to go. Then spake the lofty lady. That might hardly yet be so. 1078. How might I for ever look with eyes upon him that to me, poor woman, such evil thing hath done? Then spake the youthful Giselher. Sister to me full dear, by thy goodness shalt thou tarry with thy mother here. 1079. Who in this wise have harmed thee and so grieved thy heart, thyself mayst he spurn their service. Of what is mine take part. Unto the knight she answered. Such thing may never be, for die I must for sorrow when that Hagen I should see. 1080. From need thereof I'll save thee, sister full dear to me, for with thy brother Giselher shalt thou ever be. I'll help to still thy sorrow that thy husband lieth dead. Then spake she sorrow-stricken, thereof in sooth had Kriemhild need. 1081. When that the youthful Giselher such kindly offer made, then her mother Ute and Gernot likewise prayed, and all her faithful kinsmen, that she would tarry there, for that in Siegfried's country but few of her own blood there were. 1082. To thee they all are strangers, did Gernot further say, nor lived yet man so mighty but dead at last he lay. Bethink thee that, dear sister, in comfort of thy mood, stay thou amid thy kinsmen, I counsel truly for thy good. 1083. To Giselher she promised that she would tarry there, for the men of Siegmund the horses ready were, when they thence would journey to the Nibelungen land. On carrying horses laden the knight's attire did ready stand. 1084. Went the royal Siegmund unto Kriemhild then, he spake unto the lady, Now do Siegfried's men await thee by the horses. Straight shall we hence away, for, mid the men of Burgundy / unwilling would I longer stay. 1085. Then spake the lady Kriemhild, My friends have counselled me, that by the love I bear them, here my home shall be, for that no kinsmen have I in the Nibelungen land. Grieved full sore was Siegmund when he did Kriemhild understand. 1086. Then spake the royal Siegmund, To such give not thine ear, a queen mid all my kinsmen, / thou a crown shalt wear and wield as lordly power as e'er till now thou hast, nor thou a whit shalt forfeit, that we the hero thus have lost. 1087. And journey with us thither, for child's sake eke of thine, him shalt thou never, lady, an orphan leave to pine. When hath grown thy son to manhood, he'll comfort thee thy mood. Meanwhile shall ready serve thee many a warrior keen and good. 1088. She spake, O royal Siegmund, I may not thither ride, for I here must tarry, whate'er shall me betide, mid them that are my kinsmen, who'll help my grief to share. The knights had sore disquiet that such tidings they must hear. 1089. So might we say full truly, spake they every one, that unto us still greater / evil now were done, wouldst thou longer tarry here amid our foes, in sooth were never journey of knights to court more full of woes. 1090. Now may ye free from trouble in God's protection fare, albeit that trusty escort shall you have in care unto Siegmund's country. My child full dear to me, unto your knights good mercy, let it well commended be. 1091. When that they well perceived / how she would not depart, wept all the men of Siegmund, and sad they were at heart. In what right heavy sorrow Siegmund then took leave of the lady Kriemhild. / full sore thereover must he grieve. 1092. Woe worth this journey hither, the lofty monarch spake. Henceforth from merry meeting, shall nevermore ordake king or his faithful kinsmen, what here our meed hath been. Here, mid the men of Burgundy, may we never be more seen. 1093. Then spake the men of Siegfried in open words and plain, And might we right discover who our lord hath slain, warriors bent on vengeance, shall yet lay waste this ground. Among his kin in plenty, may doughty foemen be found. 1094. Anon he kissed Kriemhild and spake sorrowfully, when she there would tarry, and he the same did see. Now ride we joy-forsaken / home unto our land. First now what 'tis to sorrow do I rightly understand. 1095. From Worms away sans escort unto the Rhine they rode. I ween that they full surely did go in such grim mood, that had against them any / aught of evil dared. Hand of keen Nibelungen had known full well their life to guard. 1096. Nor parting hand they offered to any that were there. Then might ye see how Gernot / and likewise Giselher did give him loving greeting. That as their very own they felt, the wrong he suffered, / by the courteous knights and brave was shown. 1097. Then spake in words full kindly / the royal knight Gernot, God in heaven knoweth, that of guilt I've naught in the death of Siegfried, that ere I e'en did hear who here to him were hostile. Well may I of thy sorrow share. 1098. An escort safe did furnish the young knight Giselher. Forth from out that country he led them full of care, the monarch with his warriors, to Netherland their home. How joyless is the greeting as thither to their kin they come. 1099. How fared that folk thereafter, that can I nowise say. Here heard ye Kriemhild plaining as day did follow day, that none there was to comfort / her heart and sorry mood, did Giselher not do it. He faithful was to her and good. 1100. The while the fair queen Brunhild in mood full haughty sat, and weep howe'er did Kriemhild, but little recked she that, nor wit to her of pity displayed she evermore. Anon was Lady Kriemhild / eke cause to her of sorrow sore. 19th adventure. How the Nibelungen hoard was brought to Worms. 1101. When that the noble Kriemhild thus did widowed stand, remained there with his warriors by her in that land, ecuort the Margrave, and served her ever true. And he did help his mistress / oft to mourn his master too. 1102. At Worms a house they built her the minster high beside, that was both rich and spacious, slash full long and eke full wide, wherein with her attendants slash joyless did she dwell. She sought the minster gladly, that to do she loved full well. 1103. Seldom undone she left it, but thither went alway in sorry mood, where buried slash her loved husband lay. God begged she in his mercy his soul in charge to keep, and to the thane right faithful, for him full often did she weep. 1104. Ute and her attendants all times a comfort bore, but yet her heart was stricken, and wounded all so sore that no wit might avail it what solace e'er they brought, for lover taken from her, with such grief her heart was fraught. 1105. As ne'er for spouse beloved a wife did ever show, thereby how high in virtue she stood ye well might know, she mourned until her ending, and while did last her life. Anon a mighty vengeance wreaked the valiant Siegfried's wife. 1106. And so such load of sorrow for her dead spouse she bore, the story saith truly, for years full 3 or more, nor ever unto Gunther slash any word spake she, and meantime eke her enemy slash Hagen never might she see. 1107. Then spake of Tronge Hagen, now seek'st thou such an end, that unto thee thy sister be well-disposed friend? Then Nibelungen treasure let come to this country, thereof thou much mightst win thee, might Kriemhild friendly-minded be. 1108. He spake, be that our effort, my brother's love hath she, them shall we beg to win her that she our friend may be, and that she gladly see it that we do share her store. I trow it well, spake Hagen, may such thing be nevermore. 1109. Then did he Ortween unto the court command and the Margrave jeer. When both were found at hand, thither brought they Gernot slash and eke young Giselher. In friendly manner sought they to win the lady Kriemhild there. 1110. Then spake of Burgundy, Gernot the warrior strong. Lady, the death of Siegfried slash thou mournest all too long. Well, will the monarch prove thee that him he ne'er hath slain. 'Tis heard how that right sorely slash thou dost for him unending plain. 1111. She spake, the king none chargeth, slash 'twas Hagen's hand that slew. When Hagen me did question where might one pierce him through, how might e'er thought come to me that hate his heart did bear, then 'gainst such thing to guard me, spake she, had I ta'en good care. 1112. And kept me from betraying to evil hands his life, nor cause of this my weeping, had I his poor lorn wife. My heart shall hate forever who this foul deed have done. And further to entreat her young Giselher had soon begun. 1113. When that to greet the monarch a willing mind spake she, him soon with noble kinsmen before her might ye see. Yet dare might never Hagen unto her to go, on her he'd wrought sore evil, as well his guilty mind did know. 1114. When she no hatred meted slash unto Gunther as before, by Hagen to be greeted, were fitting all the more. Had but by his counsel no ill to her been done, so might he all undaunted unto Kriemhild have gone. 1115. Nor e'er was peace new offered slash kindred friends among sealed with tears so many. She brooded o'er her wrong, to all she gave her friendship slash save to one man alone, nor slain her spouse wherever, were not the deed by Hagen done. 1116. Small time it was thereafter, ere they did bring to pass that with the lady Kriemhild the mighty treasure was, that from Nibelungen country she brought the Rhine unto. It was her bridal portion, and 'twas fairly now her due. 1117. For it did journey thither Gernot and Giselher. Warriors 80 slash Kriemhild commanded there, that they should go and fetch it where hidden it did lie, and where the good Thane Alberich with friends did guard it faithfully. 1118. When saw they coming warriors from Rhine the horde to take, Alberich the full valiant, to his friends in this wise spake. We dare not of the treasure slash aught from them withhold, it is her bridal portion, thus the noble queen hath told. 1119. Yet had we never granted, slash spake Alberich, this to do, but that in evil manner the sightless mantle too with the doughty Siegfried we alike did lose, the which did wear at all times slash the fair Kriemhild's noble spouse. 1120. Now alas hath Siegfried had but evil gain that from us the sightless mantle the hero thus hath ta'en, and so hath forced to serve him all these lands around. Then went forth the porter, where full soon the keys he found. 1121. There stood before the mountain/ready Kriemhild's men, and her kinsmen with them. The treasure bore they then down unto the water, where the ships they sought, to where the Rhine flowed downward across the waves, the hoard they brought. 1122. Now of the treasure further, may ye a wonder hear. Heavy wains a dozen/scarce, the same might bear in 4 days and nights together, from the mountain all away. And did each one of them /thrice the journey make each day. 1123. In it was nothing other than gold and jewels rare, and if to every mortal on earth were dealt a share, ne'er, 'twould make the treasure by 1 mark the less, not without good reason /forsooth would Hagen it possess. 1124. The wish-rod lay among them, of gold a little wand. Whosoe'er its powers full might understand, the same might make him master o'er all the race of men. Of Alberich's kin full many with Gernot returned again. 1125. When they did store the treasure in King Gunther's land, and to royal Kriemhild, 'twas given, 'neath her hand, storing rooms and towers could scarce the measure hold. Never more such wonder/might of wealth again be told. 1126. And had it e'en been greater, yea 1,000-fold, if but again might Kriemhild/safe her Siegfried hold, fain were she empty-handed of all the boundless store. Spouse, than she more faithful won a hero nevermore. 1127. When now she had the treasure, she brought into that land knights many from far distance. /yea, dealt the lady's hand so freely that such bounty ne'er before was seen. High in honor held they for her goodly heart the queen. 1128. Unto both rich and needy began she so to give that fearful soon grew Hagen, if that she would live long time in such high power, lest she of warriors true such host might win to serve her. That cause would be her strength to rue. 1129. Spake Gunther then, the treasure is hers and freedom too, wherefore shall I prevent her, whate'er therewith she do? Yea, nigh she did her friendship from me evermore withhold. Now reck we not who shareth, or her silver, or her gold. 1130. Unto the king spake Hagen, no man that boasteth wit should to any woman such hoard to hold permit. By gifts she yet will bring it, that will come the day when valiant men of Burgundy /rue it with good reason may. 1131. Then spake the monarch Gunther, to her an oath I swore that I would cause of evil to her be nevermore, whereof henceforth I'll mind me, /sister she is to me. Then spake further Hagen, let me bear the guilt for thee. 1132. Many they were that kept not their plighted word. From the widow took they all that mighty hoard, every key had Hagen known to get in hand. Rage filled her brother Gernot, when he the thing did understand. 1133. Then spake the knight Giselher, Hagen here hath wrought sore evil to my sister. Permit this thing I'll not, and were he not my kinsman, he'd pay it with his life. Anew did fall a-weeping, then the doughty Siegfried's wife. 1134. Then spake the knight Gernot, ere that forever we be troubled with this treasure, let first commanded be deep in the Rhine to sink it, that no man have it more. In sad manner plaining /Kriemhild stood Giselher before. 1135. She spake, beloved brother, be mindful thou of me, what life and treasure toucheth /shalt thou my protector be. Then spake he to the lady, that shall sure betide when we again come hither, now called we are away to ride. 1136. The monarch and his kinsmen rode from out the land, and in his train the bravest /ye saw on any hand. Went all save Hagen only, / and there he stayed for hate, that he did bear to Kriemhild, / and full gladly did he that. 1137. Ere that the mighty monarch was thither come again, in that while had Hagen all that treasure ta'en, where loch is by the river all in the Rhine sank he weened thereof to profit, yet such thing might never be. 1138. The royal knights came thither again with many a man. Kriemhild with her maidens and ladies then began to mourn the wrong they suffered, that pity was to hear. Fain had the faithful Giselher been unto her a comforter. 1139. Then spake they all together, done hath he grievous wrong, but he the prince's anger avoided yet so long at last to win their favor. They let him live sans scathe, then filled thereat was Kriemhild as ne'er before with mickle wrath. 1140. ere that of Hagen had hidden thus the hoard, had they unto each other given firm plighted word, that it should lie concealed, while one of them might live. Thereof anon nor could they to themselves, nor unto other give. 1141. With renewed sorrows, heavy she was of heart that so her dear-loved husband / perforce from life must part, and that of wealth they reft her. Therefore she mourned alway, nor ever ceased her plaining until was come her latest day. 1142. After the death of Siegfried dwelt she in sorrow then, saith the tale all truly / full 3 years and 10, nor in that time did ever for the knight mourn not the less. To him she was right faithful, must all the folk of her confess. 20th Adventure. How King Etzel sent to Burgundy for Kriemhild. 1143. In that same time when ended / was Lady Helk's life, and that the monarch Etzel did seek another wife, to take a highborn widow of the land of Burgundy hun his friends did counsel. / Lady Kriemhild hight was she. 1144. Since that was ended the fair Helk's life, spake they. Wilt thou ever / win for thee noble wife, the highest and the fairest that ever king did win, take to thee this same lady, that doughty Siegfried's spouse hath been. 1145. Then spake the mighty monarch. How might that come to pass since that I am a heathen, nor named with sign of cross, the lady is a Christian, thereto shall ne'er agree, wrought must be a wonder, if the thing may ever be. 1146. Then spake again his warriors. She yet may do the same, for sake of thy great power, and thy full lofty name shalt thou yet endeavor / such noble wife to gain, to woo the stately lady might each monarch high be fain. 1147. Then spake the noble monarch, who is 'mong men of mine, that knoweth land and people / dwelling far by Rhine? Spake then of Bechelaren, the trusty Rudiger. I have known from childhood the noble queen that dwelleth there. 1148. And Gunther and Gernot, the noble knights and good, and hight the third is Giselher. Whatever any should that standeth high in honor / and virtue, doth each one, eke from eld their fathers have in like noble manner done. 1149. Then spake again Etzel, / friend, now shalt thou tell, if she within my country / crown might wear full well for be she fair of body, as hath been told to me, my friends for this their counsel shall ever full requited be. 1150. She likeneth in beauty, well my high lady, Helk that was so stately. / nor forsooth might be in all this world a fairer / spouse of King Soer, whom taketh she for wooer, / glad of heart and mind he were. 1151. He spake, make trial, Rudiger, as thou hold'st me dear, and if by Lady Kriemhild ere I lie full near, therefore will I requite thee as in best mode I may, so hast thou then fulfilled all my wish in fullest way. 1152. Stores from out my treasure I'll bid to thee to give, that thou with thy companions merry long shalt live, of steeds and rich apparel what thou wilt have to share. Thereof unto thy journey I'll bid in measure full prepare. 1153. Thereto did give him answer the Margrave Rudiger. Did I thy treasure covet / unworthy thing it were, gladly will I thy messenger be unto the Rhine, from my own store provided. All have I e'en from hand of thine. 1154. Then spake the mighty monarch, when now wilt thou fare to seek the lovely lady? God of thee have care to keep thee on thy journey, and eke a wife to me, therein good fortune help me, that she to us shall gracious be. 1155. Then again spake Rudiger. Ere that this land we quit, must we first prepare us / arms and apparel fit, that we may thus in honor in royal presence stand. To the Rhine I'll lead 500 / warriors, a doughty band. 1156. Wherever they in Burgundy, me and my men may see, shall they all and single / then confess of thee that ne'er from any monarch. So many warriors when as now to bear thy message / thou far unto the Rhine hast sent. 1157. May it not, O mighty monarch, thee from thy purpose move, erstwhile unto Siegfried she gave her noble love, whose scion is of Siegmund. Him thou here hast seen, worthy highest honor, verily the knight had been. 1158. Then answered him King Etzel. Was she the warrior's wife, so worthy was of honor the noble prince in life, that I the royal lady therefore no whit despise. 'tis her surpassing beauty that shall be joy unto mine eyes. 1159. Then further spake the Margrave. Hear then what I do say. After days 24 shall we from hence away. Tidings to Gotland I'll send, my spouse full dear, that I to Lady Kriemhild myself will be thy messenger. 1160. Away to Bechelaren sent then Rudiger. Both sad his spouse and joyous was the news to hear. He told how for the monarch a wife he was to woo, with love she well remembered the fair Lady Helk too. 1161. When that the Margravine did the message hear, in part, 'twas sorrow to her, and weep she must in fear at having other mistress than hers had been before. To think on Lady Helk did grieve her inmost heart full sore. 1162. Rudiger from Hunland in 7 days did part, whereat the monarch Etzel merry was of heart. When at Vienna city, all was ready for the way to begin the journey, might he longer not delay. 1163. At Bechelaren waited Gotland there, and eke the young Margravine, daughter of Rudiger, was glad at thought her father and all his men to see, and many a lovely maiden looked to the coming joyfully. 1164. Ere that to Bechelaren rode noble Rudiger from out Vienna city, was rich equipment there for them in fullest measure, on carrying horses brought, that went in such wise, guarded, that robber hand disturbed them not. 1165. When they at Bechelaren within the town did stand, his fellows on the journey did the host command to lead to fitting quarters and tend carefully. The stately Gotland, glad she was her spouse to see. 1166. Eke his lovely daughter, the youthful Margravine too, her had nothing dearer than his coming been. The warriors too from Hunland, what joy for her they make, with a laughing spirit to all the noble maiden spake. 1167. Be now to us right welcome, my father and all his men. Fairest thanks on all sides saw ye offered then unto the youthful Margravine by many a valiant knight. How Rudiger was minded New Gotland aright. 1168. When then that night she by Rudiger lay, questioned him the Margravine in full loving way, wherefore had sent him thither the king of Hunland. He spake, My lady Gotland, that shalt thou gladly understand. 1169. My master now hath sent me to woo him other wife, since that by death was ended the fair Helk's life. Now will I to Kriemhild ride unto the Rhine she shall hear in Hunland, be spouse to him and stately queen. 1170. God will it, spake Gotland, and well the same might be, since that so high in honor ever standeth she. The death of my good mistress we then may better bear, eke might we grant her gladly among the Huns a crown to wear. 1171. Then spake to her the Margrave, Thou shalt, dear lady mine to them that shall ride with me thither unto the Rhine, in right bounteous manner deal out a goodly share. Good knights go lighter-hearted when they well provided fare. 1172. She spake, None is among them, and he would take from me, but I will give whatever to him may pleasing be, ere that ye part thither, thou and thy good men. Thereto spake the Margrave, So dost thou all my wishes then. 1173. Silken stuffs in plenty they from her chamber bore, and to the knights full noble dealt out in goodly store, mantles lined all richly from collar down to spur. What for the journey pleased him, did choose therefrom Sir Rudiger. 1174. Upon the 7th morning, from Bechelaren went the knight with train of warriors. Attire and armament bore they in fullest measure through the Bavarian land, and ne'er upon the journey dared assail them robber band. 1175. Unto the Rhine then came they ere 12 days were flown, and there were soon the tidings of their coming known. 'Twas told unto the monarch, and with him many a man, how strangers came unto him. To question then the king began. 1176. If any was did know them, for he would gladly hear. They saw their carrying horses right heavy burdens bear, that they were knights of power, knew they well thereby. Lodgings they made them ready in the wide city speedily. 1177. When that the strangers had passed within the gate, every eye did gaze on the knights that came in state, and mickle was the wonder whence to the Rhine they came. Then sent the king for Hagen, if he perchance might know the same. 1178. Then spake he of Trange. These knights I ne'er have seen, yet when we now behold them I'll tell thee well, I ween, from whence they now ride hither unto this country, and I not straightway know them, from distant land in sooth they be. 1179. For the guests fit lodgings now provided were. Clad in rich apparel came the messenger, and to the court his fellows did bear him company. Sumptuous attire wore they, wrought full cunningly. 1180. Then spake the doughty Hagen. As far as goes my ken, for that long time the noble/knight I not have seen, come they in such manner as were at Rudiger, the valiant thane from Hunland, that leads the stately riders here. 1181. Then straightway spake the monarch. How shall I understand that he of Bechelaren should come unto this land? Scarce had King Gunther his mind full spoken there, when saw full surely Hagen that 'twas the noble Rudiger. 1182. He and his friends then hastened with warmest welcoming. Then saw ye knights 500 adown from saddle spring, and were those knights of Hunland received in fitting way. Messengers ne'er beheld ye attired in so fine array. 1183. Hagen of Trange, with voice full loud spake he. Unto these thanes full noble, a hearty welcome be to the Lord of Bechelaren and his men every one. Thereat was fitting honor done to every valiant Hun. 1184. The monarch's nearest kinsmen went forth the guests to meet. Of Metz the knight Sir Ortwin/Rudiger thus did greet. The while our life hath lasted, never yet hath guest here been seen so gladly. Be that in very truth confessed. 1185. For that greeting thanked they the brave knights one and all. With train of high attendants they passed unto the hall, where valiant men, a many stood round the monarch's seat. The king arose from settle/ in courteous way the guests to greet. 1186. Right courteously he greeted then the messenger. Gunther and Gernot, full busy both they were for stranger and companions/ a welcome fit to make. The noble knight Sir Rudiger by the hand the king did take. 1187. He led him to the settle where himself he sat. He bade pour for the strangers. A welcome work was that, mead the very choicest and the best of wine, that ere ye might discover in all the lands about the Rhine. 1188. Giselher and Gier joined the company too, eke Dankwart and Valker, when that they knew the coming of the strangers. Glad they were of mood, and greeted, for the monarch/ fare the noble knights and good. 1189. Then spake unto his master of Trange the knight. Let our thanes seek ever/ fully to requite what erstwhile the Margrave in love to us hath done. Fair Gotland's husband our gratitude full well hath won. 1190. Thereto spake King Gunther, withhold it not I may, how they both do bear them, tell me now, I pray Etzel and Helka far in Hunland. Then answered him the Margrave, fain would I have thee understand. 1191. Then rose he from the settle, and his men every one. He spake unto the monarch. And may the thing be done, and is't thy royal pleasure, so will I not withhold, but the message that I bring thee shall full willingly be told. 1192. He spake, what tale soever doth this thy message make? I grant thee leave to tell it, / nor further counsel take. Now shalt thou let us hear it, me and my warriors too, for fullest leave I grant thee / thy high purpose to pursue. 1193. Then spake the upright messenger. Hither to thee at Rhine doth faithful service tender / master high of mine, to all thy kinsmen likewise, as many as may be, eke is this my message borne in all good will to thee. 1194. To thee the noble monarch bids tell his tale of need. His folk's forlorn and joyless. My mistress high is dead, Helk the full stately my good master's wife, whereby now is orphaned full many a fair maiden's life. 1195. Children of royal parents for whom hath cared her hand, thereby doth the country in plight full sorry stand. Alack, nor is there other that them with love may tend. I ween the time long distant / eke when the monarch's grief shall end. 1196. God give him meed, spake Gunther, that he so willingly doth offer thus good service to my kinsmen, and to me I joy that I his greeting here have heard this day, the which with glad endeavor my kinsmen and my men shall pay. 1197. Thereto the knight of Burgundy, the valiant Gernot, said, "The world may ever rue it that Helke fair lies dead, so manifold the virtues that did her life adorn." A willing testimony by Hagen to the words was born. 1198. Thereto again spake Rudiger the noble messenger. "Since thou, O king, dost grant it, shalt thou now further hear what message 'tis my master beloved hath hither sent, for that since death of Helke / his days he hath in sorrow spent." 1199. "'Tis told my lord that Kriemhild / doth widowed live alone, and dead is doughty Siegfried. May now such thing be done, and wilt thou grant that favor? A crown she then shall wear before the knights of Etzel. This message from my lord I bear." 1200. Then spake the mighty monarch / a king he was of grace. "My will in this same matter she'll hear, and so she please. Thereof will I instruct thee / ere 3 days are passed by ere I her mind have sounded, / wherefore to Etzel this deny." 1201. Meanwhile for the strangers / bade, they make cheer the best in sooth so were they tended, that Rudiger confessed he had mong men of Gunther of friends a goodly store. Hagen full glad did serve him, as he had Hagen served of yore. 1202. Thus there did tarry Rudiger until the 3rd day. The king did council summon, he moved in wisest way, if that unto his kinsmen seemed it fitting thing, that Kriemhild take unto her, for spouse Etzel the king. 1203. Together all save Hagen did the thing advise, and unto King Gunther / spake he in this wise. "And hast thou still thy senses, of that same thing beware, that, be she ne'er so willing, / thou lend'st thyself her will to share." 1204. "Wherefore," spake then Gunther, "should I allow it not, whene'er doth fortune favor / Kriemhild in aught, that shall I gladly grant her, for sister dear is she. Yea, ought ourselves to seek it, might it but her honor be." 1205. Thereto gave answer Hagen. "Now such words give o'er. Were Etzel known unto thee as unto me of yore, and didst thou grant her to him, as 'tis thy will I hear, then wouldst thou first have reason for thy later weal to fear." 1206. "Wherefore," spake then Gunther, / well may I care for that ere to thwart his temper that so I ought of hate at his hands should merit, and if his wife she be." Thereto gave answer Hagen, "Such counsel hast thou ne'er of me." 1207. Then did they bid for Gernot / and Giselher to go, for wished they of the royal / twain their mind to know, if that the mighty monarch / Kriemhild for spouse should take. Yet Hagen and none other / thereto did opposition make. 1208. Then spake of Burgundy Giselher the Thane. "Well mayst thou now, friend Hagen, show upright mind again, for sorrows wrought upon her / mayst thou her well requite, howe'er she findeth fortune, / ne'er should it be in thy despite." 1209. "Yea, hast thou to my sister so many sorrows done," so spake further Giselher, "the full noble Thane, that fullest reason hath she to meet thee naught but hate. In sooth was never lady than she bereft of joy more great." 1210. "What I do know full certain, that known to all I make, if e'er shall come the hour that she do Etzel take, she'll work us yet sore evil, howe'er the same she plan, then in sooth will serve her full many a keen and doughty man." 1211. In answer then to Hagen the brave Gernot said, "With us doth lie to leave it, until they both be dead, ere that we ride ever / unto Etzel's land. That we be faithful to her / doth honor meantime sure command." 1212. Thereto again spake Hagen, "Gainsay me here may none, and shall the noble Kriemhild / ere sit, 'neath Helke's crown, howe'er she that accomplish, she'll do us grievous hurt. Good knights, therefrom to keep you doth better with your weal consort." 1213. In anger spake then Giselher / the son of Ute the fair. "None shall yet among us / himself like traitor bear. What honor e'er befall her, / rejoice thereat should we, whate'er thou sayest, Hagen, true helper shall she find in me." 1214. When that heard it Hagen / straightway waxed he wroth. Gernot and Giselher / the knights high-minded both, and Gunther, mighty monarch, did counsel finally, if that did wish it Kriemhild, by them 'twould unopposed be. 1215. Then spake the Margrave jeer, "That lady will I tell how that of royal Etzel she may think full well. In fear are subject to him slash brave warriors many a one, well may he recompense her for wrong that ere to her was done. 12:16. Then went the knight full valiant, where he did Kriemhild find, and straightway spake unto her, upon her greeting kind. Me maisty thou gladly welcome, with messengers high meed. Fortune hath come to part thee now from all thy bitter need. 12:17. For sake of love he bears thee, slash lady, doth seek thy hand one of all the highest that e'er o'er monarch's land did rule in fullest honor, slash or ever crown might wear. High knights do bring the message, which same thy brother bids thee hear. 12:18. Then spake she rich in sorrow. Now God forbid to thee and all I have of kinsmen that aught of mockery they do on me, poor woman. What were I unto one, who e'er at heart the joyance of a noble wife hath known? 12:19. Much did she speak against it. Slash anon as well came there Gernot her brother and the young Giselher. In loving wise they begged her slash her mourning heart to cheer, and would she take the monarch? Verily her weal it were. 12:20. Yet might not then by any the lady's mind be bent, that any man soever to love she would consent. Thereon the thanes besought her. Now grant the thing to be, and dost thou nothing further, that the messenger thou deign'st to see. 12:21. That will I not deny you, spake the high lady, that the noble rudiger I full gladly see, such knightly grace adorns him. Were he not messenger, and came there other hither by him I all unspoken were. 12:22. She spake, upon the morrow bid him hither fare unto this my chamber. Then shall he fully hear how that do stand my wishes, the which I'll tell him true. Of her full grievous sorrow was she minded thus anew. 12:23. Eke not else desired the noble rudiger than that by the lady leave thus granted were. He knew himself so skillful, might he such favor earn, so should he her full certain from her spoken purpose turn. 12:24. Upon the morrow early, when that the mass was sung came the noble messengers, whereof a mickle throng. They that should Sir Rudiger to court bear company, many a man full stately in rich apparel might ye see. 12:25. Kriemhild, dame high-stated, full sad she was of mood there Rudiger awaited, the noble knight and good. He found her in such raiment as daily she did wear, the while were her attendants in dresses clad full rich and rare. 12:26. Unto the threshold went she the noble guest to meet, and the man of Etzel did she full kindly greet. 12 knights there did enter, slash himself and 11 more, and well were they received. To her such guests came ne'er before. 12:27. The messenger to seat him, and his men they gave command. The twain valiant margraves saw ye before her stand, equort and jeer, the noble knights and keen, such was the lady's sorrow. None saw ye there of cheerful mien. 12:28. They saw before her sitting, full many a lady fair, and yet the lady Kriemhild did not but sorrow there. The dress upon her bosom was wet with tears that fell, and soon the noble margrave perceived her mickle grief full well. 12:29. Then spake the lofty messenger. Daughter of King full high, to me and these my fellows, that bear me company deign now the grace to grant us that we before thee stand, and tell to thee the tidings, wherefore we rode unto thy land. 12:30. That grace to thee is granted, spake the lofty queen, whate'er may be thy message, I'll let it now be seen that I do hear it gladly, slash thou it welcome messenger. That fruitless was their errand, deem the others well to hear. 12:31. Then spake of Bechelaren the noble Rudiger. Pledge of true love unto thee from lofty King I bear Etzel, who bids thee, lady, slash here royal compliment. He hath to woo thy favor slash knights, full worthy hither sent. 12:32. His love to thee he offers slash full heartily and free. Fidelity that lasteth he plighteth unto thee, as erst to Lady Helk who o'er his heart held sway. Yea, thinking on her virtues hath he full oft had joyless day. 12:33. Then spake the royal lady. O Margrave Rudiger, if that known to any my sharp sorrows were, besought then were I never slash again to take me spouse. Such ne'er was won by lady, as the husband I did lose. 12:34. What is that sootheth sorrow? The valiant knight replied. And bet not loving friendship slash whene'er that may betide, and that each mortal choose him who his delight shall be, naught is that so availeth to keep the heart from sorrow free. 1235. Wilt thou minded be to love him, this noble master mine, or mighty crowns a dozen the power shall be thine. Thereto of princes 30 my lord shall give thee land, the which hath all subdued the prowess of his doughty hand. 1236. O'er many a knight full worthy / eke mistress, shalt thou be that my lady Helk did serve right faithfully, and over many a lady that served amid her train, of high and royal lineage, spake the keen and valiant Thane. 1237. Thereto my lord will give thee / he bids to thee make known, if that beside the monarch / thou deign'st to wear a crown, power in fullest measure, that Helk e'er might boast. The same in lordly manner / shalt thou wield o'er Etzel's host. 1238. Then spake the royal lady, how might again my life have thereof desire to be a hero's wife? Hath death in one already wrought me such sorrows sore, that joyless must my days be / from this time for evermore. 1239. Then spake the men of Hunland, O royal high lady, thy life shall thereby Etzel / so full of honor be thy heart, 'twill ever gladden if but may be such thing, full many a thane right stately / doth homage to the mighty king. 1240. Might but Helk's maidens, and they that wait on the air be joined together in one royal company, well might brave knights to see them / wax merry in their mood. Be, lady, now persuaded / tease verily thy surest good. 1241. She spake in courteous manner, let further parley be until doth come the morrow, then hither come to me, so will I give my answer to bear upon your way. The noble knights and worthy must straight therein her will obey. 1242. When all from thence were parted, and had their lodgings sought, then bade the noble lady that Giselher be brought, and eke with him her mother. To both she then did tell that meat for her was weeping, and naught might fit her mood so well. 1243. Then spake her brother Giselher, Sister, to me 'tis told, and well may I believe it, that thy grief manifold Etzel complete will scatter, and tax thou him for man, whate'er be others' counsel, meseems it were a thing well done. 1244. Further eke spake Giselher, console thee well may he, from Rhone unto Rhine river, from Elbe unto the sea, king there is none other that holds so lordly sway, and he for spouse do take thee, gladden thee full well he may. 1245. Brother loved full dearly, / wherefore dost counsel it, to mourn and weep forever doth better me befit. How may I mid warriors appear in royal state? Was ever fair my body, of beauty now 'tis desolate. 1246. Then spake the lady Ute / her daughter dear unto, the thing thy brother counsels, my loving child, that do, by thy friends be guided, then with thee well 'twill be, long time it now hath grieved me / thee thus disconsolate to see. 1247. Then prayed she God with fervor, that he might her provide with store of gold, and silver / and raiment rich beside, as erstwhile when her husband did live a stately thane. Since then so happy hour never had she known again. 1248. In her own bosom thought she, and shall I not deny my body to a heathen / a Christian lady? I so must I, while life lasteth, have shame to be my own, and gave he realms unnumbered, / such thing by me might ne'er be done. 1249. And therewithal she left it. The night through until day, upon her couch the lady with mind full troubled lay, nor yet her eyes full shining of tears at all were free, until upon the morrow / forth to matins issued she. 1250. When for mass was sounded, came there the kings likewise. Again did they their sister by faithful word advise to take for spouse unto her of Hunland, the king. All joyless was the visage they saw the lady thither bring. 1251. They bade the men of Etzel / thither lead again, who unto their country fain their leave had ta'en, their message won or fruitless, how that soe'er might be, unto the court came Rudiger. / full eager were his company. 1252. By the night to be informed how the thing befell, and if betimes they knew it, 'twould please them all full well, for weary was the journey / and long unto their land. Soon did the noble Rudiger again in Kriemhild's presence stand. 1253. In full earnest manner, Then the knight gan pray the high royal lady, that she to him might say what were from her the message to Etzel he should bear. Naught, but denial only did he from the lady hear. 1254. For that her love might never slash by man again be won, thereto spake the Margrave. Ill such thing were done, wherefore such fair body slash wilt thou to ruin give, spouse of knight full worthy slash mayst he thou, yet in honor live. 1255. Not booted how they besought her, till that Rudiger spake in secret manner in the high lady's ear, how Etzel should requite her for ills she ere did know. Then gan her mickle sorrow slash milder at the thought to grow. 1256. Unto the queen then spake he, Let now thy weeping be, if, 'mong the Huns hadst thou other none than me and my faithful kinsmen, and my good men alone, sorely must he repay it who hath aught to thee of evil done. 1257. Thereat apace all lighter the lady's sorrow grew she spake, So swear thou truly, what any gainst me do, that thou wilt be the foremost slash my sorrows to requite. Thereto spake the Margrave, slash lady, to thee my word I plight. 1258. With all his men together, swear then Rudiger faithfully to serve her, slash and in all things whatsoever not would e'er deny her the thanes from Etzel's land, whereof she might have honor. Slash thereto gave Rudiger his hand. 1259. Then thought the faithful lady, Since I thus have one band of friends so faithful, slash care now have I none how shall speak the people in my sore need of me. The death of my loved husband perchance shall yet avenged be. 1260. Thought she, since hath Etzel so many knights and true, and shall I but command them, whate'er I will I do. Eke hath he such riches that free may be my hand. Bereft of all my treasure, by Hagen's faithless art I stand. 1261. Then spake she unto Rudiger, Were it not, as I do know, the king is yet a heathen, so were I fain to go whithersoever he willed it, and take him for my lord. Thereto spake the Margrave, slash lady, no longer hold such word. 1262. Such host he hath of warriors who Christians are as we, that beside the monarch may care ne'er come to thee. Yea, may he be baptized through thee to Christian life. Well mayst he thou then rejoice thee, to be the royal Etzel's wife. 1263. Then spake again her brother, Sister, thy favor lend, that now all thy sorrow thereby may have an end. And so long they besought her, that full of sadness she her word at length had plighted the monarch Etzel's wife to be. 1264. She spake, You will I follow, I most lorn lady, that I fare to Hunland, as soon as it may be that I friends have ready to lead me to his land. Before the knights assembled slash fair Kriemhild pledged thereto her hand. 1265. Then spake again the Margrave, 2 knights do serve thee true, and I thereof have many. 'Tis easy thing to do, that thee with fitting honor across the Rhine we guide, nor shalt thou, lady, longer here in Burgundy abide. 1266. Good men have I 500, slash and eke my kinsmen stand ready here to serve thee and far in Etzel's land, lady, at thy bidding. Slash and I do pledge the same, whene'er thou dost admonish, to serve thee without cause for shame. 1267. Now bid with full equipment, thy horses to prepare. Rudiger's true counsel will bring thee sorrow ne'er, and tell it to thy maidens whom thou wilt take with thee. Full many a chosen warrior on the way shall join our company. 1268. They had full rich equipment, that once their train arrayed the while that yet lived Siegfried, so might she many a maid in honor high lead with her, as she thence would fare. What steeds all rich caparisoned awaited the high ladies there. 1269. If till that time they ever in richest dress were clad, thereof now for their journey slash full store was ready made, for that they of the monarch had such tidings caught. From chests long time well bolted slash forth the treasures rich were brought. 1270. Little were they idle until the 5th day, but sought rich dress that folded slash secure in covers lay. Kriemhild wide did open all her treasure there, and largess great would give she unto the men of Rudiger. 1271. Still had she of the treasure of Nibelungenlied, she weaned the same in Hunland to deal with bounteous hand, so great that 100 horses ne'er the whole might bear. How stood the mind of Kriemhild, came the tidings unto Hagen's ear. 1272. He spake, Since Kriemhild never may me in favor hold, and so here must Tari/Siegfried's store of gold. Wherefore unto mine enemies such mickle treasure go, what with the treasure Kriemhild/intendeth, that full well I know. 1273. Might she but take it thither, in sooth believe I that, 'twould be dealt out in largesse to stir against me hate, nor own they steeds sufficient the same to bear away. 'Twill safe be kept by Hagen, so shall they unto Kriemhild say. 1274. When she did hear the story, with grief her heart was torn. Eke unto the monarchs, all three the tale was borne, fain would they prevent it. Yet when that might not be, spake the noble Rudiger in this wise full joyfully. 1275. Wherefore, queen full stately/weep'st thou o'er this gold? For thee will King Etzel in such high favor hold when but his eyes behold thee. To thee such store he'll give that ne'er thou mayst exhaust it. That, lady, by my word believe. 1276. Thereto the queen gave answer. Full noble Rudiger, greater treasure never/king's daughter had for share than this that Hagen from me now hath ta'en away. Then went her brother Gernot to the chamber where the treasure lay. 1277. With force he stuck the monarch/key into the door, and soon of Kriemhild's treasure they from the chamber bore marks full 30,000/ or e'en more plenteously. He bade the guests to take it, which pleased King Gunther well to see. 1278. Then Gotlin's husband of Bechelaren spake, and if my lady Kriemhild with her complete might take what treasure e'er came hither from Nibelungenlied, ne'er a wit would touch it mine or my royal lady's hand. 1279. Now bid them here to keep it, for ne'er the same I'll touch. Yea, brought I from my country of mine own wealth so much, that we upon our journey may be full well supplied, and ne'er have lack in outlay as in state we homeward ride. 1280. Chests well filled a dozen from the time of old had for their own her maidens, of the best of gold that e'er ye might discover. Now thence away 'twas borne, and jewels for the ladies upon the journey to be worn. 1281. Of the might she yet was fearful of Hagen grim and bold. Still had she of mass money 1,000 marks in gold, that gave she for the soul's rest of her husband dear. Such loving deed and faithful did touch the heart of Rudiger. 1282. Then spake the lady mournful. Who now that loveth me, and for the love they bear me may willing exiles be, who with me to Hunland now away shall ride, take they of my treasure/and steeds and meet attire provide. 1283. Then did the Margrave Ecuort answer thus the queen. Since I from the beginning of thy train have been, have I e'er right faithful/served thee, spake the thane, and to the end I'll ever/thus faithful unto thee remain. 1284. Equal I lead with me/500 of my men, whom I grant to serve thee in faithful way again, nor e'er shall we be parted till that we be dead. Low bowing thanked him Kriemhild, as verily might be his meed. 1285. Forth were brought the horses, for that they thence would fare. Then was a mickle weeping of friends that parted there. Ute, queen full stately, / and many a lady more showed that from Lady Kriemhild to part did grieve their hearts full sore. 1286. 100 stately maidens with her she led away, and as for them was fitting, / full rich was their array. Many a bitter teardrop from shining eye fell down, yet joys knew they full many / eke in Etzel's land anon. 1287. Thither came Sir Giselher and Gernot as well, and with them train of followers, as duty did compel. Safe escort would they furnish for their dear sister then, and with them led of warriors / 1,000 brave and stately men. 1288. Then came the valiant Geir, / and Ortwin eke came he, Rumold the high steward might not absent be. Unto the Danube did they / night quarters meet provide. Short way beyond the city did the royal Gunther ride. 1289. Ere from the Rhine they started had they forward sent messengers that full quickly / unto Hunland went, and told unto the monarch how that Rudiger for spouse at length had won him, the highborn queen beyond compare. 21st Adventure. How Kriemhild fared to the Huns. 1290. The messengers leave we writing. Now shall ye understand how did the Lady Kriemhild journey through the land, and where from her were parted Gernot and Giselher. Upon her had they waited, as faithful unto her they were. 1291. As far as to the Danube at Virgin did they ride, where must be the parting from their royal sister's side, for that again they homeward would ride unto the Rhine. No, I but wet from weeping, and all the company was seen. 1292. Giselher the valiant thus to his sister said, If that thou ever, lady, need hast of my aid, and fronts thee aught of trouble, give me to understand, and straight I'll ride to serve thee afar unto King Etzel's land. 1293. Upon the mouth then kissed she all her friends full dear. The escort soon had taken eke leave of Rudiger, and the Margrave's warriors in manner lovingly. With the queen upon her journey went many a maid full fair to see. 1294. For beyond 100 there were, all richly clad in silk of cunning pattern. Many a shield full broad on the way did guard the ladies in hand of valiant Thane, full many a stately warrior from thence did backward turn again. 1295. Thence away they hastened down through Bavarian land. Soon were told the tidings how that was at hand a mickle host of strangers, where a cloister stands from yore, and where the in its torrent doth into Danube river pour. 1296. At Passau in the city a lordly bishop bode. Empty soon each lodging, and bishop's palace stood. To Bavarian land they hastened the high guests to meet, and there the bishop pilgrim the lady Kriemhild fair did greet. 1297. The warriors of that country, no whit grieved they were thus to see follow with her so many a maiden fair. Upon those high-born ladies their eyes with joy did rest, full comfortable quarters prepared they for each noble guest. 1298. With his niece the bishop unto Passau rode. When among the burghers the story went abroad, that thither was come Kriemhild, the bishop's niece full fair. Soon did the townspeople reception meet for her prepare. 1299. There to have them tarry was the bishop fain. To him spake Sir Ecuart, Here may we not remain. Unto Rudiger's country must we journey down. Thanes many there await us, to whom our coming well is known. 1300. The tidings now knew likewise Lady Gotland fair. Herself and noble daughter did them quick prepare. Message she had from Rudiger that he well pleased would be, should she unto Lady Kriemhild show such courtesy. 1301. That she ride forth to meet her, and bring his warriors true upward unto the Ense. When they the tidings knew, saw ye how on all sides they thronged the busy way. Forth to meet the strangers rode, and eke on foot went they. 1302. As far as Everdingen meanwhile was come the queen. In that Bavarian country on the way were never seen robbers seeking plunder. As ere their custom was, of fear from such a quarter, had the travellers little cause. 1303. Gainst that had well provided the noble Margrave, a band he led that numbered good 1,000 warriors brave. There was eke come Gotland, spouse of Rudiger, and bearing her high company full many noble knights there were. 1304. When came they o'er the Tron by Ense on the green, there full many an awning outstretched, and tent was seen, wherein that night the strangers should find them welcome rest. Well was made provision by Rudiger for each high guest. 1305. Not long fair Gotland did in her quarters stay, but left them soon behind her. Then coursed upon the way with merry jingling bridle many a well-shaped steed. Full fair was the reception, whereat was Rudiger right glad. 1306. On one side and the other did swell the stately train knights that rode full gaily, many a noble thane. As they in joust disported, full many a maid looked on, nor to the queen unwelcome was the rider's service done. 1307. As rode there, for the strangers the men of Rudiger, from shaft full many a splinter saw ye fly in air in hand of doughty warrior, that jousted lustily. Them might ye, for the ladies pricking in stately manner see. 1308. Anon therefrom they rested. Knights many then did greet full courteously each other. Then forth Kriemhild to meet went the fair Gotland, by gallant warriors led, those skilled in ladies' service, little there the rest they had. 1309. The lord of Bechelaren unto his lady rode. Soon the noble Margravine her high rejoicing showed, that all safe and sound he from the Rhine was come again. The care that filled her bosom by mickle joy from her was ta'en. 1310. When him she had received, slash her on the green he bade dismount with all the ladies that in her train she led. There saw ye all unital many a knight of high estate, who with full ready service upon the ladies then did wait. 1311. Then saw the lady Kriemhild the Margravine where she stood amid her fair attendants. Nearer not she rode. Upon the steed that bore her the rein she drew full tight, and bade them straightway help her adown from saddle to alight. 1312. The bishop saw ye leading his sister's daughter fair, and with him eke went Ecuort to Gotland there. The willing folk on all sides made way before their feet. With kiss did Gotland the dame from land far distant greet. 1313. Then spake in manner kindly slash the wife of Rudiger. Right glad am I, dear lady, that I thy visage fair have in this our country with mine own eyes seen. In these times might never greater joy to me have been. 1314. God give thee meed, spake Kriemhild, slash Gotland for this grace. If with son of Botlung slash happy may be my place, may it henceforth be thy profit that me thou here dost see. Yet all unknown to either was that which yet anon must be. 1315. With curtsy to each other went full many a maid, the knights a willing service unto the ladies paid. After the greeting sat, they adown upon the green, knew many than each other, that hitherto had strangers been. 1316. For the ladies they poured refreshment. Now was come midday, and did those high attendants there no longer stay, but went where found they ready many a spreading tent. Full willing was the service unto the noble guests they lent. 1317. The night through until morning did they rest them there. They of Bechelaren meanwhile did prepare that into fitting quarters each high guest be brought. 'Twas by the care of Rudiger that never one did want for aught. 1318. Open ye saw the windows the castle walls along, and the burg at Bechelaren its gates wide open flung, as through the guests went pricking, that their full welcome were. For them, the lord full noble had bidden quarters meet prepare. 1319. Rudiger's fair daughter with her attendant train came forth in loving manner to greet the lofty queen. With her was eke her mother, the stately Margravine. There, full friendly greeting of many a maiden fair was seen. 1320. By the hand they took each other, and thence did pass each pair into a hall full spacious, the which was builded fair, and neath its walls the Danube flowed down with rushing tide. As breezes cool played round them, might they full happy there abide. 1321. What they there did further, tell it not I can. That they so long did tarry, heard ye the knights complain that were of Kriemhild's company, who unwilling there abode. What host of valiant warriors with them from Bechelaren rode. 1322. Full kindly was the service did render Rudiger. Likewise gave Lady Kriemhild slash 12 golden armbands rare to Gotland's daughter, and dress so richly wrought that finer was none other that into Etzel's land she brought. 1323. Though Nibelungen treasure from her erstwhile was ta'en, goodwill of all that knew her did she e'er retain with such little portion as yet she did command. Unto her hosts attendants dealt she thereof with bounteous hand. 1324. The Lady Gotland such honors high again did pay in gracious manner, to the guests afar from Rhine that of all the strangers found, ye never one that wore not rich attire from her, and many a precious stone. 1325. When they their fast had broken, and would thence depart, the lady of the castle did pledge with faithful heart unto the wife of Etzel slash service true to bear. Kriemhild caressed full fondly slash the Margravine's young daughter fair. 1326. To the queen then spake the maiden, If e'er it pleaseth thee, well know I that my father slash dear full willingly unto thee will send me where thou livest in Hunland. That faithful was the maiden, slash full well did Kriemhild understand. 1327. Now ready were the horses the castle steps before, and soon the queen full stately did take her leave once more of the lovely daughter and spouse of Rudiger. Eke parted with fair greeting slash, thence full many a maiden fair. 1328. Each other they full seldom slash thereafter might behold, From Metalic were carried slash beakers rich of gold in hand, and eke full many, wherein was sparkling wine. Upon the way were greeted thus the strangers from the Rhine. 1329. High there a lord was seated, Astold the name he bore, who that into Osterland did lead the way before as far as to Mauteren adown the Danube's side. There did they fitting service for the lofty queen provide. 1330. Of his niece the bishop took leave in loving wise, that she well should bear her, did he oft advise, and that she win her honour as Helk erst had done. Ah, how great the honour anon that mid the Huns she won. 1331. Unto the Trasum brought they slash forth the strangers then. Fair had they attendants from Rudiger's men, till o'er the country riding, the Huns came them to meet. With mickle honour did they then the royal lady greet. 1332. For had the king of Hunland, slash Trasum's stream beside, a full mighty castle, known afar and wide, the same height Trasenmauer. Slash dame Helk there before did sit, such bounteous mistress as scarce ye ever might see more. 1333. And it were not Kriemhild who could such bounty show, that after days of sorrow, the pleasure she might know, to be held in honour by Etzel's men each one. That praise in fullest measure had she amid those thanes anon. 1334. Afar the might of Etzel so well was known around, that at every season within his court were found knights of all the bravest, slash whereof ye e'er did hear in Christian lands or heathen. With him all thither come they were. 1335. By him at every season, as scarce might elsewhere be, knights both of Christian doctrine and heathen use saw ye. Yet in what mind soever did each and every stand, to all in fullest measure dealt the king with bounteous hand. 22nd Adventure. How Etzel kept the wedding feast with Kriemhild. 1336. At Trasenmauer she tarried until the 4th day. Upon the road the dust clouds meanwhile never lay, but rose like smoke of fire around on every side. Onward then through Austria slash King Etzel's warriors did ride. 1337. Then eke unto the monarch such tidings now were told, that at the thought did vanish all his grief of old, in what high manner Kriemhild should in his land appear. Then gan the monarch hasten where he did find the lady fair. 1338. Of many a tongue and varied upon the way were seen before King Etzel riding, full many warriors keen, of Christians, and of heathen, a spreading company. To greet their coming mistress slash forth they rode in fair array. 1339. Of Rus men and Greeks their slash great was the tale, and rapid saw ye riding the Walech and the pole on chargers full of metal that they did deftly guide. Their own country's custom did they in no wise lay aside. 1340. From the land of Kief rode there full many a thane and the wild Pechenegers. Full many a bow was drawn, as at the flying wildfowl slash through air the bolt was sped. With might the bow was bended as far as to the arrow's head. 1341. A city by the Danube in Osterland doth stand, height the same is Tulna. Of many a distant land saw Kriemhild there the customs, ne'er yet to her were known. To many there did greet her slash sorrow befell through her anon. 1342. Before the monarch Etzel rode a company of merry men and mighty, slash courteous and fair to see, good 24 chieftains, slash mighty men and bold. Not else was their desire slash save, but their mistress to behold. 1343. Then the Duke Ramung from far Wallachia with 700 warriors dashed forth athwart her way. Their going might ye liken unto birds in flight. Then came the chieftain Jibg, with his host a stately sight. 1344. Eke the valiant Hornbog, with full 1,000 men from the king went forward to greet his mistress then. After their country's custom in joy they shouted loud. The doughty thanes of Hunland likewise in merry tourney rode. 1345. Then came a chief from Denmark, slash Howart bold and keen, and the valiant Eyring, in whom no guile was seen, and Ernfried of Thuringia, a stately knight to see. Kriemhild they greeted, that honour high therefrom had she. 1346. With good knights 1,200, whom led they in their train. Thither with 3,000 came Blodel eke, the thane that was King Etzel's brother slash out of Hunland. Unto his royal mistress led he then his stately band. 1347. Then did come King Etzel, and Dietrich by his side with all his doughty fellows. In state there saw ye ride many a knight full noble, valiant and void of fear. The heart of Lady Kriemhild did such host of warriors cheer. 1348. Then to his royal mistress spake Sir Rudiger, Lady, now give I greeting to the high monarch here, whom to kiss I bid thee, grant him such favor then, for not to all like greeting majesty thou give mid Etzel's men. 1349. They lifted then from saddle the dame of royal state. Etzel the mighty monarch might then no longer wait, but sprang from off his charger with many a warrior keen, unto Kriemhild hasting full joyously he then was seen. 1350. As is to us related, did their high princes twain by the lady walking bear aloft her train, as the royal Etzel went forward her to meet, and she the noble monarch with kiss in kindly wise did greet. 1351. Aside she moved her wimple, whereat her visage fair gleamed mid the gold around it. Though many a knight stood there, they deemed that Lady Helk did boast not fairer face. Full close beside the monarch, his brother Blodel had his place. 1352. To kiss him then Margrave Rudiger her did tell, and eke the royal Jibg and Sir Dietrich as well. Of highest knights, a dozen did Etzel's spouse embrace, other knights full many she greeted with a lesser grace. 1353. All the while that Etzel stood by Kriemhild so, did the youthful riders as still their wont to do. In varied tourney saw ye each gainst the other pass, Christian knights and heathen, as for each the custom was. 1354. From men that followed Dietrich saw ye in kindly wise splinters from the lances, flying high arise aloft above their bucklers. From hand of good knight sent, by the German strangers pierced was many a shield and rent. 1355. From shaft of lances breaking, did far the din resound. Together came the warriors from all the land around, eke the guests of the monarch, and many a knight there was. Thence did the mighty monarch, then with Lady Kriemhild pass. 1356. Stretched a fair pavilion, beside them there was seen, with tents as well was covered all around the green, where they now might rest them all that weary were. By high-born knights was thither led full many a lady fair. 1357. With their royal mistress, where in rich cushioned chair sat the queen full stately. 'Twas by the Margrave's care that well had been provided, with all that seemed good, a worthy seat for Kriemhild. Thereat was Etzel glad of mood. 1358. What was by Etzel spoken, may I not understand. In his right hand resting lay her fair white hand. They sat in loving fashion, nor Rudiger would let the king have secret converse with Lady Kriemhild as yet. 1359. 'Twas bidden that the jousting on all sides they give o'er. The din of stately tourney heard ye then no more. All the men of Etzel unto their tents did go, for every warrior present did they full spacious lodging show. 1360. And now the day was ended, and they did rest the night until beheld they shining once more the morning light. Soon on charger mounted again was many a man. Hey-o, what merry pastime, the king to honor they began. 1361. By the Huns the monarch bade honors high be shown. Soon rode they forth from Tulna unto Vienna town, where found they many a lady decked out in fair array. The same the monarch Etzel's wife received in stately way. 1362. In very fullest measure upon them there did wait whate'er they might desire. Of nights the joy was great, looking toward the revel. Lodging then sought each one, the wedding of the monarch was in merry wise begun. 1363. Yet not for all might lodging within the town be had. All that were not strangers, Rudiger them bade that they find them lodgings beyond the city's bound. I ween that at all seasons, by Lady Kriemhild's side was found. 1364. The noble Sir Dietrich and many another thane, who amid their labors but little rest had ta'en, that the guests they harbored of merry mood should be. For Rudiger and his companions went the time full pleasantly. 1365. The wedding time was fallen upon a Whitsuntide, when the monarch Etzel lay Kriemhild beside in the town at Vienna. So many men I ween through her former husband had not in her service been. 1366. Many that ne'er had seen her, did her rich bounty take, and many a one among them slash unto the strangers spake. We deemed that Lady Kriemhild of wealth no more had aught now, hath she by her giving here full many a wonder wrought. 1367. The wedding feast it lasted for days full 17. Ne'er of other monarch hath any told, I ween, that wedded with more splendor. Of such no tale we hear. All that there were present, slash new-made apparel did they wear. 1368. I ween that far in Netherland sat she ne'er before amid such host of warriors. And this believe I more, was Siegfried rich in treasure, that yet he ne'er did gain, as here she saw, for Etzel, so many a high and noble thane. 1369. Nor e'er gave any other, at his own wedding tide, so many a costly mantle slash flowing long and wide, nor yet so rich apparel, so may ye well believe as here from hand of Kriemhild, did they one and all receive. 1370. Her friends and eke the strangers were of a single mind, that they would not be sparing of treasure in any kind. What any from them desired, they gave with willing hand. Many a thane from giving himself of clothing reft did stand. 1371. How by her noble husband at the Rhine a queen she sat, of that she still was minded, slash, and her eye grew wet thereat. Yet well she kept it hidden that none the same might mark. Now had she wealth of honor, after long years of sorrow dark. 1372. What any did with bounty, 'twas but an idle wind by side of Dietrich's giving. What Etzel's generous mind before to him had given, complete did disappear. Eke wrought there many a wonder, the hand of bounteous Rudiger. 1373. Blodeline the chieftain that came from Hunland, full many a chest to empty, did he then command, of gold and eke of silver. That did they freely give, right merrily the warriors of the monarch saw ye live. 1374. Likewise the monarch's minstrels Werbel and Schwemelin, one they at the wedding each alone, I ween, marks a good 1,000 slash or even more than that. Weena's fair lady Kriemhild, neath crown by royal Etzel sat. 1375. Upon the 18th morning, from Vienna town they went. Then in knightly pastime, many a shield was rent by spear full well directed by doughty rider's hand. So came the royal Etzel riding into Hunland. 1376. At Heimberg's ancient castle, they tarried overnight. Tell the tale of people no mortal ever might, and the number of good warriors did o'er the country come. Ah, what fairest women were gathered unto Etzel's home. 1377. By Meisenberg's majestic slash towers did they embark. With horses eke and riders, the water all was dark, as if twere earth they trod on, slash as far as eye might see. The wayworn ladies rested now on board right pleasantly. 1378. Now was lashed together many a boat full good, that no harm they suffered from the waves and flood. Many a stately awning likewise above them spread, just as if beneath them had they land and flowery mead. 1379. When to Etzelberg the tidings soon were borne along, therein of men and women were seen a merry throng, who once the Lady Helk. As mistress did obey anon by Lady Kriemhild, lived they many a gladsome day. 1380. There did stand expectant full many a maid highborn, that since the death of Helk had pined all forlorn. Daughters of 7 monarchs slash Kriemhild their waiting found, that were the high adornment of all King Etzel's country round. 1381. Herat, a lofty princess, did all the train obey, sister's child to Helk, in whom high virtues lay, betrothed eke of Dietrich, of royal lineage born daughter of King Nentwine. Her did high honors eft adorn. 1382. Against the strangers coming her heart with joy flowed o'er, eke was there too devoted of wealth a mickle store. Who might e'er give the picture? How the king eft sat on throne, nor had with any mistress the Huns such joyous living known. 1383. As with his spouse the monarch up from the river came, unto the noble Kriemhild of each they told the name, 'mong them that she did find there. She fairer each did greet. Ah, how mighty mistress she long did sit in Helk's seat. 1384. Ready and true the service to her was offered there. The queen dealt out in plenty slash gold and raiment rare, silver eke and jewels. What over Rhine she brought with her unto Hunland, soon thereof retained she not. 1385. Eke in faithful service, she to herself did win all the king's warriors, and all his royal kin, so that ne'er did Lady Helk slash so mighty power wield, as until death to Kriemhild such host did willing service yield. 1386. Thus stood so high in honor the court and country round, that there at every season was pleasant pastime found by each, whithersoever his heart's desire might stand, that wrought the monarch's favor and the queen's full bounteous hand. 23rd Adventure. How Kriemhild thought to avenge her wrong. 1387. In full lordly honor, truth is that ye here dwelt they with each other until the 7th year. Meanwhile Lady Kriemhild a son to Etzel bore, nor gladder might the monarch be o'er aught forevermore. 1388. Yet would she not give over, slash nor with aught be reconciled, but that should be baptized the royal Etzel's child after Christian custom. Ortlib they did him call, thereat was mickle joyance over Etzel's borders all. 1389. Whate'er of highest virtues in Lady Helk lay, strove the Lady Kriemhild to rival her each day. Herat the stranger maiden many a grace she taught, who yet with secret pining for her mistress Helk was distraught. 1390. To stranger and to native slash full well she soon was known, ne'er monarch's country, said they, did royal mistress own that gave with freer bounty, that held they without fear. Such praise she bore in Hunland, until was come the 13th year. 1391. Now had she well perceived how all obeyed her will, as service to royal mistress slash kings knights do render still, and how at every season slash 12 kings for her were seen, she thought of many a sorrow that wrought upon her once had been. 1392. Eke thought she of lordly power in Nibelungenlied that she erstwhile had wielded, slash, and how that Hagen's hand of it all had reft her, with her lord Siegfried dead. She thought for so great evil, how might he ever be repaid? 1393. 'Twould be, might I but bring him slash hither into this land. She dreamed that fondly led her slash full often by the hand Giselher her brother, full oft in gentle sleep thought she to have kissed him, wherefrom he sorrow soon must reap. 1394. I ween the evil demon was Kriemhild's counsellor that she her peace with Gunther should sacred keep no more, whom she kissed in friendly token in the land of Burgundy. Adown upon her bosom the burning tears fell heavily. 1395. On her heart both late and early lay the heavy thought, how that herself all guiltless, thereto she had been brought, that she must share in exile a heathen monarch's bed. Through Hagen eke and Gunther, come she was to such sore need. 1396. From her heart such longing seldom might she dismiss, thought she. A queen so mighty I am o'er wealth like this, that I upon mine enemies may yet avenge me well. Fain were I that on Hagen of Tronge yet my vengeance fell. 1397. For friends that once were faithful slash full oft my heart doth long, were they but here beside me that wrought on me such wrong, then were in sooth avenged my lover reft of life. Scarce may I bide that hour, spake the royal Etzel's wife. 1398. Kriemhild they loved and honored, the monarch's men each one, as they that came there with her. Well might the same be done, the treasure wielded equort, and won good knights thereby. The will of Lady Kriemhild might none in all that land deny. 1399. She mused at every season. The king himself I'll pray, that he to her the favor might grant in friendly way, to bring her kinsmen hither slash unto Hunland. What vengeful thought she cherished might none soever understand. 1400. As she in stillest night time by the monarch lay, in his arms enclosed he held her, as he was wont alway to caress the noble lady. She was to him as life, again unto her enemies turned her thoughts his stately wife. 1401. She spake unto the monarch, My lord full dear to me now would I pray a favor, if with thy grace it be, that thou wilt show unto me, if merit such be mine that unto my good kinsmen truly doth thy heart incline. 1402. The mighty monarch answered, from guile his heart was free. Of a truth I tell thee, if aught of good may be the fortune of thy kinsmen, of that I were full fain, for ne'er through love of woman might I friends more faithful gain. 1403. Thereat again spake Kriemhild, That mayst thou well believe, full high do stand my kinsmen, the more it doth me grieve that they deign so seldom slash hither to take their way, that here I live a stranger, oft I hear the people say. 1404. Then spake the royal Etzel, slash, beloved lady mine, seemed not too far the journey, I'd bid from yon the Rhine whom thou wouldst gladly welcome slash hither unto my land. Thereat rejoiced the lady when she his will did understand. 1405. Spake she, wilt thou true favour show me, master mine? Then shall thou speed thy messengers to Worms across the Rhine. Were but my friends acquainted what thing of them I would, then to this land came hither full many a noble knight and good. 1406. He spake, whene'er thou biddest, straight the thing shall be. Thyself mightst ne'er thy kinsmen here so gladly see, as I the sons of Ute, slash high and stately queen. It grieveth me full sorely that strangers here so long they've been. 1407. If this thing doth please thee, slash beloved lady mine, then gladly send I thither unto those friends of thine as messengers my minstrels to the land of Burgundy. He bade the merry fiddlers lead before him presently. 1408. Then hastened they full quickly to where they found the king by side of Kriemhild sitting. He told them straight the thing, how they should be his messengers to Burgundy to fare. Full stately raiment bade he for them straightway eke prepare. 1409. 24 warriors did they apparel well. Likewise did the monarch to them the message tell, how that they King Gunther and his men should bid aright. Them eke the lady Kriemhild to secret parley did invite. 1410. Then spake the mighty monarch, now well my words attend, all good and friendly greeting unto my friends I send, that they may deign to journey slash hither to my country. Few be the guests beside them that were so welcome unto me. 1411. And if they be so minded to meet my will in aught, Kriemhild's lofty kinsmen, that they forgo it not to come upon the summer here where I hold hightide, for that my joy in living slash doth greatly with my friends abide. 1412. Then spake the fiddle player slash Schwemeline full bold, when think'st thou in this country such high feast to hold, that unto thy friends yonder tell the same we may? Thereto spake King Etzel, when next hath come midsummer day. 1413. Will do as thou commandest, spake then Werbeline. Unto her own chamber commanded then the queen to bring in secret manner the messengers alone. Thereby did not but sorrow slash befall full many a thane anon. 1414. She spake unto the messengers, slash, mickle wealth I give to you, if my will in this matter right faithfully ye do, and bear what tidings send I slash home unto our country. I'll make you rich in treasure slash and fair apparelled shall ye be. 1415. And friends of mine, so many as ever see ye may at Worms by Rhine river. To them ye ne'er shall say that any mood of sorrow in me ye yet have seen. Say ye that I commend me unto the knights full brave and keen. 1416. Pray them that to King Etzel's slash message they give heed, thereby to relieve me of all my care and need. Else shall the Huns imagine that I all friendless am. If I but a knight were, oft would they see me at their home. 1417. Eke say ye unto Gernot, slash brother to me full dear, to him might never any disposed be more fair. Pray him that he bring hither unto this country all our friends most steadfast, that we thereby shall honored be. 1418. Say further eke to Giselher that he do have in mind, that by his guilt I never slash did cause for sorrow find. Him therefore would I gladly hear with mine own eyes see, and give him warmest welcome, slash so faithful hath he been to me. 1419. How I am held in honor, to my mother eke make plain, and if of Hagen hath mind there to remain, by whom might they in coming through unknown lands be shown, the way to Hunland hither from youth to him hath well been known. 1420. No wit knew the messengers, wherefore she did advise that they of Hagen should not in any wise leave by the Rhine to tarry. That was anon their bane, through him to dire destruction, was doomed full many a doughty thane. 1421. Letters and kindly greeting now to them they give, they fared from thence rich laden, slash and merrily might live. Leave then they took of Etzel and eke his lady fair, and parted on their journey/dight in apparel rich and rare. 24th Adventure. How Wirbel and Schwemmel brought the message. 1422. When to the Rhine King Etzel, his messengers had sent, with hasty flight fresh tidings from land to land there went, with messengers full quickly to his high festival, he bade them, eke and summoned. To many thereby did death befall. 1423. The messengers o'er the borders of Hunland, thence did fare unto the land of Burgundy. Thither sent they were unto 3 lordly monarchs, and eke their mighty men. To Etzel's land to bid them hastily, they journeyed then. 1424. Unto Bechelaren rode they on their way, where found they willing service. Nor did aught delay Rudiger to commend him, and Gotland as well, and eke their fairest daughter to them, that by the Rhine did dwell. 1425. They let them not unladen, with gifts from thence depart, so did the men of Etzel fare on with lighter heart. To Ute, and to her household sent greeting Rudiger, that never Margrave any to them more well disposed were. 1426. Unto Brunhild also did they themselves commend, with willing service offered, and steadfast to the end. Bearing thus fair greeting, the messengers thence did fare, and prayed the noble Margravine that God would have them in his care. 1427. Ere the messengers had fully passed o'er Bavarian ground, had the nimble Wirbel the goodly bishop found. What greetings to his kinsmen unto the Rhine he sent, that I cannot tell you. The messengers yet from him went. 1428. Laden with gold all ready, to keep his memory. Thus spake the bishop pilgrim. "'Twere highest joy to me might I my sister's children here see in home of mine, for that I may but seldom go unto them to the Rhine. 1429. What were the ways they followed as through the lands they fared, that can I nowise tell you. Yet never any dared rob them of wealth or raiment, for fear of Etzel's hand, a lofty king and noble, mighty in sooth was his command. 1430. Before 12 days were over came they unto the Rhine, and rode into Worms city Wirbel and Schwemmeline. Told were soon the tidings to the kings and their good men, how that were come strange messengers. Gunther the king did question then. 1431. And spake the monarch further, "Who here may understand whence do come these strangers riding unto our land?" Yet was never any might answer to him make, until of Tronjhagen thus unto King Gunther spake. 1432. To us hath come strange tidings to hand this day, I ween, for Etzel's fiddlers riding hither have I seen. The same have by thy sister unto the Rhine been sent, for sake of their high master, now give we them fair compliment. 1433. E'en then did ride the messengers unto the castle door, and never royal minstrels more stately went before. By the monarch's servants well received they were, they gave them fitting lodging, and for their raiment had a care. 1434. Rich and wrought full deftly was the travelling dress they wore, wherein they well with honour might go the king before, yet they at court no longer would the same garments wear. The messengers inquired if anywhere might wish them there. 1435. In sooth in such condition many eke were found, who would receive them gladly, to such they dealt around. Then decked themselves the strangers in garments richer far, such as royal messengers beseemeth well at court to wear. 1436. By royal leave came forward to where the monarch sat the men that came from Etzel, and joy there was thereat. Hagen then to meet them in courteous manner went, and heartily did greet them, whereat they gave fair compliment. 1437. To know what were the tidings, to ask he then began how did find him Etzel, and each valiant man. Then answer gave the fiddler. Ne'er higher stood the land, nor the folk so joyous, that shall ye surely understand. 1438. They went unto the monarch. Crowded was the hall, there were received the strangers, as of right men shall kindly greeting offer in other monarch's land. Many a valiant warrior saw Wirbel by King Gunther stand. 1439. Right courteously the monarch began to greet them then. Now be ye both right welcome, Hunland's merry men, and knights that give you escort. Hither sent are ye by Etzel mighty monarch unto the land of Burgundy. 1440. They bowed before the monarch. Then spake Werbeline, my dear lord and master, and Kriemhild, sister thine, hither to thy country give fairest compliment. In faith of kindly welcome, us unto you they now have sent. 1441. Then spake the lofty ruler, I joy o'er this ye bring, how liveth royal Etzel. Further spake the king, and Kriemhild, my sister, afar in Hunland. Then answered him the fiddler, that shalt thou straightway understand. 1442. That never any people / more lordly life might show than they both do joy in, that shalt thou surely know, wherein do share their kinsmen and all their doughty train, when from them we parted, of our journey were they fain. 1443. My thanks for these high greetings ye bring at his command, and from my royal sister. That high in joy they stand, the monarch and his kinsmen, rejoiceth me to hear, for sooth to say, the tidings asked I now in mickle fear. 1444. The twain of youthful princes were eke come thitherward, as soon as they the tidings from afar had heard. Right glad were seen the messengers for his dear sister's sake by the young Giselher, who in such friendly manner spake. 1445. Right hearty were your welcome from me and brother mine. Would ye but more frequent / ride hither to the Rhine. Here found ye friends full many, whom glad ye were to see, and naught but friendly favors the while that in this land ye be. 1446. To us how high thy favor, / spake Schwemmel, know we well, nor with my best endeavor might I ever tell how kindly is the greeting we bear from Etzel's hand and from your noble sister, who doth in highest honor stand. 1447. Your sometime love and duty / recalleth Etzel's queen, and how to her devoted in heart we've ever been, but first to royal Gunther do we a message bear, and pray it be your pleasure / unto Etzel's land to fare. 1448. To beg of you that favor / commanded o'er and o'er Etzel mighty monarch, and bids you know the more. And will ye not your sister your faces give to see, so would he know full gladly, wherein by him aggrieved ye be. 1449. That ye thus are strangers to him and all his men. If that his spouse so lofty to you had ne'er been known, yet well he thought to merit that him ye deign to see. In sooth, could not rejoice him / more than that such thing might be. 1450. Then spake the royal Gunther, a sennight from this day shall ye have an answer, / whereon decide I may with my friends in council. The while shall ye repair unto your place of lodging, / and right goodly be your fare. 1451. Then spake in answer Werble, and might such favor be that we the royal mistress should first have leave to see Ute, the lofty lady, ere that we seek our rest. To him the noble Giselher, in courteous wise these words addressed. 1452. That grace shall none forbid you. Will ye my mother greet, therein do ye most fully / her own desire meet. For sake of my good sister / fain is she you to see, for sake of Lady Kriemhild ye shall to her full welcome be. 1453. Giselher then led him unto the lofty dame, who fain beheld the messengers from Hunland that came. She greeted them full kindly / as lofty manner taught, and in right courteous fashion told they to her the tale they brought. 1454. Pledge of loyal friendship / sendeth unto thee now my lofty mistress, / spake Schwemmel. Might it be that she should see thee often, then shalt thou know full well, in all the world there never / a greater joy to her befell. 1455. Replied the royal lady, such thing may never be. Gladly as would I oft times my dearest daughter see too far, alas, is distant the noble monarch's wife. May ever yet full happy with King Etzel be her life. 1456. See that ye well advise me, ere that ye hence are gone, what time shall be your parting. For messengers I none have seen for many seasons as glad as greet I you. The twain gave faithful promise, such courtesy full sure to do. 1457. Forthwith to seek their lodgings, the men of Hunland went, the while the mighty monarch for trusted warriors sent, of whom did noble Gunther / straightway question make, how thought they of the message? / whereupon full many spake. 1458. That he might well with honor to Etzel's land be bound, the which did eke advise him the highest, mongst them found, all save Hagen only, whom sorely grieved such rede, unto the king in secret spake he. Ill shall be thy meed. 1459. What deed we twain compounded art thou full well aware, where for good cause we ever shall have Kriemhild to fear, for that her sometime husband I slew by my own hand. How dare we ever journey then unto King Etzel's land? 1460. Replied the king, my sister no hate doth harbour more, as we in friendship kissed her, vengeance she forswore for evil that we wrought her, ere that from hence she rode, unless this message, Hagen, ill for thee alone forebode. 1461. Now be thou not deceived, spake Hagen, say what may the messengers from Hunland. If thither be thy way, at Kriemhild's hands thou losest honor eke and life, for full long avenging is the royal Etzel's wife. 1462. Added then his counsel the princely Gernot there. Though be it thou hast reason thine own death to fear afar in Hunnish kingdom, should we for that forego to visit our high sister, that were in sooth but ill to do. 1463. Unto that thane did likewise Giselher then say, since well thou knowst, friend Hagen, what guilt on thee doth weigh, then tarry here behind us and of thyself have care, and let who dares the journey with us unto my sister fair. 1464. Thereat did rage full sorely Trond's doughty thane. So shall ye ne'er find any that were to go more fain, nor who may better guide you than I upon your way. And will ye not give over, know then my humour soon ye may. 1465. Then spake the kitchen master, Rumeld a lofty thane, here might ye guests and kinsmen in plenty long maintain after your own pleasure, for ye have goodly store. I ween ye ne'er found Hagen traitor to you heretofore. 1466. If heed ye will not Hagen, still Rumeld doth advise for ye have faithful service from me in willing wise that here at home ye tarry for the love of me, and leave the royal Etzel afar with Kriemhild to be. 1467. Where in the world might ever ye more happy be than here where from danger of every foeman free, where ye may go as likes you in goodliest attire, drink wine the best, and stately women meet your heart's desire. 1468. And daily is your victual the best that ever knew a king of any country. And were the thing not true, at home ye yet should tarry for sake of your fair wife heir, that in childish fashion ye thus at venture set your life. 1469. Thus read I that ye go not. Mighty are your lands, and at home more easy may ye be freed from hostile hands than if ye pine in Hunland. How there it is, who knows? O master, go not thither, such is the rede that Rumeld owes. 1470. We'll ne'er give o'er the journey, Gernot then did say, when thus our sister bids us in such friendly way, and Etzel, mighty monarch. Wherefore should we refrain, who goes not gladly thither, here at home may he remain. 1471. Thereto gave answer Hagen, take not amiss, I pray, these my words outspoken, let befall what may. Yet do I counsel truly, as ye your safety prize, that to the Huns ye journey armed full well in warlike guise. 1472. Will ye then not give over, your men together call, the best that ye may gather from districts one and all. From out them all I'll choose you 1,000 knights full good, then may ye wreck but little the vengeful Kriemhild's angry mood. 1473. I'll gladly heed thy counsel, straight the king replied, and bade the couriers traverse his kingdom far and wide. Soon they brought together 3,000 men or more, who little weened what mickle sorrow was for them in store. 1474. Joyful came they riding to King Gunther's land, steeds and equipment for them, all he did command. Who should make the journey thence from Burgundy? Warriors many were there, to serve the king right willingly. 1475. Hagen then of Tronge to Dankwart did assign of their warriors 80 to lead unto the Rhine. Equipped in knightly harness, were they soon at hand, riding in gallant fashion unto royal Gunther's land. 1476. Came eke the doughty Valker, a noble minstrel he, with 30 goodly warriors to join the company, who wore so rich attire, 'twould fit a monarch well, that he would fare to Hunland, bade he unto Gunther tell. 1477. Who was this same Valker, that will I let you know? He was a knight full noble, to him did service owe many a goodly warrior in the land of Burgundy. For that he well could fiddle, named the minstrel eke was he. 1478. 1,000 men chose Hagen, who well to him were known, what things in storm of battle their doughty arm had done, or what they wrought at all times, that knew he full well. Nor of them might e'er mortal slash aught but deeds of valor tell. 1479. The messengers of Kriemhild / full loath they were to wait, for of their master's anger stood they in terror great. Each day for leave to journey, more great their yearning grew, but daily to withhold it / crafty Hagen pretext knew. 1480. He spake unto his master, well shall we beware hence to let them journey, ere we ourselves prepare in 7 days thereafter to ride to Etzel's land. If any mean us evil, so may we better understand. 1481. Nor may the Lady Kriemhild ready make thereto, that any by her counsel / scathe to us may do. Yet if such wish she cherish, evil shall be her meed, for many a chosen warrior with us shall we thither lead. 1482. Shields well wrought and saddles, with all the mickle gear that into Etzel's country the warriors should wear, the same was now made ready for many a knight full keen. The messengers of Kriemhild before King Gunther soon were seen. 1483. When were come the messengers, Gernot them addressed. King Gunther now is minded to answer Etzel's quest. Full gladly go we thither with him to make hightide and see our lofty sister. Of that set ye all doubt aside. 1484. Thereto spake King Gunther, can ye surely say when shall be the hightide, / or upon what day we shall there assemble? / spake Schwemmel instantly, at turn of sun in summer shall in sooth the meeting be. 1485. The monarch leave did grant them, ere they should take their way, if that to Lady Brunhild they would their homage pay, his high pleasure was it they unto her should go. Such thing prevented Volker, and did his mistress pleasure so. 1486. In sooth, my Lady Brunhild hath scarce such health today as that she might receive you, the gallant knight did say. Bide ye till the morrow, may ye the lady see. When thus they sought her presence, might their wish not granted be. 1487. To the messengers right gracious was the mighty king, and bade he from his treasure on shields expansive bring shining gold in plenty / whereof he had great store. Eke richest gifts received they from his lofty kinsmen more. 1488. Giselher and Gernot / Jeer and Ortwin, that they were free in giving soon full well was seen. So costly gifts were offered unto each messenger that they dared not receive them, for Etzel's anger did they fear. 1489. Then unto King Gunther / Werbel spake again, Sire, let now thy presence in thine own land remain. The same we may not carry, my master hath decreed that we accept no bounty. Of that in sooth we've little need. 1490. Thereat the Lord of Rhineland was seen in high displeasure, that they should thus accept not / so mighty monarch's treasure. In their despite, yet took they / rich dress and gold in store, the which moreover with them / home to Etzel's land they bore. 1491. Ere that they thence departed they Lady Ute sought, whereat the gallant Giselher straight the minstrels brought unto his mother's presence. / kind greetings sent the dame, and wished that high in honor still might stand her daughter's name. 1492. Then bade the lofty lady / embroidered silks and gold for the sake of Kriemhild, whom loved she as of old, and eke for sake of Etzel, unto the minstrels give. What thus so free was offered might they in sooth right fain receive. 1493. Soon now had ta'en departure the messengers from thence, from knight and fairest lady, / and joyous fared they hence unto Suabian country. Gernot had given behest thus far for armed escort, that none their journey might molest. 1494. When these had parted from them, safe still from harm were they, for Etzel's might did guard them wherever led their way. Nor ever came there any that aught to take would dare, as into Etzel's country they in mickle haste did fare. 1495. Where'er they friends encountered, to all they straight made known how that they of Burgundy should follow after soon from Rhine upon their journey unto the Huns' country. The message brought they likewise / unto Bishop Pilgrim's see. 1496. As down for Bechelaren they passed upon their way, the tidings eke to Rudiger failed they not to say, and unto Gotland, the Margrave's wife the same. At thought so soon to see them, was filled with joy the lofty dame. 1497. Hasting with the tidings, each minstrel's courser ran till found they royal Etzel within his burg at Gran. Greeting upon greeting, which they must all bestow, they to the king delivered. With joy his visage was aglow. 1498. When that the lofty Kriemhild did eke the tidings hear, how that her royal brothers unto the land would fare, in sooth her heart was gladdened. On the minstrels she bestowed richest gifts in plenty, as she to her high station owed. 1499. She spake, Now shall ye, Werble and Schwemmel, tell to me who cometh of my kinsmen to our festivity, who of all were bidden this our land to seek. Now tell me, when the message heard he, what did Hagen speak? 1500. Answered, he came to council early upon a day, but little was of pleasant in what he there did say. When learned he their intention, in wrath did Hagen swear, to death tweer making journey, to country of the Huns to fare. 1501. Hither all are coming, thy royal brothers three, and they right high in spirit. Who more shall with them be? The tale to tell entire were more than I might do, to journey with them plighted Volker the valiant fiddler too. 1502. Tweer little lost, full truly, answered then the queen, if by my eyes never Volker here were seen. 'Tis Hagen hath my favor, a noble knight is he, and mickle is my pleasure that him full soon we here may see. 1503. Her way the lady Kriemhild then to the king did take, and in right joyous manner unto her consort spake. How liketh thee the tidings, Lord full dear to me, what I my heart hath yearned for, that shall now accomplished be. 1504. Thy will my joy was ever, the lofty monarch said. In sooth for my own kinsmen, I ne'er have been so glad to hear that they come hither unto my country, to know thy friends are coming, hath parted sadness far from me. 1505. Straight did the royal provosts give everywhere decree that hall and stately palace well prepared should be with seats, that unprovided no worthy guest be left. Anon by them, the monarch should be of mickle joy bereft.